Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
What's going on, everybody? Happy Wednesday. A long time. I know, see.
Yeah, it is.
Took took Monday off. Got peep the shirt, y'all. Right there. Try that in a small town. Fuck around and find out. Nonsensical Nonsense podcast, baby. Uh, took Monday off. So, little family day. Pumpkin patch and scary movies and all that shit. But anywho, we back. We're in action. That's Jeff. I'm Glick. Together, we make Nonsensical Nonsense podcast.
Cheers.
Chairs, everybody. Chairs. What? Yeah. If you're not already, go ahead and give us a follow on them socials: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and the TikTok. You can also hang out with us live Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday on YouTube, Facebook, and yes, we are on Twitch as well. And if you can't join us live, you can listen to us anytime, any place on Zencaster, Spotify, everywhere you listen to podcasts at, all at Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast, or you can simply go to bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. And if you're watching us live, you're watching the replay, it's right there at the bottom of the screen. That's going to give you all them links and the links to our sponsors as well. Make sure if you go check them out and give them a visit. Before you check out, you use our promo code words are hard. Save you some cashola, if you will. What's going on? Shatter's Box already in the building. We see you guys. What's up, everybody? Hopefully, you guys are having a good week so far. It is Wednesday.
Cheers to you too.
Cheers to everybody.
Cheers.
Cheers, everybody. Cheers.
I'm sorry, that'll never get old. It's his fault.
What do you want? Did you eat dinner?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go watch TV.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, what's up, dude? What's going on, man?
Oh, busy. We were chatting before the show. I literally haven't had time to breathe in the past couple of days, work-wise. I know your work is just as stressful as mine. I've never said anybody's work is more stressful than another's, but there's days.
Hello.
Wow.
What up, motherfucker?
Yeah, I forgot. You take a fucking nap during the day. Fuck you.
Oh, I mean, I don't have a lot of stresses. I'm not saying there's not any stresses, but I have my days where there's stress. But I can honestly say, for the most part,
Yeah.
a lot of stress. But I've worked for many years.
Yeah.
This is the first job that I've ever had that I have little to no stress at. First job ever.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think this is the first job ever where I've had this much stress. So I'm kind of the opposite. Most jobs before, and working here, most jobs I would get here are commission only, which means you don't sell, you don't eat. Where this one I get a small salary plus my commissions, but I'm never hurting for money in this job. But the stress level is just through the roof some days. And
what up, Andy?
This week has kind of been like that. Other than that, everything's going good. Like I said, started a new TV show. I'm really liking it. I don't get a whole lot of time to watch it, but whatever you do.
Fuck you, Maestro Leda.
Yeah.
I know where my ranch is at all time. I have a ranch Nazi living with me now. So trust me, I have multiple flavors of ranch, and we know where it's at all time. Yeah, you're started watching a new show.
Yeah, well, like I said, I know for a fact you would not. You might watch an episode, but you would definitely be like, "Yeah, this isn't for me." It's political. It's kind of like
I'm out.
It's a serious version of news radio, but it deals with I mean, we all remember news radio. It's the West Wing meets a newsroom, basically.
Yeah.
Very serious show. It's actually pretty good. It does star Jeff Daniels. I mean, Jeff
Well,
Daniels. We've all seen that clip where it's Jeff Daniels on a panel, and everybody's like, the one girl asks in the crowd, "What makes America great?" He's like, "It's not," and then he gives all these reasons.
yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that clip. Yeah, it's actually that show. It's actually really good.
Gotcha. What is
But yeah,
this random new fad?
I
Where
know,
people
right?
are up going, can I join? I don't know anything about you, bro, Chacho.
Yeah, it's not that kind of show.
Come back Saturday and I'll let you join.
Saturday, definitely Saturday. We learned our lesson. Chairs.
Shares.
But yeah, like I said, I saw you guys went to the pumpkin patch. Kind of mildly jealous, except for the fact that the weather.
Weather was I am from Denmark. Nice.
Oh,
See, I like to drink Corona. Well, I'll tell you what. You come back, you hang out tonight in the Chatters box. And you come back Saturday. And thank you, Chris.
we'll bring you up.
And I'll bring you up. Saturday is more of the free for all. I don't know. Let's end the show on time. Just kidding. Brian's here. Let's go another 3 hours.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Literally, I got off the show Saturday and I went right.
But yeah, no, the weather was, I mean, it was gray and gloomy, but it wasn't too cold. It was dude, it was like perfect fall weather. Like it wasn't too cold. It was a little crisp in the air, perfect for going to a pumpkin patch. We went and did that. We had fun. That's why I didn't do the show Monday.
Right. Well, you also said Nikki had to work too.
Yeah, Nikki had to work Tuesday, which is typically our like family movie night and stuff like that. So we did it Monday instead. Watched an excellent fucking movie. Oh my god. What up, Dylan? Random.
Yeah, that's random. Down too, by
the way. It's all beard there. PJ Dill. But watched an excellent movie Monday night. Scared the hell. I'm talking jump, scream, scare all three of the kids and Nikki multiple times. It's called Boogeyman. It's a brand new movie.
I won't check it out because
yeah, you probably should.
I'll probably wet myself.
It's all beard. It's all beard. Just be jealous. What I'm doing. Yeah, so I thought about doing the show last night for Monday night. I was like, I don't really feel like it. Fuck it. At the end of the day.
You said you guys went out to eat and it didn't settle right, correct?
No, Monday we went to a Chinese buffet and it fucking tore my stomach up 7 ways from Sunday. So I didn't sleep at all Monday night. I didn't sleep at all last night. I'm fucking exhausted, man.
Liquid IV and W Energy. I get that. I've been there.
It's something, man. It's been something. It's been a straight up fucking IV drip at the end of the day. But since I wasn't here Monday, I want to take a few minutes because typically on Mondays I do a little football recap.
Okay, I'll take my nap.
Yeah, nothing major happened. Most games went the way you thought they were going to go.
Right.
For the most part, with the exception of 2 very big upsets. The first upset being the Jets of all fucking teams beating the Philadelphia Eagles and ruining their unbeaten.
The Eagles lost?
Yeah, the Eagles lost. They were undefeated, but the Jets came in and said, that's about enough of that, and beat them. And then probably the biggest news out of Sunday was another unbeaten team, a juggernaut, an absolute juggernaut of a football team. Happy for the Jets. I ain't mad at the Jets, man. I'm happy for them, too. An absolute juggernaut of a team comes into a small Northeast Ohio town, best team in the NFL, all around, best offense, best defense. They come into Cleveland and get their dicks knocked in the dirt by them dogs, baby. Cleveland showed they are the number one defense in the league, handed the San Francisco 49ers their first loss of the season, and held them to like next to nothing. That defense was all over them. Took out their running back, injured their lineman. Oh, boo-hoo, boo-hoo, 49er fans. Go fuck yourselves. You want to cry about the referees? Deal with it. We deal with it every Sunday, getting screwed over by the refs. And there was one bad call that didn't go your fucking way. Shut up. You want to cry because your running back got hurt in the fourth quarter? You want to cry because your lineman got hurt in the third quarter? And you want to whine because your wide receiver got hurt in the second quarter? We came into that game without a quarterback.
A lot of people get hurt.
We came into the game, starting the game with a third-string quarterback, with a starting running back that didn't even have a job until 3 weeks ago, and missing two of our key players on the offensive line. We started the game that way. It was a close game. It was 19-17, and but either way.
You're sitting on the edge of your seat.
Oh, yeah. I was over at my buddy's house. He's a big 49ers fan. And it literally came down to a last-second field goal. I don't know what the fuck the 49ers were doing. It was some shitty-ass clock management. At the end of the day, they still had a timeout. There was like 40 seconds left on the clock. They come out. They run it all the way down to 10 seconds instead of running a play. Call the timeout. Bring their kicker up, who – I mean, in all honesty, their kicker up until Sunday was 9 for 9. He was perfect. He was 100%. He missed one earlier in the game, and coming in from 41 yards out, wide right.
Well, nobody can bat 1,000.
But you had time on the clock where you could have got a playoff, maybe got closer, maybe got two plays.
Giving him a shot, right?
Giving him a better chance the way they gave. But you guys did some fun. It was kind of like, and football fans, you guys will remember this. It was kind of like when the Seattle Seahawks were in the Super Bowl against the New England Patriots, led by Tom Brady, and you got the best running back in the league on your team, Seattle, and you've got a 4th and 1 or 4th and half a yard on the goal line at the end of the game, and you throw some stupid-ass pass that gets intercepted in the end zone.
Well, you think that wouldn't that be a reason to bring in the kicker for this past game? 49ers bringing in kicker, it stops that interception from happening.
Well, yeah, but they could have ran the ball. It's one of those things where, yeah, anything could happen. You could fumble the ball. You could throw an interception. You don't know. But you had time to get a little bit closer. I'm just saying, I ain't mad at them. I'm glad that they decided to do some weird clock management bullshit. And, you know, finally the football gods smiled down upon Cleveland for the first time since they came back in 1999. They looked down upon them and smiled and said, this one's for them dogs. And us dogs appreciated it greatly. So all Cleveland fans, I'm going to speak for all of us right now, across the world, we have been riding a high all week. It wasn't Victory Monday. It's Victory Week. We're going to ride it all the way into Sunday when we got some stupid-ass little baby horses that we're going to have to put down and send to the glue factory, Indianapolis Colts, with potentially our third-string quarterback and a running back who didn't have a job, and our top-tier, number one ranked defense in the league. Tell me I'm lying.
Okay, you're lying.
You're fucking wrong.
I'm actually excited. I actually won fantasy football this week.
Yeah.
Well, all
other news.
For all those fantasy football guys, I did win. This is my second win. So, fuck you.
Well, nonsensical nonsense. Try that in a small town. Fuck around and find out. T-shirt, yo. That's another news. I'm happy, man. You got 2 wins so far on the season. You're not in last place. And I mean, I went 3-0 in my 3 leagues. In our league, I mean, I am the top dog in our league. I mean, nobody's better than me. Twice.
Oh, sorry, I hit the wrong button.
Guess I'm gonna have to buy myself. Guess I'm gonna have to buy.
Chris is talking shit.
Guess I'm gonna have to buy myself a prize pack this year.
Pretty much. No, like I said,
it'll just add fuel to my fire and my ego being the champ and being the greatest of all time. If And I will say, shout out to Tony D at Fantasy Belt Kings Football. Go ahead and check them out Sunday mornings. In Tony's league, I started out dead last, and in the last 4 weeks, I've gone from 10 all the way to 3, motherfuckers, and I'm still climbing. I'm coming for that number 1 spot, Golf Hawk. I'm going to be the champ. I told you fuckers I was coming for that championship this year after you screwed me last year. My league, my pay league, it's a little bit different.
My thing is I want, out of this year's fantasy football, and this is my first year playing, I only want one thing. I want to beat each of you once. I don't care if I win the whole fucking lot. I just, it's coming. I don't know how.
You did have me scared when we did play. I think we'll play each other again. I'm not lying. You did have me scared for a second. I was like, I am not going to lose because I will never. I will personally never hear the end of it. The other 2,
never. Every time the champ comes up, yeah, but who lost in fantasy football, Chris? That's right, me, the non-sports guy.
But at the end of the day,
I never let Brian live his
worst case scenario at the end of the day in our league, in the podcast league, worst case scenario, we split and go 1, and I go 1-1 against you. At least I'm not getting swept by you, which would have been even worse.
Right, which I plan to sweep the shit out of Brian. That's my main goal. If I can beat each team once, I'll be happy, because the non-sports guy beat these veterans of sports, and I can never let them forget it. 50 years from now, I'll be like, remember that time I beat you in fantasy football? That's right, motherfuckers.
Plus, like you said, this is your first year,
right?
Next year will be a little bit easier for you. You'll have a little bit more of an understanding for it. Actually, let's see here. Oh well, Mr. Big Mouth, Mr. Big Nuts, you get your crack at the champ next week.
Oh, nice! Look at that.
Week 8.
I hope for some injuries on your team. I'm just saying.
They're already there.
I only have one questionable for next week. I'm okay with that.
Well, don't look at next week yet. I mean, we're in this week, so.
No, this week. I mean,
You got Barkley that's questionable.
Weekend. Yeah, Barkley's questionable.
Yeah,
everybody else looks fine.
Yeah, Barkley will play.
But it's going to be close because I am projecting 119 and Team Kush is 118. So it's going to be really close.
Yeah, I wouldn't stress too much about those projections. You never know what's going to happen. You don't know who's going to go off.
I don't even watch. I wait until Monday morning and go, oh, look, I won. Oh, look, I lost.
I got lucky this week in my league, my pay league, because I had San Francisco's quarterback, running back, and defense playing for me Sunday, and they got their dicks knocked in the dirt by Cleveland, and it was just like, well, that was eventful. I don't know how I pulled out a victory, but I did. I even won in Tony's league, and I have like 4 or 5 of my players were all 49ers. But yeah, like I said, fantasy football. My league is a very tough league. Everybody knows what they're doing. Everybody's sports fans. Everybody pays attention. I have a very active league.
Right.
And that's why everybody's so close with the one exception. But I don't even think she thought that the players she drafted were going to have the year that they're having so far. So
Yeah, it really is kind of a crapshoot no matter what. Yeah. Because, it's much like life. Shit happens,
mm-hmm.
Gonna roll with the punches.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, we'll keep going. We'll keep rolling with it, running with the, basically your goal is to be the top 4 teams, so you're in the champ, and one of the top 4 teams, so you're in the championship.
Yeah.
You make it to the playoffs, and you're in the championship run. And I'm 1 in our league, 3 in Tony's league, and I think I'm 3 or 4 in my league. So I'm still in the run. And once you get to the championship, you never know what's going to fucking happen.
Yeah.
Let the cards play out.
I'm just saying.
And as long as you come in 3rd place in my league, you're going to win some money. You're going to get your money back that you put in, and then a little bit more. So that's, if I don't win,
I'm there no matter what.
Yeah, I'm shooting for at least I want to win it all, but I'm shooting for a top 3 finish. Tony's league.
If I win our league,
that's a big if.
I'll never let you guys live it down.
That's a big if. You're gonna need a lot of things to happen.
Oh, I know it is. It is a big if, but it's not impossible.
I mean, it's not. I mean, like I said, 4 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, I was in dead ass last place in Tony's league. Now I'm sitting in 3rd place.
Exactly.
You go on a run, you'll start climbing pretty fast.
Yep.
In some leagues, not all leagues. Tony's league's pretty easy to do because I don't think half the league is fucking paying attention as it is. So,
Well, let's be honest. I don't pay attention at all. I check it on Monday morning and Wednesday.
Yeah. And I'll make sure you check. I help you before the show on Wednesday and make sure you double check it by Sunday.
Yeah, I that's not necessarily true. I do check it, but this week I checked it Friday and then completely forgot about it, and then checked it again Monday.
Yeah, well, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it happens.
It is what it is.
Yep. There's no ways about it. It just happens.
Yeah, like I said, I think most of the games Sunday and Monday went how people expected them to go. Nothing major outside of the Jets beating the Eagles and the Browns surprising the hell out of the entire, not only the San Francisco 49ers, but the entire NFL world. So, but I'll take it. I said PJ Walker was our 36th starting quarterback since they came back in 99, which is a league record. And we were tied with the Bear with the most starters in a season for the 10th season. We've had 3 starters this year for the 10th season in a row. So we've tied with the Bears. But we're winning.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
We have a positive record.
Say about losing. 2nd place is the first loser.
Yep. We have a positive record coming out 3-2. Still got a long season ahead of us, but
it is what it is.
But looking at the records, looking at paper, the season gets a lot easier for us moving down the stretch. So,
good.
Outside
all
of
are we done with sports?
Outside of the nope. Now we're going to talk about NBA.
Pass.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah.
Did you know that the WNBA is in their playoffs right now? Yeah,
No.
neither did anybody else.
I was gonna say.
There was so this is how little you know, and I'm kind of shocked. I'm kind of shocked in all honesty because where's all the Brittany Griner supporters that were going to go to all the games? We're such huge WNBA fans. Tony D, how many games have you been to this season? How many games have you watched? Oh wait, it's not on TV. Never mind. But there was a that came out the other day and said Las Vegas took a 3-1 lead in the series against Atlanta. And I don't even think that's the two teams. I'm just throwing two cities out there because I don't fucking care. But in actuality, the truth was the other team was 3-0 or 3-1 in the series. I get like Atlanta was
actually messed up the stats. But nobody noticed.
Yeah, and nobody even noticed. Nobody even fucking cared.
I actually have a comment about this. You know, the WNBA players constantly play. They should be paid as much as the men. Technically, they're paid more.
If you look at the
because you actually the players get paid by percentage of what the NBA makes.
Yeah,
and their percentage is like the WNBA's percentage is 3% higher than the regular NBA.
Yeah.
So technically, you girls are doing good. Shut up, play ball.
Take your $10.15 paycheck and shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
You play in a
sport.
I
get it. It comes down to one simple fact: if you can't get people to show up for the fucking game, you're not going to get paid.
Exactly. And I've never seen anybody wear WNBA merch. You can't even. I don't even think third world countries are wearing them.
I was going to say, can you buy WNBA merch?
Yeah, I think you can. Here, I'll tell you. Hold on.
I was going to say.
Maybe able to go on to Fanatics and buy it. That's where you get all your sports stuff from.
But it's like I would assume that the women's soccer team for U.S. gets more fans than the WNBA.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you can buy. Jeff, how many teams do you think there are in the WNBA?
I don't know. 25.
Wow, dude. I mean, no, there's 12.
Oh well, there you go.
Let's play a game.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you the team's name. You guess the city.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be great at this.
Most of them are in major cities. Yeah.
I didn't even know Vegas had a team, by the way.
What's that?
I didn't know Vegas had a team.
I didn't know they did either. I don't think they do.
Well, you mentioned it a minute ago.
Yeah, no, I was just throwing shit out of my ass. The Dream.
The Dream?
Yeah.
Detroit.
Detroit doesn't have a team. I'll give you a hint. The Dream is based out of the South.
Georgia?
Right state. Pick a city.
Georgetown.
I think Georgetown
is in Georgia? North
Carolina.
I was going to say, I overshot. Yeah. I would assume it would be the capital.
Okay, maybe I should have questioned your geography skills.
Okay, here's the thing. In high school, we had to learn all 50 states and capitals, and I aced the fucking test. As soon as the test was over, forgot it all. So
you got the Atlanta Dream.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
I forgot about Atlanta for a minute.
Oh, Vegas does have a team. So I was right with Vegas and Atlanta teams. Vegas Aces. You got the Chicago Sky, the fucking Connecticut Suns. Congratulations, Connecticut. I guess you have a professional sports team. I would say your Lady Huskies at UConn is more.
I would say that the high school boys team could beat the professional.
I think the Lady Huskies up at UConn could probably take the Connecticut Sun in a basketball game.
Now, see that I'd like to
see. They're usually pretty good, and you got the Dallas Wings.
Okay.
Las Vegas Aces, Los Angeles Sparks, the Minnesota Lynx, New York Liberty, Washington Mystics. I don't know if that's Washington State or I would assume State since it doesn't say.
It would be Washington State.
Seattle Storm, who stole the old Seattle Supersonics logo, and the Phoenix Mercury. And then you also have the Indiana Fever.
Wow.
But yeah, you can absolutely
really leaned into that COVID thing, didn't they?
You can absolutely get gear. I would probably say New York and Los Angeles.
What would you say? Okay, so I would guesstimate that the most famous player is Brittany Griner, correct?
No, they had like Leslie Sparks and shit like that back in the day.
No, I'm saying right now.
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I don't even think she's the most famous.
And the reason why I ask is, how much does her jersey go for?
I don't even know what the hell team she plays on.
I don't either.
Oh, let's find out.
Look it up.
Gear. Those apartments, jerseys.
Okay, so she plays for the All Stars.
They don't even have.
She looks like fucking Pete Davidson. I'm sorry.
What team does she play for?
That's what I'm trying to check. I don't want to be wrong. It looks like Pete.
What WNBA team does Brittany Griner play for? Oh, she plays for the Mercury Phoenix.
Phoenix Mercury.
Yeah, whatever. Nobody cares. Her jersey. Wow, you guys just like completely ripped off the Phoenix Suns, but that's cool.
Yeah, right.
Her jerseys are regularly $100, but there's a sale on Fanatics right now across the app,
Across the board.
and you can get it for $75.
And okay, and a LeBron jersey, right?
LeBron James, Lakers jerseys. $120, not on sale. $200, not on sale. This is the LeBron James Los Angeles Lakers Jordan Brand Authentic Player Jersey Statement Edition. Purple, $200. $90. This is the unisex jersey. $90 for a youth jersey. Then I just got some plain old regular jerseys that are $55, but regularly $80. $200, $100. I mean, they still got fucking Magic Johnson jerseys that are $100.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
$35.
But like, even as you said, where are all these fans that help get Brittany Griner out of fucking Russia? They're not showing up for fucking games.
Well, that's probably because they're busy, like moving to Canada and stuff.
Oh well, that would be.
So they can't. They're fleeing our god awful country because of the big old bad orange man.
Yeah.
The big old bully, the orange man.
Yeah. No, words hurt me.
Fuck your feelings, little business.
I agree. Fuck your feelings. I'll tell you what. With the way the economy is right now, I could use a mean tweet right now.
Right. Listen for our haters. Earlier this week, I was scrolling through TikTok, and this fat trailer park trash welfare, Biden supporting skank was going on and on about the Jason Aldean try that in a small town. I thought that was done in urban. Apparently, it's not. She's from up north. And apparently she thinks she's smart because she goes, "Hey, y'all, look here. Bless your heart. But that song is expeditiously racist." So just because she fakes a southern accent, I know that wasn't a southern accent, but
Talk slow.
she fakes a southern accent, talks slow, and apparently has her word calendar. She thinks she's fucking smarter than everybody else. Kind of was like, huh, we follow each other. I wonder why. And I was like, I was scrolling through it. I was like, well, apparently she followed me one night when Nikki and I were live, and I just follow everybody back. But I don't like her content because she's a garbage human being. Click unfollow.
Yeah.
See, I didn't like it, so I just unfollowed it.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
I did fight the urge to go, hey,
What part of the song was racist?
no,
I'm curious.
I was gonna go, goddamn, Forrest Gump had a sister that was more retarded than him. Son of a bitch.
Speaking of which, there is a meme. Speaking of Forrest Gump, there's a meme out there. And bear with me because I want to find it. The meme states that, what's the Captain State and Taylor Swift?
Travis Kelce.
He looks like Forrest Gump walking with Jenny.
Nice.
You got to see his feet. And when you see the picture, you can't unsee it.
Nice. I'm so sick and tired of hearing about those two goddamn goofballs.
I agree. Oh, look at that. I found it that fast.
Cash. Are you playing Lego Ninjago? Nice. Apparently you got an achievement. I just got a notification.
Oh, look at that. How awesome are we?
There,
Where did you get a notification?
from my Xbox app.
I don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you're fine.
I finally got past the fight where I never could get. It turns out the people that were shooting at me, they can respawn. So
They're what? They can respawn?
yeah, the people that
Them
were shooting
sons
at
of
me,
bitches.
the people that respawn. But the people
Okay, check it out.
Nice.
I mean, they're not wrong.
Nice.
But actually, that popped up on my Instagram the other day, and I was like,
I love you, Taylor.
I love you, Taylor. I know I may not be a smart man, but I know you got more money than me.
And nobody ever accused the Kelsey brothers of being smart. I like Travis and Jason Kelsey. They're cool dudes. Kelsey seems like the absolute life of a party. Like, as far as NFL players go, if I was going to go to a party where we were going to be drinking and having a good time, Kelsey and Gronk would be number 1 and 2 on my guest list.
Oh, 100%.
But
speaking of that same party,
okay.
I always look at Tom Brady and go, he's not going to show up to the party.
It's in the cabinet where the other battery is.
No.
Well, the cord should be in there.
What? I don't see it.
Look all around. It was plugged into the Xbox. Better be, or I'm going to kill one of your sisters.
Amen to that. But speaking of that party where by some miracle you and I are drinking and hanging out with a bunch of football players, professional football players.
I hope it's on National Throw Short People Day.
Fuck you, by the way. I missed it, so fuck you. It was the other day. But
well, we're scheduled for next year.
When I look at pictures of like Tom Brady, he's not going to that party.
I'll tell you what, man. I tell you what. And I think a lot of it had to do with the Patriots organization and Belichick and when Brady was there, he was real straight laced, like boring, but when he went down to Tampa and they won that Super Bowl, they had the boat parade. This man was fucking lit.
Yeah, well, he just won the Super Bowl, number one. Number two,
But even when they won the Super Bowl multiple times in New England,
par for the course when you're in Florida to get fucking hammered.
But he was having a ball down there. I mean, like, he took the goddamn Lombardi trophy, the Super Bowl championship trophy, and threw it from one boat to another boat to his wide receiver.
Nice.
Look all up in there and see.
I did.
Well, go ask Buggy. Where's the other battery?
In the controller.
Well, go ask Buggy if she knows.
Charger and phone.
None of their phones take that charger.
Oh, well. That's the issue I have with charger.
But they know better. That charger does not leave the Xbox.
Yeah. Chris, if I tell you not to jump off a fucking bridge, you'll jump right away. Don't fucking lie. You know you will.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, fine. If I tell you not to drink that fucking beer, what are you gonna fucking do?
I'm gonna drink the fucking beer and throw the empty beer can
exactly. So you telling your kids don't touch this fucking charger cable? What are they gonna do? They're gonna touch the fucking charger cable.
Call you a pussy.
I have the same problem. I have one charger in my office. It charges my phone, my headphones, and my computer. And every time I turn around, the fucker's missing. Which is why I put a lock on this door. Because now nobody can open it but me. Because I have the lock, the key attached to my hip. It's attached to my wallet chain.
Just set the battery on the TV stand for right now. I don't know. I can't come out there and look for it.
It's not like we're doing a show here.
Fucking kids, man. It's the goddamn girls. And then none of them never know anything. They're taking my goddamn cord for my microphone and use that for a charger and then go, I don't know. And then it's sitting on their sink. Plugged into one
Don't you wish you had the ability to micro weld?
Oh, I can fucking Gorilla Glue the shit out of some stuff.
Well, that's the same thing. I was like, if I knew how to micro weld, I'd micro weld my chargers into the phone or into whatever they need, so that they can't be taken out. I shit you not, I probably have 30 fucking charger cables. Can't find any of them. Can't find a single one. The only one that can be found easily is my wife's iPhone charger, because she's the only one who uses an iPhone.
Oh, I have my work iPhone charger in here because I got an iPhone for work.
Right.
Austin, because she has an iPhone. Can I borrow this? Where's your charger? I live to the Obamas. Yes, bring it back down here tomorrow morning when you go to work. I haven't seen it since.
Yeah.
I have not seen it since. Charging blocks. I had one in my car specifically, so I didn't have to take the one out of the house. It somehow came up missing.
Like those cigarettes that used to go missing out of my dad's truck. I don't know what happened to them, Dad. By the way, I'm gonna go smoke cigarettes. Get back. I literally storm around the house every once in a while and go, there's nothing fucking sacred. You just not touch my thing. And then, of course, I spout out my parents' line. I guess I can't have anything. Ever.
Mm-hmm.
It's either ruined, destroyed, or lost.
I'm buy a paintball gun and start freezing paintballs, and every time something of mine comes up missing, I'm just going to start shooting them until it's found. Exactly. Is that child abuse?
No, it's called good parenting.
Those two sons of bitches, as we said before on my show, or on the show, those two sons of bitches, I don't know. And it wasn't me. If I ever find them two motherfuckers and get my hands on them,
I'll kill that little son.
It's game on.
I literally have two kids. Now, I know my wife didn't take it. I know I didn't take it.
Mm-hmm.
But my kids are like, I don't know. With me?
If I ever find those two motherfuckers, they're going to get it. It wasn't me, and I don't know.
I'm gonna hang him with that charger cable once I find it.
Yeah. I'm gonna beat him with my championship belt.
That was like, so I have, as you know, I have the TV here in the office. Well, my wife's brother and sister was here. We have 4 TVs in the house, not including my office TV. Well, there's 6 people in the house. My wife and I are watching TV upstairs. There's a TV in the kids' bedroom. There's a TV in the living room. And then the one in our bedroom. And for some reason, my son comes in here and starts watching TV. I'm like, what are you doing in my office? Oh, watching TV. There's fucking 4 other TVs in this house. What are you doing? Nope, get out.
Yeah, get out.
Because, he'll come in here and he'll grab my keyboard and set it way up here. And I'm like, you know what? You break that fucking keyboard, or you break the cable for it, or break the cable for my mouse. And I don't find out till Monday morning when I actually have to work. Somebody's going to get killed, and it ain't going to be me. Or he'll move everything, and he'll have like 4 open drinks. Like he leaves the bottle cap off Coke bottles and stuff. And, it's not electronics or anything that is susceptible to liquid.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
It'll be all right.
Live on the show, he dumped Coke on my laptop.
Mm-hmm.
And the buttons still stick on that laptop. Had it cleaned 3 times.
Maybe you should go take it to somebody who knows what they're doing.
I've cleaned it 3 times. I haven't taken it.
Again.
I upgraded. I bought a new laptop.
Yeah.
Mainly because that old laptop was really cheap and couldn't keep up with my day to day. I could barely do the podcast.
Facts. Those do be the facts.
But I love this new one. I love my little new laptop. This little raisin heart.
I like my little whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, but you're only on it during the podcast. You don't use it all day.
I have to do all the podcasts.
You do all the podcast stuff, but I literally sit here for 12 hours a day.
Yeah, well.
And then plus podcast.
That sounds like
I'm not recording the podcast. I'm not saving anything from it, but I am adding pictures and playing videos. But today alone, I had to download it and upload over 450 documents. I'm talking like 600 pages worth of shit. My old laptop, it would take me all day. I did it in an hour.
Sounds like a you problem, mother lover.
This thing is quick. I love it. For what I paid for it. But, yeah.
Oh, I do. I still have new music for tonight. Nice.
Oh, look at that. I was going to say, did you add anything there?
I'm adding something right now. Well, I downloaded like 5 or 6 songs Saturday before the show.
Yeah, I saw that.
But we got a few minutes here. Speaking of music,
I was going to say you should do the third one from the bottom. I'm curious to hear it.
I did that Saturday night. Where the hell were you?
Yeah. I wasn't paying attention.
Cash. Speaking of music, here real quick before we go to break, I just want to hit this real quick. Loudersound.com put out a it's in the bathroom. Also was using a charger speaker. Exactly.
Yep, that'll do it.
But loudersound.com put out a list. 10 cover versions absolutely hated by the people who originally wrote them.
Ooh.
Good, bad, good or bad, it didn't matter. These cover versions attracted the Irie man. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Of their original authors. Everybody loves a good cover version, obviously. They can be a tribute to the band or artist who wrote them, or maybe just a fun way of breaking up an album or a live set. Sometimes they can kick the career of the act who has covered the song to the next level. Five Finger Death Punch, I'm talking to you right now because I swear to God, that's all you fucking do. You cover somebody's song and you slow it way the fuck down and you sing it terribly like all your other fucking terrible songs. Fuck you, Five Finger Death Punch.
Well, look at Leo from Frogly. All he does is cover, but he kills it.
But that's his thing.
Yeah, that's his thing, which I'm not mad at. Five Finger Death Punch, yeah, I get it. Yeah, you guys are
into a metal cover. Occasionally, they even turn out better than the original. Yes, there are some. Except bands don't always get it right. History is littered with bad cover versions, from the unintentionally hilarious to the woeful, cack-handed, and sometimes covers, good and bad, are greeted with the. I was kind of freestyling this and lost my train of thought. They're not the original artists aren't too fond of them. In the first place, so not really in any particular order, but start the list out with Van Halen. You Really Got Me.
Ooh.
This was a cover from the Kinks in 1964. The Kinks' 1964 original is often credited as one of the earliest heavy metal songs, thanks to guitarist Dave Davies' monster riff, but Kinks singer and songwriter Dave's brother, Ray Davies, was unimpressed by Van Halen's flashy version that came out 14 years later. It was very middle America, he sniffily told Classic Rock in 2010. It was like, hey, man, look at me.
Nose up in the air.
Yeah. He said, quoted, it was like, hey, man, look at me with my tight trousers. Here's our version of You Really Got Me. Dave himself was equally disparaging when he was quoted saying, there's the thing, good art isn't always about having the comfiest technique.
Wow.
Shots? Aye.
That was definitely a shot. You
Uh,
tell he's British.
yeah.
Trousers. They're called pants, dude.
Pantaloons.
They're pantalones.
Yeah, Benji. I'm not the biggest Five Finger Death Punch fan. You know, I don't like their covers because literally all they do is just slow them way down.
Yeah, I can't.
And
There's
then
nothing worse than slowing down a good song that's supposed to be meant at a certain.
Yeah, and the goddamn singer of Five Finger Death Punch has the most monotonic voice ever.
Fucking Ben Stein style.
Yeah, like give me a singer that's got some range. You know, that's what we like about Maddie James from Blacktop Mojo.
That boy can belt it out.
I don't think I've heard their cover of Last Resort, to be honest with you. Falling in Reverse did a banging ass job on Last Resort. Eagles.
The
Eagles. Thank you, Ted Hicks. Appreciate that if you're listening. Appreciate that, brother. Ted Hicks of Late Night Parents every Thursday night on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Check them out. Eagles, old 55, 1974. Tom Waits was a boozy, boho singer, songwriter with a couple of so-so selling albums under his belt when country rock princelings, the Eagles, as Jeff says, covered his nostalgic piano ballad, Old 55, 1974 On the Border album. Tom said, I frankly was not that particularly crazy about their rendition of it. I felt like it was kind of flattering that somebody wanted to do your song, But at the same time, I thought their version was a little antiseptic, said Tom, presumably while cashing the hefty royalty check.
Yeah,
I don't know
I'm
that.
sure he,
song.
I'm
I
sure he
don't.
complained all the way to the bank.
Yeah, I don't know that song, and I don't really recall that
I
that
don't know it either.
album. I am a, I do love the Eagles. Who doesn't?
I've never been a fan of these. Maybe one or two songs.
I,
Like, who doesn't love Hotel California? You're an asshole.
I don't know that. I don't know if I'd necessarily be a fan. Like, I don't know that I would pay to go see him in concert outside of a nostalgia thing.
Right. But like
trouble.
Credence, I'm not necessarily first in the row, but I'd be in the row. I'd be waiting in line. Eagles, not so much.
Yeah, like I do like several of their songs. I guess I am somewhat of a fan. I don't really know where you put my fandom.
You're not running out the door to go buy tickets.
Yeah, no. Benji said the singer is way too self-loathing. You know what he reminds me of?
Chris, you know what? You called me a fat ass the other day.
What the fuck is
My
that?
sandwich.
Jesus Christ.
The
lead singer of Five Finger Death Punch reminds me of what's his name? The lead singer of Stain.
Fuck.
I can't think of his goddamn name. Fuck.
Goddamn, I gotta Google it.
Anyways, jump over here. Continue this list real quick. Motley Crue's cover of Anarchy in the UK in '91. It says Aaron Lewis. Thank you, Benji.
Aaron Lewis, yeah.
He's great now. But I
love Aaron Lewis, but
you found out when he put out his country album when Stained was at their height in the 90s, like late 90s, early 2000s, he was fucking miserable.
Well, yeah, he did that Outside song with Fred Durst.
Well, he was miserable because unfortunately he signed a deal where basically the record label owned him. He couldn't do his style of music. And I seen him a couple years ago at Louder Than Life in Louisville, Kentucky. It was Stained, and they were fucking awesome. I seen them when they were super big back in the day at like one of the Family Values tours or something like that at Polaris in Columbus. And the dude literally stood up on stage, didn't move, and sang like this in the microphone the entire fucking show.
I'm on the outside.
Yeah,
I'm looking
on the other side, looking in. A great singer, don't get me wrong. It was just very boring to see in concert. But when I seen him at Louder Than Life a few years back, he was fucking awesome, dude. He was running all over the stage. He was singing. But the guy's happy. He got away from that record label. He's doing his own thing. He's doing his own music. He's out doing stuff with Stained as well. Right? So they said Stained was the most boring show I've ever seen. And there we go. The arena was booing them to get off stage. Yeah, it was terrible. But when I seen him at Louder Than Life, man, it was like a whole different guy, man. It was so good. They were awesome because I like several of Stain's songs. But God, man,
I do too.
A live show could kill it. But anyways, Motley Crue, Anarchy in the UK did it in 91. This little snippet starts off with note to American bands: leave Anarchy in the UK alone. Megadeth served up a dead dog of a cover, complete with mangled lyrics.
That is a shit cover.
Yeah,
I agree.
Though that had nothing on Motley Crue's unintentionally comic version, which left 80,000 people paralyzed with laughter when they debuted it at the 1990s Monsters of Rock Festival in Castle Donington. No surprises at ex-Sex Pistols singer John Landon's reaction. He said Motley Crue's version was hilarious. Now, there's a band that sold millions and millions of records, and they just couldn't get it right. Did John object enough to have the cover stopped? Of course not. I
Hell
rang
no.
up and said, "Thanks, you're making me loads of money in the easiest possible way." This cover, I was not mad at. I actually really like this cover. I like the original. Limp Bizkit, Behind Blue Eye.
Oh no, that's actually I do like that cover.
Yeah. I thought they did a really good job. It was really cool how
They did too.
the old school speak and spell. Remember those little and it was for a crazy ass fucking movie. What was that? I think it was Jennifer Lopez movie, like The Cell or some shit like that.
Was it?
It was in some movie. Limp Bizkit had previous form with divisive covers. Singer Fred Durst claimed that this cover was terrible when they covered George Michael's Faith. That was terrible. But Durst claimed that George Michael loved their willfully.
Oh, it was for Gothica.
Or Gothica.
With Halle Berry.
Halle Berry, yeah. Not, yeah.
How dare you mix those two up?
equally weird ass movie.
It was very weird.
But the obnoxious 97 version of the 80s hit Faith, while guitarist Wes Borland that insisted at the time that ex-Wham star hates it and hates us for doing it.
I love the Limp Bizkit version of Faith. I love that song.
Mm-hmm. I did not like it. I thought it was dumb. There was no such God, I keep losing my train of thought. There was no such love over the unforgivable version of the Who's Behind Blue Eyes. It was an embarrassing effort and one that discredits a fine song, said Who guitarist Pete Townsend. Go fuck yourself, Boomer.
Fuck yourself,
man. Likening the violent reaction he had on hearing it to the time I clubbed hippie activist and Woodstock stage invader Abby Hoffman.
That is kind of real rock and roll shit, man.
I don't know if it was.
He's not mad when he goes to his bank.
No, well, I'm sure the Who's not hurting for any type of money.
I get it, but once again, you literally get paid just to fucking wake up in the morning for that song, that cover.
I don't know if it was Praven Hanley or somebody else, but I heard a fucking badass rock cover of Lil Wayne's Lollipop. That shit was badass. Peter Gabriel in 2010 did Street Spirit. Radiohead have never commented on former Genesis singer Peter Gabriel's funeral reimagining of their stately 1995 single recorded for his covers album, Scratch My Back. Luckily, Gabriel himself has fessed up to the fact that it went down like a fart in a spacesuit.
Nice.
It's pretty extreme, I guess, he admitted. And I have heard since that the band didn't like what I did with it. The fact that Radiohead subsequently backed out of a proposed Gabriel covers album suggested the intel was pretty much on the money. First and foremost, Radiohead, nobody's ever heard of you. Second of all, nobody's ever heard of that fucking song. So if anything, Peter
I was going to say, I've never heard of that song.
Oh, is that the one you're talking about? I couldn't remember the name of the band because it just comes up. It's in my liked songs on YouTube, and then it just pops up on a couple of my stations. Yeah, I've never heard of that song, and I barely know who Radiohead is. And I think the only reason I know that because wasn't it the lead singer of Radiohead that married Gwyneth Paltrow or some shit like that?
I don't know.
Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Blinded by the Light, 1976. Hate is maybe too strong of a word here, but Bruce Springsteen was definitely disgruntled by what Manfred Mann's Earth Band did to his 1973 debut single. Not necessarily musically, even though ardent fans of the Boss would be hard-pressed to deny that the Earth Band's version is better, but lyrically, specifically the one line, cut loose like a deuce, which referred to the original to a little deuce coupe, hot rod, but was mangled by Manfred singer Chris Hamlet Thompson into wrapped up like a douche. So,
Oh yeah.
Bruce is, Bruce is pissed off because he got the lyrics wrong. and,
But
and
every person that knows that song literally says douche.
I didn't know that was a Bruce Springsteen song, let alone,
I didn't
but yeah,
either.
whether that was the correct lyrics or not, that's what everybody has always said, wrapped up like a douche.
Yeah.
One version is about a car, the other is about a feminine hygiene product. And wrapped up like a douche, I wonder what that could mean.
I'm no expert, but
yeah, Springsteen snarked, though, that the Earth Band won this one. Their version reached number one in the U.S. A feat Springsteen has never achieved. Wow, Bruce has never had a number one hit.
hard to believe.
Right? Yeah, that's not too hard to believe. He's had hits, but as a fan of this band, I have to say,
Blinded by the Light went number one.
Manfred Mann's version or Bruce's version?
Bruce's version. Oh no, sorry. Never
Yeah.
mind. Manfred Mann. Yeah.
That's what the article
Read it
just
wrong.
said. That they went number one.
The highest Bruce ever got was number 2 with Dancing in the Dark.
Yeah, I thought so. I like this band, love this band, but I gotta agree with the original artist on this one. They should have never touched this fucking song. Megadeth, 1985, covered Nancy Sinatra's "These Boots Are Made for Walking." Typically, Dave Mustaine and My World can do no wrong. Greatest heavy metal band ever. Not Metallica, you bunch of fucking sellout douche canoes and your shitty fucking music. Megadeth, Iron Maiden. That's where that's rocket. That's heavy metal for me.
I agree. Nancy Sinatra's is a better version.
Yes, but Dave Mustaine's decision to record a snarling and renamed version of Nancy Sinatra's 66 hit, "These Boots Are Made for Walking," on Megadeth's debut album, "Killing Is My Business." And what a weird song for them to do.
Right?
Out of all the songs that they've done in their albums, it's such a weird fucking song for them to cover. But their debut album, "Killing Is My Business," and business is good. Backfired when the song's author, Lee Hazelwood, belatedly decided that he didn't like the raunchier lyrics Mustaine had fitted the song with. In fairness, Sinatra definitely did not sing, "Bitch, you got a lot to learn."
I mean,
Props to
I
Dave.
can see Nancy doing that. But
Yeah, props to Dave for making it more hardcore and making it tough.
and that's a hard song to actually make tough. If I roll up in the car playing Nancy Sinatra's "Boots Are Made for Walking," you're like, yeah, we're gonna kick this guy's ass.
Yeah,
it's not gonna be hard.
Hazelwood, the writer, demanded the song be taken off the album. Though Mustaine wirily noted that he had no problems with trousering 10 years worth of royalties before he objected. So he got 10 years worth of royalties, and then he goes,
He's like, all right,
yeah. How about you cough up them royalties, there, motherfucker? Typo negative. Again, nobody knows.
Over fucking.
Yeah, nobody knows this fucking band. Nobody could name 3 songs that band has done without looking it up.
Oh, I'm looking it up because I can't.
I know you are, but I'm just saying there's not a person. What? One of my children is yelling at me on Facebook. I'm assuming it's my oldest one.
Yeah, I don't. I mean,
I
can see the song list.
It's your kids yelling at you on Facebook.
Of course, they have my phone. So
yeah. Typo Negative in '93 did Summer Breeze. Goth metal provocateurs. Typo Negative were no great respecters of rock's scared crows or scared sacred cows. Sorry, Jesus, I can't read. Putting their warp stamp on a song by the Beatles, Neil Young, and Jimi Hendrix. Ironically, it would be yacht rock Seals and Crofts who ended up giving them the biggest headache. The duo objected to Typo main man Peter Steele overhauling their soft-centered 1972 classic, Summer Breeze. With me away. I wonder if we're going to get in trouble for when we sing it when we talk about the elephant in the room.
I
don't know. Sorry, Seals and Crofts. Aren't you guys dead or something anyways? Or one of them?
I don't think they're going to.
What happened to Crosby?
Yeah, what the fuck? They just fucking ride him right off the fucking headline.
Calm down, bottom feeder.
Yeah.
What up? Golf? No, I don't have my glasses on. That don't help matters none either. Renaming it Summer Girl and more mischievously changing the lyrics so it referred to pools of vomit, devil music, and references to his paramour's legs spreading out to take me. One slap on the wrist later, and the original title and lyrics were reinstated. Naughty Typo. Again, who the fuck cares about Typo Negative?
I'm looking over their song list of all their songs. I don't know any of these songs.
Yeah. What up, Golf Hop? The Pet Shop Boys, Where the Streets Have No Name, in 1990. Brilliantly, this one was designed to be hated by the band that covered it. The Pet Shop Boys versus U2. Fucking pompous ass dickbags. I hate U2.
I do too.
Small.
It's a dime, dude. They're all that small.
I've never seen them that small.
I think it could take Bono.
Okay. But can I have a snack?
Yes.
I think I could take Bono.
Weird. Yeah, dude, Bono's a twit. Let me rephrase that. You two, what a bunch of twats.
Yeah, they're British.
Nancy Pelosi cares? Isn't that bitch dead? Oh, no, wait, that's her husband out drinking and driving and killing people. Never mind.
Yeah. She's dead. She just forgot to lay down, let's be honest.
Yeah, the Pet Shop Boys versus U2 was one of the greatest forgotten spats in the 80s, with synth pop duo lobbing waspish insults at Bono and company. What the fuck is a waspish? A waspish. Waspish.
How do you spell it?
Waspish. It's got to be some English term. At Bono and company, only for Dublin's finest to return fire in kind. But the PSB had the last word with this viciously ironic cover. Waspish.
And it means anger or irritation.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, just fucking say. Pet Shop Boys had the last word with this viciously ironic cover, turning U2's earnest 1987 anthem into a high NRG disco tune and rubbing salt into the wound while elating it with Andy Williams' easy listening classic Can't Take My Eyes Off of You. The result was truly terrific. Though it achieved the desired result, what have we what have we done to deserve this? Bono reportedly signed a cute nod to other Pet Shop Boys songs. Their Dusty Springfield collaboration. What have I done to deserve this?
Wow.
Can't stand you two, anyways. And to wrap up this list, why not take a shot at the king of parody, Weird Al Yankovic?
Whoever wrote this, be careful with your next words.
Wings,
That fucking
Weezer's Buddy Holly, Prince's 1999. Weird Al is America's most famous musical parodist, though not everyone is down with his teeth-grindingly wacky cover versions. At various points during his career, Al had unsuccessfully tried to cover songs by Wings, Weezer, and Prince. Paul McCartney, Sir Paul McCartney, politely refused to let Yankovic turn Live and Let Die into Chicken Hot Pie due to it clashing with the ex-Beatles vegetarian lifestyle. Weezer's Rivers Cuomo nixed a brief spoof of Buddy Holly and Yankovic's The Polka Melody. And at the last minute, and Prince, well, he was just being Prince. It's not just rock musicians Weird Al has fallen foul of. Coolio got mad at him, even though he originally gave him permission when he did Amish Paradise.
Amish Paradise. And you know what? I bet you the royalties on that really shut Coolio down. Because that song was huge.
James Blunt, his record label anyways. And Michael Jackson, who allowed a spoof on Beat It, but not Black or White.
Really?
So the guy who sniped the entire Beatles catalog right from underneath Paul McCartney's feet had a problem with somebody else parodying his music. You were a fucking parodier yourself, Michael Jackson.
He kind of.
Yeah. Yeah. You made great music, and yes, you were better than Prince, but.
Oh, that's pushing.
Better performer, better songwriter, better performer. The only thing Prince was better than him at was musician. Prince had 3 fucking songs that were worth a fuck. When Doves Cry, Purple Rain, and Little Red Beret, or Corvette, or whatever. Yeah, I said what I said. Fucking deal with it. And all you Prince fans, fucking deal with it. I don't care. Michael Jackson was a haters. Oh, look at me. I'm a dainty little 4'8" garden fairy that dresses like a homosexual and wears stupid high heels. It makes overly sexualized songs. Shut up, Prince. Hell of a guitar player. Hell of a guitar player, though. I'll give him that. Top tier guitar player.
Mm-hmm.
Not better than Michael Jackson.
I'll die on this hill. No.
And Prince went, I can't do it as high as he did because I'm
man.
He did that. And Michael Jackson gave us hee hee. I'll take the hee hee over the high E. I say what I said about Prince. Deal with it. Suck it. I'm the one with the microphone. I'm the one with the podcast. If you don't like, yeah. How about keep going? Yeah, keep naming the hits.
I can't. I just have to look them up. I have them on my Spotify.
Yeah. Because they're not there.
What are you talking about?
You have to look. You have to look up Prince songs.
Yeah, the only reason I do, I'm not a fucking
Michael Jackson.
1999. That song was huge.
Yeah, for 1 year, and then after that, it was
Nothing Compares to You, which was stolen, was covered by.
Made it bigger than you. How does that make you feel?
I don't know.
So you've had to look these up right off the top of my head. Pretty Young Thing, Beat It, Black or White, Thriller, Billie Jean, Smooth Criminal.
Let's Go Crazy.
Yeah, not a hit.
You got The Look.
Michael Jackson did the song with Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney
Girl is Mine.
loses points for being vegan. I'm sorry.
Everybody gets bonus points for having a one-legged wife.
What? Because her name's Eileen.
No, I don't think that's her name. I think her name's actually like Heather or something like that, or Sarah.
I know, but she's got one leg, so she leans. Eileen. Ah.
I thought you were going to go because he comes on Eileen. Come on, Eileen.
That too.
That's the end of my list. I stand by what I said about Prince, though.
I love Prince.
Well, you're entitled to having the wrong opinion.
Back dance.
That's the great thing about about being in America. Well, never mind, you're not American. Fuck your opinion, Jeff. You don't get one. Third world country living mother.
I love every Prince song, but I can't really think of too many Michael Jackson songs I like.
Well, that's just because right now you're being a hater and you're lying to yourself. And you're
No,
lying.
in all seriousness, I've never been a Michael Jackson fan.
Oh, you don't have to be a fan to enjoy his music. ABC 1, 2, 3. Rocket Robin.
That doesn't count.
Doesn't matter. He was fucking singing them. Even if his daddy beat those number one hits out of him, he still sang.
I bet you did.
Rocket Robin. Oh no, he did. Trust me, it's very well documented that old Joe Jackson liked to beat the hell out of the kids.
This is true.
But got to thank the man because he did give us Janet.
And you forgot the greatest Prince song ever, "Purple Rain."
Do you listen to this show when I'm like, are you Tony D? Hey, I need you to pay attention.
No. You said "When Doves Cry," "Little Red Corvette," and "Raspberry Beret." You never
No,
said.
I didn't even. No, I said "Purple Rain," "When Doves Cry," and "Little Red Corvette." Yeah.
I apologize.
No,
I didn't hear you say "Purple Rain" because you were shitting on Prince.
Yeah, I didn't know. What Red Raspberry? Wasn't that the one that had the? Oh no, he did have "Darling Nikki" too, I guess.
See,
Still not a good song. Fucking shitty song.
I love "When Doves Cry." I love the song "Kiss."
Oh, I love "When Doves Cry" and I love "Purple Rain." But those are the only two songs I like by Prince. Those are the only two good songs.
Kiss.
And somebody covered "When Doves Cry" and did way better job.
Really? Ooh.
I don't know. Google that shit.
I'm actually curious on when they're gonna get the public access to the vault.
Who covered "When Doves Cry"?
Nobody.
Apparently, Genuine did too. That's not who I'm thinking of.
Genuine? Like the pony guy?
Non-point, Genuine.
The pony guy? Genuine?
Yeah, that guy.
What was that? You were talking about it.
Really, Bare Naked Ladies did a cover of it too.
Yeah, but
maybe I'm thinking of a rapper that sampled "When Doves Cry."
they might have sampled it. I mean, look at Snoop Dogg. He sampled Ducky.
Yeah, kid.
Sampled Ducky from
Ducky. Anywho, we got to take ourselves a real quick break, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Before we go to break, I'd like to take just a minute to shout out some of our friends. And you can find them on YouTube, Spotify, Instagram, and various places like that. Just go check them out. Just go hit your little fucking search button and type it in there. You'll find them. Late Night Parents, hosted by Ted Hicks, doing his thing every Thursday night with his panel of miscreants and misfits and probably mutants. I just needed a third M word. Don't forget, you guys can get up bright and early every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Have your cup of coffee. Get your good morning in with our guy, our fireman Rich. on Twitch, Fireman Rich on Twitch, or watch the replay on YouTube like I do, because he gets up way too fucking early. Stop it, Rich.
Amen to that. You're retired, dude. Calm down.
Yeah. Sunday nights, you can hang out with our man Smoke on Sunday Night Smoke Podcast on YouTube. Thursday night, get with my man Dizzy and his crew, Lazy Ass Podcast on Instagram. They do their show. Every Wednesday, you get a brand new episode of the Scumbag Lounge with our guys Case, Stucky, and 40 Phones doing their damn thing. And sometimes Miss Chardonnay gets in there. She cracks me up. If you guys ever listen to the Scumbag Lounge, you got to catch an episode when she's there. She cracks me up. She is a firecracker. I do love her. Wednesday nights, just before we kick off, right before us on Twitch, you can check out Tim and Gemma doing the Mental Health Hour. You got the Jarvis Podcast. Follow him on YouTube. He doesn't do a live show, but he does post new episodes quite a bit, and sometimes he does live gaming stuff. And Sunday mornings, bright and early before kickoff, hang out with Tony D. Belt Kings Fantasy Football, doing his thing on YouTube and Twitch. You can hang out with him. Get all your football fixins. Well, kind of, sort of ish. And then don't forget about Helen on the radio. She's got her mixtape. She does the Jukebox Jury. She's over there on Twitch and I think YouTube. Helen on the radio.
YouTube, she mostly does shorts and clips.
Yeah, I think she does a live on Twitch. Check out our people. Check out our people. Got lots of good shows out there. I feel like I forgot somebody, and I apologize if I did. Mr. B, I did forget about you, but you just came back today after a little hiatus. Mr. B in the flip side on YouTube, doing all your UFC, MMA, boxing, all your fight news and updates and all that jazz. But go ahead and check those guys out. You might find something you like, might find something you enjoy outside of us. Because a couple of them, I won't mention any names, are better than us, but for the most part, they're all below us. I kid. I kid. They're all great. They all do good shows. And I say that because not only are these friends of ours and friends of the podcast and stuff like that, but you might be a fellow podcaster out there listening to us, and maybe you're thinking about changing platform, or you're looking for a platform to get your distribution and help you grow. Well, I recommend checking out old Zencastr. We're on Zencastr. We fucking love it. Things have been changing drastically since we switched over to Zencastr. Couple sponsors. Yeah, for the better. Couple sponsorships. We're killing it in replay listens. And we're creeping up. We haven't even been there 6 months yet. We're creeping up on 10,000 listens and replays and downloads, whatever you want to call them. And that's their goal. They help get you in the right algorithm. They help get you noticed. They help with growth. They help with monetization, all that stuff. So I suggest you guys go ahead and check out Zencastr. Not only that, but it's super easy to record your podcast. Simply go to the browser, log in, start recording high-quality podcasts right away. Record studio quality sound and up to 4K video if you choose to record a video instead of the audio version, or do both. You can have guests on the show. Now, you can't go live, but you can still book guests and have guests. And, you're always going to feel that sense of zen. Knowing Zencastr's multi-layered backups ensure you always have your recording in the highest quality, even if the connection is unstable. Not only that, but you're always going to sound your best. Zencastr automatically going to take out those ums and ahs in your recording. It's going to remove those awkward pauses in the conversation as well. And set your right volume. Sometimes people come in a little hot. Sometimes people are below the radar, but they're going to automatically make those adjustments and everything like that. Not only that, but anybody who's ever done a podcast or thought about doing a podcast, they're like, oh, man, I got to go buy all this equipment. I got to get a laptop. I got to get a microphone. I got to get a soundboard. I got to do this. I got to do that. No, you don't. Literally, it's all in one as Zencaster. Everything is right there for all your podcasting needs. So what I want you guys to do, what I need you guys to do if you're in the podcasting business and or if you're thinking about it, go to Zencastr.com/pricing. Use our promo code, Words Are Hard. You're going to get 30% off of your first month of any Zencastr paid plan. I want you to have the same easy experiences that we do here at Nonsensical Nonsense for all of our podcasting and content needs. And it's time to share your story. What are you waiting for? Go on now. Well, not now. Wait until the show's over tonight.
Wait till we're done. Yeah.
Then you can go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Words are hard. Let them know, Benji. I love that people love our promo code. Words are hard. And I love explaining it.
I was actually talking with one of my bosses today, and he's like, "Hey, what's that promo code again?" Because he wanted to get some dummy. I said, "It's Words Are Hard." He's like, "Okay, I have to ask why." I'm like, "See, you don't even listen to the show." He's like,
"Yeah.
Do you want me to?" I was like, "No."
Yeah, I really prefer my bosses not listen to our show.
Yeah, agreed. I said, I don't even want to send you a link, dude.
What the hell did we play Friday night on the show?
We ended with the second to last.
Yeah, played Paint It Black. Ended with Phantom of the Opera.
You need to do that last one that you just added today.
Easy Turbo.
Yeah.
Easy Turbo. I got this. This is why I'm the host of the show and you're not.
I'm just saying.
That's what I was gonna. I think that's what I was gonna play. But we're gonna take a real quick break. I got a cover of Warren Zevon.
Yeah.
Werewolves in London by Tex Perkins. Enjoy. We'll be back here in just a few minutes when we come back. Baby, I got news for you, Jeffrey. All kinds of hell is breaking news. And I got a huge story that I want to talk about.
All right. I'm ready.
So, we'll be back here in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Saw a werewolf with a Chinese menu in his hand, walking through the streets of Soho in the rain. He was looking for a place called Lee Hong Fook's. Gonna eat a big bowl of chicken chow man. Ow, werewolves of London. Ow. Walking with the queen, doing the well. werewolves of London. I saw a werewolf with a pina colada, a Trader Vic's, and his hair was perfect. Ow, werewolves of London. Ow, ow, werewolves of London. Ow.
Yeah.
Werewolves in London.
I do love Benji's little. Come on over it.
I gotta say, not necessarily those exact words, but that was kind of my initial thought. That guy wasn't the greatest singer. I just liked his rendition.
I thought he did pretty good.
I thought it was a fun little cover, and I do kind of dig that guy's voice. But Benji's not wrong. That was my initial. Well, my initial thought was this guy's slamming some fucking PBRs in the bed of his fucking Chevy 2500 lifted truck at the bonfire.
He's riding around a Camaro with a dead body in the fucking back hatch.
He was at a bonfire and his buddy whipped out a guitar and he was like, "Oh, I don't want to sing. I don't want to sing." All right, I'll sing. All right. Ooh, where was lonely?
I thought it was good.
Yeah, no, I thought it was good. He was having fun with it.
He didn't even buy the PBRs. Oh, that would give a second star for that.
He definitely didn't buy the PBRs. One of his boys had a fucking 30 rack.
Oh yeah. He's like, "Wait, give me one of the PBRs. I'm on a sad boys."
Yeah. Hey, he drove. His boys brought the beer. He was like, "Load up in the shit. We're gonna sing some songs tonight."
I could just see him drive around his '86 Camaro IROC Z, D-tops out, singing that motherfucker.
like I feel like that could be one of my buddies riding around in my Bronco with me.
100%.
Just getting blasted off of natty lights while we drive around the square in Mount Vernon.
The fucking square.
Before we went back to the house for the bonfire.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I drive you by. That's his.
That's right.
That was his logo. I drive you by, boys.
That's his bumper sticker on his shitbox '86 Camaro. It only runs on 7 cylinders instead of all 8.
Old Tex Perkins. I'm gonna have to find some more music from Old Tex. So because
yeah.
These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they are. One of these days, they'll walk all over you. Get the walking boots.
This guy's follow up to that song has gotta be "Life Is a Highway" by Radical Flats.
Yeah, right. Anyway, welcome back to Nonsensical Nonsense, everybody. That's Jeff.
I like that.
Gas, grass, or ass.
Free, bitch.
Gas, grass, or ass.
There's no fatties.
Yes, grass or ass, mama. And I got a full tank of gas and a big old baggie, so.
That's right.
You know what's up. Well, anywho, welcome back to Nonsensical Nonsense. That's Jeffrey. I'm your intergalactical champ, Glick. This is the Nonsensical Nonsense podcast. If you're not already, give us a follow on them social medias. Follow, like, subscribe, share, all that jazz. Simply go to bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. If you're watching the replay or you're watching live, it's right there on your screen. That's where you're going to get all of them links to the Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Zencaster. You need the YouTubes and the Facebooks and the Twitches because we go live on them 3 times a week, 7 p.m. ish, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. You guys come hang out with us live, or just listen to us on the replays on Spotify, Zencast, or wherever you listen to podcasts at. Go ahead and give us some love if you would. We greatly appreciate that. And here's a new concept. We have a Facebook page.
Yeah.
Like an actual Facebook account. Go follow that. I think I linked it in our bio link. Go give that a follow. And leave us a review.
There you go.
Anybody who's listening to this, just go on your little Facebook search, and it's not the group page. It's not the page or the group page. It's an actual Facebook account, Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast. I think it is. Give it a follow, and
tell everybody the intergalactical champ is not that cool. Go on there and say hi to Sir Poussoir.
Sir Poussoir. Pussy himself.
In the flesh at first.
If you smell what the Poussoir is, you probably shouldn't smell a Poussoir. But I mean, you can smell it, but I always recommend the 2-finger dip test, before you.
The oil. You have to check the oil before it takes for
Check
the
oil. Check the oils. Check them oils. What is this podcast? Yes, Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast on Facebook. Go give it a follow. I just created it, and I'm really not pushing it, but I should. I'm not going to lie. And it's a business page. Leave a review. But it's got our links and all that stuff in there. Leave a review. Let us know what you guys think of the podcast. That would be fucking awesome.
Throw a picture or two.
Yeah.
Give us some good memes we can throw up
whatever.
on the show. So it's not a full swing on in an Amish.
Swing and a miss. Well, I had to have it for a couple of the sponsorships.
Understood.
To promote on the Facebooks. The books of face, if you will. What in the hell?
I understand you got some news for me, sir.
Did you see our Instagram story by chance, Jeffrey?
No, I did not. I have not been on this one.
I think I sent it to you. As I said, us Browns fans, we are still celebrating. Get rid of some of these lights here real quick. Why the hell?
Yeah, you got serious reflection, but yeah, that is a Browns.
Goose Island Beer
Where
Company.
are the dogs?
Year of the Dog beer. I got this when we went up to see Jelly Roll, and I'm gonna have to apparently get me some more because when I drink it, we win.
There you go.
So,
how much is it a can?
well, a 6-pack's like $18.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch.
But
very well.
It's not apparently my fiance is feuding with someone. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's I mean, it's an all right beer. It's a little bitter, but it's a craft beer, you know what I mean? It's a pale ale.
Yeah.
5.4 alcohol content, but I mean, after 1 or 2 of them, you get past the bitterness.
Oh, yeah. That much alcohol content. You forget you're drinking after 4 or 5 of them.
What was a great meme? Benji?
The swinging island.
Oh.
I got memes for days.
So if you buy a 6-pack of those, are 2 going to be enough? And the other 4 going to suck like. Well, I mean, you know what? I'd like to be mad at you, but unfortunately, that is a very accurate statement. But we got 3 wins on the season so far, and we're only 5 games in, so that's a plus for the Browns. Yeah. Anyways, I got a lot of news tonight. I don't know if we're gonna get to it. Some of the news is just kind of kooky and crazy. You know, a lot of weird shit going on in the world. I got one story you're gonna love. Well, probably 2 stories, and one of the stories you've probably been there before. But it's tough. Man, I love the Browns, man, and we're in the same boat. It's like an abusive relationship. They keep promising that they're going to change, and that they apologize for whooping our ass and throwing us down a flight of stairs. And you know, they sometimes they just don't know who they are when they're drunk. And
you blame yourself.
yeah, and I blame myself. Us Browns
I hit
fans.
my doorknob, you know.
Yeah, we blame ourselves, and then they promise that they're going to get better and they'll be better, and they won't do it again. And we tell all of our friends, but they said that they love us, and they wouldn't do it again. And then the next week they get drunk and it's up again. And you know, it's an endless cycle. But you know, and it's not any better for the Panthers fans because they're just as fucking bad. Other than the fact that I'm like, are they tanking for Caleb Williams? Well, why would they be tanking for Caleb Williams? Because they just got fucking Bryce Young or whatever the hell his goddamn name was, CJ Stroud last year in the draft. So are they taking a page out of the Browns book and drafting a new quarterback every year? Anywho, I digress. It'll be different this year with the Browns, okay?
That's what they said last year.
They were better.
I'll get back in there in the kitchen and make me a pie, bitch.
They were better. They were better last year. They won 6 or 7.
Go get Daddy a beer.
Yeah. Yes, Daddy. Here's your beer and sandwich. Anywho, probably one of the biggest stories in news today, and this doesn't even just in the United States, but I want to jump into this, and I think we're going to wind up spending a little bit of time with it. But finally, after 16 years, I believe.
Okay.
Just around 16 years. Jorian Vandersloot admits to killing Natalie Holloway. Now, for those of you guys who don't remember or may not know Natalie Holloway, the disappearance of Natalie Holloway, I'm going to give you guys just a real quick synopsis. Natalie Holloway was an 18-year-old from Alabama whose mysterious disappearance made international news after she vanished back in May of 2005 in Aruba. Holloway was from Alabama and graduated from, she was from Mountain Brook, Alabama, and she graduated from Mountain Brook High School on May 24th. Days before the trip, her disappearance resulted in a media sensation in the United States, and her body has never been recovered. There you go.
Her, by the way.
Very pretty girl. Holloway was scheduled to fly home from the Caribbean islands on the 30th, May 30th of 2005, but she failed to appear for her flight. Her classmates last saw her outside of Carlos and Charlie's restaurant and nightclub. And she was in a car with local residents, Vandersloot and brothers DePeck and Satish Kalpo. When the 3 men were questioned, they said that they had dropped Holloway off at her hotel and denied knowing what had become of her. Upon further investigation by authorities, Vandersloot was arrested twice on suspicion of the involvement in her disappearance, and the Capoles were each arrested 3 times. Due to lack of evidence, the 3 suspects were released each time without being charged with the crime. Through the years, Holloway's parents they've criticized the Aruban police for the lack of progress in the investigation and interrogation of the 3 men who were last seen with their daughter. The family also called for a boycott of Aruba, which gained Governor of Alabama Bob Riley's support, but failed to gain widespread backing.
So this is the cat. He said he finally admitted he did it.
Yeah, and it just goes on and kind of dives into the investigation and the search and this, that, and the other thing. I just wanted to kind of give you guys an idea of the story if you've never heard of it or
Background, right?
or following it or whatever the case may be. But Jordan Vandersloot, federal judge said that, and this happened today. I've been following this story for about a week and a half now. Federal judge said that Vandersloot had confessed to killing Miss Holloway in agreeing to a plea guilty to extortion and wire fraud charges. So basically, what he was doing was he made contact with her parents and said, like, send me $25,000 and I'll tell you where your daughter's body is, because they just want to bring her home. At this point, they just want to bring her home. They know she's dead. They've known she's dead. They've known for a long time she's dead. They want to bring her home. They want to have a proper funeral service. This story from the New York Times: the man who has been longtime linked to the 2005 disappearance of American teenager Natalie Holloway, described in a court documents released on Wednesday how he had brutally attacked her on the beach in Aruba after she had rejected his advances.
I mean, look at the cat. Can you blame her?
I mean, he's
That's
not a
literally the best picture of. No, that is the best picture.
Bad looking cat. Like, he's not a bad looking dude at the end of the day. But, and I think he's rich. I think he comes from money. This was the first time that details of Miss Holloway's disappearance have been made public. So, in all honesty, this is the first time that not only is it public, but her it doesn't look so hot in that. But her family they're finally getting some sort of closure, some sort of something as to what happened to their daughter and all that.
I'm assuming she has uncles or something, right?
Yeah, I'm sure she does. Holloway's disappointed.
I'm sure he's going to be in the news again when they kill him.
Yeah. But it came after Jordan or Vandersloot, a 36-year-old Dutchman, agreed to provide full, complete, accurate, and truthful information about it in exchange for a 20-year sentence on extortion and wire. They didn't even get him on the murder charges. This is right. A 20-year sentence for extortion and wire frauds.
Yeah.
As part of the plea agreement, Mr. Vandersloot pleaded guilty on Wednesday in U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Alabama and Birmingham to charges that he had tried to extort Miss Holloway's mother. Prosecutor said he is sentenced to 20 years in prison.
Fucking chair.
In court, Judge Anna Manisco said that as part of the sentencing decision, Mr. Vandersloot had confessed to killing Miss Holloway and disposing of her remains. Mr. Vandersloot has been he's already serving in Peru a 20-year sentence for the 2010 murder of a 21-year-old Peruvian student, Stephanie Flores, who basically did the same thing. She rejected him and he murdered her. So he's got these back-to-back consecutive 28 years plus 20 years on top of it. He will have to return to Peru to finish his sentence for that crime, as well as another for drug smuggling charge.
He's a fucking winner, isn't he?
The judge quoted, "You have brutally murdered in separate instances years apart 2 young women who refused your sexual advances," the judge said. Among the court documents released with the plea agreement were excerpts from an accountant that Mr. Vandersloot gave to his lawyer, Kevin Butler, on October 3rd. In the transcript, Mr. Vandersloot described wanting to drop off wanting to be dropped off with Miss Holloway, a distance from her hotel, so he might still have a chance to get with her at the end of the day. He said they began kissing.
One last shot.
Yeah, he said they began kissing while lying on the beach, but she refused further sexual advances. When he persisted, he said she kneed him in the crotch, and he kicked her extremely hard in the face. At that point, he said she was possibly even dead, but definitely unconscious. These are his words. He picked up a large cinder block and used it to smash her head in completely, or smash her head in with it completely. He brought her to the ocean's edge and a half pull, half walk, wading up to his knees, and pushed her off into the water, he said, and then he walked home. Mr. Vandersloot has never been charged in Miss Holloway's death or her disappearance while on trip with her high school class in Aruba, the Caribbean islands nation, and former Dutch colony where Vandersloot was living at the time. Today marks the end of 18 years of wondering what happened to Natalie Holloway. Prem Escalona, the interim United States Attorney for the Northern District of Alabama, told reporters in the hearing. Beth Holloway, Natalie's mother, said at a news conference after hearing that fuckhead Vandersloot, we're not gonna give him the
benefit of giving it
Mr. Vandersloot, and I've said it a couple times, finally confessed, and the more details would be made public. He is. Mrs. Holloway said he is a killer. She said, adding, he's described when and how he killed her. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. It's over, she said. I'm satisfied knowing that he did it. He did it alone, and he disposed of her alone. She said his confession means we finally reached the end of our never-ending nightmare. The Dutch newspaper De Telegraaf reported on Wednesday that Mr. Vandersloot had taken a polygraph and had admitted to killing Mrs. Holloway or Miss Holloway in Aruba. Mr. Vandersloot, Dickhead Vandersloot, was extradited to the United States in June to face the extortion and fraud charges. He pleaded not guilty and was held in a jail in Shelby County, Alabama. Vandersloot tried to demand $250,000 payment from Mrs. Holloway's mother, or Miss Holloway's mother, claiming to have knowledge of the location of her remains. He received only $25,000 from Beth Holloway after providing false information, according to the prosecutors. Last week, John Q. Kelly, a lawyer for Beth Holloway, said Vandersloot had made a deal with prosecutors and would plead guilty to extortion and fraud. As part of the deal, Vandersloot had agreed to share the information with prosecutors about Holloway's death, according to Mr. Kelly. Holloway was only 18 when she disappeared back in May of 2005 after a night out during the trip. She has never been found, and a judge declared her legally dead in 2012. The unsolved case has been subject of intense public interest, especially in the Netherlands and the United States, including news coverage as well as true crime books, feature films, true crime documentaries, true crime television shows, unsolved television. The list goes on. In 2008, a Dutch crime reporter, Peter R. de Vries, organized a sting operation for his television show in which he tried to solve the case using an informant and hidden cameras, stopping just short of an outright confession on the program. Vandersloot told the informant that Miss Holloway was never to be found. So here's the thing. Words cannot express how happy I am for her family. First and foremost, I couldn't imagine going through this 18 years. I mean, Natalie would have been 36 years old now, almost 37. And simply at the end of the day, just because she said no, she told a guy no, she wasn't interested, he killed her. And then 5 years later, he did it again. And he's already serving that 28-year sentence. So basically, and I agree with you, Benji, how is this guy still alive? I don't think he's going to last very long. We might have ourselves an Epstein case.
Yeah, well, either that or
kill himself, not kill himself. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He might unalive himself, but not unalive himself. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You know.
But here's the kicker. So in his plea deal that he did here in Alabama, you know, he's got to go back to Peru, finish out his sentence there. When that's done, automatically, from my understanding, I'm not an expert, from my understanding, he comes back to the States, serves 20 years. But Aruba, if so chooses to, they can extradite him back and charge him in the murder of Natalie.
Yeah,
because
I don't see why not.
Said nothing about him not being charged. I think even if we really wanted to push it in the States, we could probably still prosecute him. But his plea deal that he took says nothing about immunity or getting off on that charge or anything like that. So at the end of the day, Aruba can still extradite him back, and they obviously have extradition laws. We do too here in the States because we extradited him from there to deal with this situation with the extradition or the extortion and whatnot. So I mean, there's a possibility that he could still be facing criminal charges for the murder of.
That's what I'm actually trying to look it up right now to see if he could be recharged.
I don't know. What's your 2 cents? I'll be right back.
While you're doing that, oh man, that knee is hurting. Recharge. Okay, so. I don't really see. I'm no lawyer, but.
Well, that's why I said I'm no lawyer. I'm going off of hearsay.
Well, he was never officially charged or cleared of her murder.
Exactly. That's why I said Aruba can still.
So double jeopardy doesn't apply.
But
and if his lawyer was, and unfortunately, if his lawyer was anything worth a damn, and he signed a plea deal, I'm sure he gets some sort of, not necessarily forgiveness, but a loophole where he can't be charged with that murder.
I don't even think that that's a possibility. And I think that the prosecutors were smart enough with that because, first and foremost, I think double jeopardy only applies in the States.
Agreed.
Second of all, there is no double jeopardy that can be implied here because, like you said, he's never been tried or charged with the actual murder of her. All he did was confess to it. So technically, quite honestly, from what they've said about the plea deal, it doesn't say anything about in that plea deal. And I've looked at it. I've been following this for like the last week and a half now, or however long since everything's come out. Nothing has been mentioned that in the plea deal saying that he could or he could not, or that he could not be charged for the murder if he confessed to it. So technically, quite honestly, I believe here in the States. Actually, no, I don't think we can in the States because it happened in Aruba.
Because it happened in Aruba, yeah.
Well, Aruba actually has to charge him and put him on trial for the murder. And there's rumblings and whatnot that that's a possibility. Because, hey, it's still technically in Aruba, it's an unsolved case. It's an unsolved murder.
Yeah.
Even though he's confessed to it, in the States, it's still an unsolved case. They probably want to get, and especially this case with as much as much
as it had
and notoriety and everything like that it has, and that it has had, and it has continued to have for the last 18 years. If I was Aruba, if I was their they're public figures, they're politicians. I would absolutely do everything in my fucking power to get him in a courtroom and get him locked away on their end for this murder. To save,
100%.
if anything else, to save face, because at the end of the day, much like Canada and their police force, sounds like they dropped the ball several times in several instances.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they've literally had the guy multiple times over the last 18 years, and he's walked every time. And here's the thing, Benji. How do we know he's not a serial killer? We only know of 2 killings. How do we know he's not a serial killer?
This is just the ones they know about.
And from 2000 or prior to 2005, up until Peru locked his ass away, that he hasn't killed anybody else, or there's not other victims. We don't know for sure. He wasn't necessarily. I'm assuming the Natalie Holloway thing was not premeditated, but maybe after he killed her, with it for 5
quote unquote what they call a crime of passion. It's in the moment kind of thing.
After he got away with it for 5 years, he was feeling a little extra froggy and shit. And when he killed that girl in Peru, maybe in his head he was like, she's either going to give it up or I'm going to fucking kill her. I already got away with it once. I can get away with it again.
Well, Natalie's brother, Matthew, he was a sophomore in high school when she passed.
Yeah.
When she was killed. I'm just saying, I'm not saying what he should do, but I would go to Peru and do something just enough to get me in jail with that dude. And one of 2 things is going to happen. Either he kills me or I'm going to kill him.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. We don't really know how Peru's judicial system works or what their jail's like. It's not like here where, if you get locked up on a drug charge, you're going to go into the same. If you go down there to Alabama and you get locked up on a drug charge, you're going to be in the same facility that he's in.
Exactly.
And in general, and Gen Pop at this, Peru might have, and I don't know anything about Peru.
I'm just like the Netherlands have their jails are like fucking the best in the world for comfortability.
Oh yeah, it's like a 5-star.
So I mean, yeah.
Peru might have like this jail is for murderers and rapists. Sorry.
Right.
And then this jail's over here for small time criminals or what. I don't know. I'm just saying. So there's a good possibility. Wait till he get wait a few more years until he comes back up to Alabama, and I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just saying. I'm sure you can bribe a Peruvian. I'm sure you can bribe a Peruvian guard to let you in for 5 minutes.
Yeah, and plus, and this is the other thing. At the end of the day, the last thing I want to do is be in jail in another country.
Amen.
I don't want to go to jail in my own country, but I don't want to go to, because God only knows what's going on over there.
Well, like one of the worst things you can do is go to jail in Mexico. I've never been, but I've had friends that like they can throw you in jail here for if you curse out a cop. Like if you're like "fuck you," they'll take you to jail.
I mean, in all honesty, they could throw you.
Got hurt.
I mean, in all honesty, they could throw you in the drunk tank for cursing at a cop here.
Right. Yeah. Well, drunk tank is one thing, but I mean, they'll. I mean, I've had buddies that have gone to jail here. It's not cool. Not even remotely. I'd rather go to jail in the States. I'm like, I'd rather just not go to jail. Period. Let's be honest.
Well, I'm also on the mindset of if I'm ever in Mexico and in Cobblins, look, I know you fuckers are all dirty, so you know what? This is going to end one way: me dead or you dead at the end of the day. So let's fucking let's do the Watusi. Yeah, let's do the 1-2 step Watusi, shall we? All right,
Federale. Them boys don't play around. They all carry AR-15.
Yeah, well, you got to get to it first.
No, they carry it around it's literally on their chest.
They better, if we're in close contact, you better spin that bitch around before I put my size 12 boot right in your fucking dick.
Well, they also roll about 5 deep all the time.
That's all right. And every one of them are about 4 foot tall. So unless they're going to form together like fucking vulture. Out there whacking mole.
It all comes down to one simple fact. No matter where you are in the world, if you're looking for trouble, pretty sure you're gonna fucking find it.
Exactly. And like I said, I don't look for trouble anytime.
I don't either.
Anymore. You know, when I was younger, I was a bit of a hothead. That's why I was a bouncer. It was legal.
Yeah, I was too.
It was legal for me to be a hothead. You know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like even times here, I've gotten in the occasional fist fight and gotten in the occasional screaming match and arguing match, but cops show up, we're all like, "Oh no, he's my buddy. We're fucking around.
Mm-hmm.
This is motherfucker. I like him.
Yeah.
Leave. I will kill him, but that's okay." Yeah. But yeah, because nobody wants to go to jail in Mexico. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, at the end of the day, you know, I don't. But at the, you know, like I said, as we said about the whole Brittany Griner situation, if you're going to another country, it would be in your best interest to read up on their laws.
Yeah,
you know, like
well,
you know,
or you know, like it literally, if you look at a passport, on the first page of your passport, in bold letters, it says, "If you get caught in another country doing something you're not supposed to, we cannot help you."
Yeah, well, I mean, you know,
we can help, like finding a lawyer and shit, but that's about it.
Yeah, like for instance, in Ohio has always been an open carry state when it comes to guns. But if you're transporting your gun in a vehicle, your gun has to be in one compartment. Your magazine has to be in another compartment. Now, Ohio has since, as of last summer, I think it was, or the summer before, it was last summer, we have a new law that we are a permitless concealed carry state, still an open carry state. You don't have to have a CCW to carry. You can still get it. I would recommend getting it. I want to still get mine because the Ohio concealed carry permit is honored in like 40 states.
Yeah.
So it's the best one to have as far as concealed carry goes. But like, for instance, when I would drive to go see Nikki, or when we go to PA or whatever, and I have my gun with me, I wanted to read up on PA laws. You know, because I don't want to get pulled over in PA and have my gun, you know, because now in Ohio I can you know, my gun fits perfect in my holster is really cool, man. It's like this material. Check this out. Hold on, I'll show you.
Is it like that hard fiber plastic?
Oh, no. It's like, so it's super fucking soft and comfortable. It's just this.
Oh, nice. Like a calfskin.
Yeah. So the inside of it's real soft and smooth, like
felt.
Yeah. Something like that. So you get that pull, that real smooth slide.
Yeah.
But this material on the outside is almost feels like
canvas,
like a cat's tongue. So you can.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's like a canvas bag.
So
like a rucksack bag.
When I slide it down on my hip, it slides down real nice and smooth, but it doesn't move.
Oh, okay, I see.
And it's still nice and comfortable to, you know, like I said, it's you know, whether it's on my back or it's on my hip, but I can, when I'm in my car, because this is all it is, my gun sits down in it, I can slide it down beside my driver's side seat between the middle console. And it's because this material, once it's in, it doesn't move.
Right. You have to actually do some work to get it out.
So, I mean, I actually have to take the gun out of the holster and then take the holster out.
Oh wow.
But I love it. It's made by Blackhawk. But in Ohio, I can ride around with that, tucked in my car, fully loaded. Or as I found out years ago, what a little loophole is. Take the magazine out, put the magazine in the glove box, put your gun in your center console, but you have one in the chamber.
There's one in the chamber. That's right.
That's not illegal.
Oh, I didn't know.
Supposedly, that's not illegal. I don't know. I've been told that, but
Now let's not test that boundary. I'm just saying.
But when I go to PA, I've looked at their laws a little bit. I don't really quite understand them, but I do.
Well, it's PA.
Magazine, glove box, gun, center console, 2 separate quote unquote locked compartments, just in case, But yeah, like I said, I mean, it would be in your best interest, even if you're a frequent traveler from different countries, know their laws, educate yourself.
Well, not to know the laws, just be a good person. Don't be an asshole.
I mean, like Homeboy got his ass whooped in Taiwan or Thailand or whatever because he
like, on cars.
Well, who's the guy that got
paid in a car?
There was a guy that like threw a gum wrapper on the floor or on the ground or spit his gum out on the ground or something and got locked up.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Yeah, well, their law says, "Oh fucking!"
Yeah. No, agreed. It comes down to, if you don't, it's like here. One of my favorite pastimes in Ohio is go hang out in the fucking woods and do nothing. You think I do that here? Fuck no. I've had my dog run off in the woods. I'm like, yeah, well, you come back when you're ready because I'm not too.
You chopped up and found in a fucking garbage bag.
Exactly. Or find something you're not supposed to, or God forbid you're trespassing. So, I literally just stand there and call my dog's name like an asshole because I'm not going to go over there. And but like the whole Brittany Griner thing, she got in trouble for weed. The only place that's really legal besides Amsterdam is the fucking U.S.
And you can
maybe not do it.
And she played in that league over there in Russia for years, so she can't even claim ignorance.
Exactly. Well,
she's ignorant.
Ignorance is no excuse to the law.
Mm-hmm. I mean, don't get me wrong, she's fucking ignorant as shit, but
because I've tried that, doing donuts in the school parking lot, I get yelled at by a cop, and I'm like, oh, I didn't know. He's like, well, ignorance is no excuse. I'm like, oh, well,
nah, but like I said, hopefully, I'm with the whole Natalie Holloway situation. I'm glad to see it finally come to an end. Not because I'm tired of hearing of it. I'm glad. I'm happy for her family. They finally get some closure. They finally get some sort of semblance of peace of mind. Something. I don't know. I couldn't imagine something like that happening to one of my kids and not knowing the truth for 18 years.
As a parent, there wouldn't a day go by that you wouldn't go, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Just tell me something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've all been there at the doctor's office with when we've had a friend or family member in the ER, and you're like, hey, can I get a fucking update? Imagine it with someone presumably possibly dead.
Mm-hmm.
That would be worse,
Yeah, I mean, they ruled her dead in 2012, but I mean, you never know because you hear these stories about women going overseas and traveling and getting kidnapped and sent into sex trafficking and trafficking and whatnot, and then they find them 10, 15 years later, or whatever, and it's like great, they're alive, but holy crap, are they going to be able to acclimate back into normal life, back into normal society?
Well, not only that, like I was looking up Natalie, and like if you scroll down, they have the frequently asked questions or frequently asked things. People also ask. There's like Natalie Holloway, found in Jamaica. You know, and it turns out obviously it's false. You know, it's all this stuff. So you have that too, where it's like you don't know what to believe.
Yeah, exactly. The constant. I don't know. Like I said, I'm glad that they have some kind of closure. My heart hurts for him as a parent, as a father. I couldn't imagine going through it, but at the same time, I'm very happy for him. I'm glad they get some sort of closure and they can finally. Because if he said if what he said is true that he just threw out in the ocean, they're never going to find her body.
No.
But the family gets this little bit of closure. They get this little bit of, they can close this book. It's not even closing a chapter in a book. They can close the book and they can try to somehow, because in the last 18 years, I'm sure they've grieved the loss. I'm sure they've gone through it, but they've never been able to actually fully grieve and deal with the loss or accept the loss or whatever. Because again, without any absolute proof, I'm going to have, as a parent, and Jeff, you're the same way, and any of our listeners who are parents, I feel like you guys are going to feel the exact same way. Without actual proof, without actual confession, we're always going to hold out to that small sliver of hope that maybe, just maybe, they're still alive.
Yeah.
And maybe they're going to come home. Maybe they're going to walk through that door.
Yeah.
And that's, you're never going to get that full closure, that full, be able to accept that full grievance until you know for a fact. And then they finally have that peace of mind and that knowledge of knowing what happened to her. And it's got to be a tough pill to swallow, especially to know that that's why it happened, because she simply rejected some douche canoe.
They couldn't accept it.
Yeah.
Now,
like,
I know I've been rejected. I'm sure you have.
Who are you talking to? You think I've been rejected? Look at me.
That's
I was the
said.
goddamn king of the friend zone, first and foremost.
Well, that's the thing. We've all been put in that friend zone. We've all been rejected.
Goddamn king of the friend zone.
Went out and murdering a bitch because she said no, I can't have sex with her.
I was the goddamn king of the friend zone, man. I went to, I grew up, I knew so many girls, man. They fucking change in front of me, snuggle up in the bed, nothing but their bra and panties beside me. I was like, fucking king of the goddamn friend zone over here. That's why I choose Nick. I'm not a cuck, just friend zone. I choose Nikki because she showed me pictures of we all went to school around the same time of her in high school. Right. And I'm like, you friend zone the fuck out of me. And she's like, I've seen your high school pictures. She's like, I've seen your high school pictures. There ain't no fucking way in hell. I said, I promise you, you would have friend zoned the shit out of me. Every girl did in high school. And I mean, I just got to the point where it was like, it is what it is. Yeah, I don't. Some random slut will blow me.
Exactly.
Serious. What are you doing?
But I mean, that's the thing. It's like, okay, she turned you down. Move on, dude. You're literally in a party capital. I'm pretty sure you can go get laid somewhere else.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, so for you, for instance, like you're in Cancun. Everybody knows that's a huge tourist destination. Everybody knows. God,
I can get laid by throwing a stick in any direction.
What 100,000 people come through that city a day or something like that? Tourists.
Yeah, well, in high season, yeah.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
100%.
You might get turned down by 6 women, but there's also 6 more women that somewhere they're gonna be like, yeah, what's up?
Yeah, exactly. And there's always that. Yes, there is the occasion where you go home when you wake up in the morning and go, Jesus Christ.
You might get turned down by 6 8s through 10s, but there's going to be those 7s and 6s that are going to be like, what's up?
What's up? How you doing? We're like, well. I'll have one more beer. This will be awesome.
But you also have to look at yourself in the mirror and realize I'm also a 4 or a 5. So
Maybe I better buy her a beer too. I'm just saying.
I'm a 4 or a 5, and I'm landing like something between a woman between a 6 and an 8. I might as well count my blessings.
Exactly. And I mean, yes, this girl was beautiful. She was a good looking girl. I get why he tried to hit on her, but I literally hit on perfect 10 model. But you don't see me kill them when they turn me down.
Or have you?
Because no.
Tourists go missing in Mexico all day, every day.
Dude, hitting on a perfect 10 model is the scariest thing you'll ever do.
Are you the butcher of Cancun, Jeffrey?
Yeah. Sure I am. Yeah, I mean,
that's the thing. And I think that's 99.9999999% of the time, that's the mentality of dudes in a bar. It doesn't really matter where you are.
Yeah.
If you got to the bar and you're hoping to get laid that night, you throw
your hat in the ring. You lost. Okay, go throw your hat in another fucking ring.
6 out of 10 times, it might be a swing and an Amish.
Yeah, you remember that?
But I had a buddy of mine that used to always say, "You'll never strike out if you set your bar low."
Hey, I've gone home with the creature from the Blue Lagoon before.
I was like, well, that's that's your ball game, buddy. That's
aim low, I guess. But yeah, you work your way down the scale. You start with the 10s as they tell you no. You go on to the 9s. You work your way down, and you finally hit your stride about 6 or 7.
Yeah, and
you're like, hey, I'm the king of the 6 and 7s. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Exactly.
So you got to start. Never been my thing to go to a bar and try to get laid. It's never been something that I've strived for or went to the bar for. I'm very rare in that aspect as a dude. Even when I was single, if I was going to the bar, my main thing was.
But let's be honest. Let's be honest here. The bars where you are not.
Dude, I've been single.
They're not holding 2,000-3,000 people at a time.
Yeah, they are. In Columbus, yeah, absolutely they are.
Of a different country all the time. Like people from around the world.
It doesn't matter if it's a country or not. You still have the same amount of people there, and it's always,
how many bars in Columbus are packing them at 2,000-3,000 people a night?
Quite a few of them.
There's 6 in one area that will pack out every single night to the point where they have to start turning people away.
Quite a few of them. And you forget that I lived in Charleston. You forget I lived in Charleston, which was a tourist city. People from all over the world came to Charleston.
I get it.
So, I mean, I totally understand. But, I mean, yeah, there's bars in Columbus that are packing people in Monday through Friday. Or Monday, Monday through Saturday because they'd be closed on Sunday or whatever.
Oh, no, we're open every single night.
But I mean, even, dude, there was a bar that I worked at on campus. It was called the Tiny Bar or the Little Bar or whatever, because it was just a little bar. On the weekends alone, you'd have 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 students or people in there. And if it was a game day, you could have 10,000 fucking people there easy for OSU. So, I mean, Columbus absolutely packs bars, packs, the clubs. But, I never went. It's never been my thing. If I'm going to the bar, my initial thought is, I'm going to hang out with my buddies. Or,
that's the difference. I didn't have any buddies. I literally went to the bar to meet somebody.
Yeah, or if I went by myself, it was like, I'm bored at home. I'm just going to go have a few drinks and watch some sports on the TV.
Yeah, I didn't have TV.
And 9 times out of 10, when I wasn't even looking, 9 times out of 10, I had better luck than any of my buddies ever did.
Right.
Because some chick way out of my league would come up and start talking to me. And it wasn't like I went and fucked her in the parking lot, or I may never have fucked her, but I got her number. Some shit way out of my goddamn league. I didn't have no business talking to me.
100% happens all the time.
Right.
You're literally like, do you need glasses, honey?
I'm the safest guy in the place.
The
A,
only
I'm
thing you
not
have to
worried
worry
about,
about is you turning.
you know, I'm not slovenly drunk hitting on everything with a vagina. B, I'm just minding my own business. And then C, I'm a pretty big dude. I'm kind of intimidating. So, you know, I think I was used a lot because they were just tired of being hit on.
They're ducking for the other guys. Yeah.
So sick of being hit on. I'm going to go over there and hang out with this fucking Sasquatch minding his own business at the end of the bar, watching football. Hello.
Are you watching the game? Are you hiding from a guy? Yeah. Okay, go ahead and sit there. Just buy me a beer.
You goddamn right I did.
Fucking deal. Hiding from a guy,
right,
buy me a beer. I'll pretend to be your boyfriend for the night.
Actually, you say that, and that has happened to me a time or two. Would you pretend to be my boyfriend for the night, and I'll pay for all of our drinks? Okay.
You better have deep wallets, honey. I'm gonna max that credit card out.
I had a girl down in Charleston shortly after my wife and I split. I was at one of the bars down there, and she did that. She was like, "My friends all left. You know, I'm not ready to go home. All these weird dudes are around. Can I hang out with you?" Yeah, sure. She's like, "I'll buy." I'm like, "Okay, you don't have to, but okay."
You just fucked up.
I was just chilling. It was Saturday night. College football was on. I was watching the games. She was buying all night.
Actual bars where it's like, it's not like a dance club, right?
Yeah, well, this was like a bar / club, but it was a Big Ten.
All the bars here are dance clubs.
But it was college football, which college football is huge in the South.
Right.
SEC. And this was the Big Ten bar, which the Big Ten is up here where we're from, Ohio State, Michigan. This cat was from Chicago, and he had a Big Ten bar, so he played all the games from Michigan, Ohio State, Indiana, Wisconsin, Illinois, Northwestern, Nebraska. So that's where I like to go on Saturdays to watch all the games from up here, like that pertain to the Big Ten, and I could always watch the Michigan games there. But they always had SEC and stuff like that on as well. But and then at the end of the night, I mean, I was pretty fuckered up, and she was like, "I'm calling an Uber, and I'm gonna have him take you home and then take me home." I was like, "All right,
whatever you say."
Yeah. And
he bought me a drink.
I was like, "Wait, my car's in the parking lot. I'll just go sleep in my car
in there."
But and then the next day she texted me and she's like, "I'm gonna let me know when you're feeling up to it, and I'll drive over and I'll pick you up and we can go get your car." I was like, "Okay, cool." So shit, she wound up coming over, and then we became friends. I mean, I wasn't in it for anything. I was just hanging out, drinking beer, and watching football. You know, I knew I knew the bartenders because the bar was actually one of my customers, so I knew everybody in there. And that's why I like to go. Not only that, but I also got to watch all the local Big Ten football and everything like that. But they're like, "Yo, Glick, how'd last night go?" And I'm like, "We're dropping off.
Free Uber ride home."
We're dropping off. I slept in my garage, and then she picked me up this afternoon and brought me over to get my car, and now I'm sitting in here drinking beer watching NFL. And they're like, "Yeah, sure." I'm like, "Yeah, that's exactly how it went."
I can't. So I've had that experience where it's like some girls like, "Oh, can you walk me to the bus stop?" I'm kind of, "Okay, yeah, no problem." Walking to the bus stop, have a good night, and then you get back and your buddies are like, "What happened?" Like, I put her on a fucking bus, you know? And they're like, "Yeah, sure." I'm like, "No, honestly, I put her on a bus." People don't believe it, and you're like, "Yeah, I'm just an actual nice guy. I'm not going to try to fuck her on the bus." But it is what it is. It's one of those things. There were times where I'd go to the bar, and you can walk into some of the bars here at a certain time, and next thing you know, you're being hit on by some chick, and you're kind of like, ugh. Come see me in about 3 hours when I'm hammered.
Right.
But
But yeah, Benji, you're not wrong. I just showed them ladies my championship belt and let them know that I'm the intergalactical champion, and they just
and they went, yeah, we'll give you a ride home. That's about it.
they just flock to me. I gotta fight them off, man. I'm like, oh shit.
That's what I tell my wife. She's like, where are you going? I'm like, I'm going to the store. Wait, you're going to talk to some chick? I said, nope, taking my stick. Why are you taking the stick? Beat off the bitch. Get back.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna beat off the bitches because those bitches have wieners.
My wife thinks chicks hit on me all the time. I'm like, yeah, sorry, I'm not a chick. That doesn't happen to dudes.
Yeah, no, but I've never been that guy to go to the bars or go to the clubs or anything like that with the mentality of I'm gonna get laid tonight. I'm gonna fuck all the women's in the bar. Like this has never been my.
I've been that guy. I've been that guy.
You were that guy.
But I've never killed a chick because she told me no. I went back to the bar and some other chick.
You have always been that guy, and if you tell me otherwise, I know you're a fucking liar because, dude, as you said,
to kill a chick because she said no.
Oh no. I mean, I don't know, Cancun Butcher. I don't know how many women you've killed. No, I mean, like as you said, tits, a heartbeat, and a wet spot. I don't know, whatever the fuck it is you say.
Just hit the hole in the heartbeat.
Yeah. I'm gonna bang all the Cozos. No, you're not, Jeff. Yes, I am. Watch.
Yeah, and I did.
All of them. I'm gonna bang
that weren't dating anybody.
I'm gonna bang the entire secretariat. No, you're not, Jeff. Watch me.
That too.
No, you didn't.
Not all of them, but I got as many as I could.
I'm gonna get the early childhood development class. Those are all like -5s, Jeff. I don't care.
They got tits.
Big tits, a heartbeat in the hole.
What's that guy? The guy from Roadhouse? You're gonna be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
No, I've never been that guy. It was like shit. While we're talking about this conversation, we need to take a break real quick, and then when we come back, I'm going to tell you this story about a situation I was in. Before we go to break, ladies and gentlemen, you probably ask us, guys, how in the hell do you keep doing these long ass fucking podcasts? You guys do 3-4 hours in a clip, sometimes 6 hours in a clip. How in the hell do you do that? Where does the energy come from? Well, it's easy. Our good buddies at W Energy. It's a powdered energy drink. You simply mix it with 20 ounces of water, and then you go to town. The great thing about it is there's no jitters. There's no crash like some of these other energy drinks that are out there. However, because you are drinking water, and unlike some people, you're only supposed to drink one a day, not 47, Jeff. It will, much like our good friends at Liquid IV, it will clear your system. You will have to pee a lot.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my God.
But, ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready to stand behind Nonsensical Nonsense and Dubby and wage war on big energy, then I need you to head over to w.gg today. w.gg, place your order before you check out. Use our promo code Words Are Hard. And if my co-host was worth a goddamn, he would already have it ready to go, but he's not.
Oh, it is. It is. All I gotta do is click. Wait for you to stop talking.
But head over to w.gg today, place your order, use our promo code Words Are Hard. My man Ben put that right in the chat box. Late at night, I toss and I turn and I dream of what I need. I need a hero. I'm only a hero till the end of the night. It's gotta be strong and it's gotta be kind. Give me energy, baby.
Yeah. Go get it, Johnson. War on big energy.
Dry era Sodoir Rose. Sword Rose. You see the comment?
How much you drinking?
He speak quick. Nice.
Come on, Benji. Give us the cheers.
Cheers. With that being said, let's take ourselves a real quick break. I know I did that. I don't think I did this. God, Blue Oyster Cult's Don't Fear the Reaper rock
I
cover.
love this song.
I love this song too, and these guys did rock cover featuring or by Violet Orlandi and Jonathan Music. Check them out on YouTube. Show them some love. They did a kick-ass job, and this young lady's voice is something else. And y'all know I love a good rocker chick.
Seasons won't fear the reaper.
sadness, and it was clear that she couldn't go on. Then the door was open and the wind appeared. The candles blew and then disappeared. The curtains flew and then he appeared. Don't be afraid. Come on, baby. And she had no fear. And she ran to him. Never started to fly. If he looked backward and said goodbye. She had become like me. She was taking his hand. She had become like me. Come on, baby. Don't feel the rip the
No, but
Love you.
love you. I'll see you in the morning. Make sure you have whatever you need to go back to Mama's tomorrow. Welcome back.
You are unmuted. Now you're muted. That is a good song. I like the way she sings it. I thought that was excellent. I love that cover.
Still playing on my end.
Yeah.
I don't know why it does that sometimes. It was playing on my end. No, it was a good song. I thought that they did a really good cover. I like her voice. I like his voice as well. They did a good job. Benji said, Spirit Halloween opened up and they made this video. I mean, you're not wrong. Violet Orlandi, I think that's how you say that, and Jonathan Music. No, I said those.
Well, I didn't see those.
Yeah, they're on the show.
What just keep those?
I'm not gonna drink them. Huh?
They're too strong.
No, I'm saving them for Sunday. Duh.
Oh, yeah.
Superstition. I drank them Sunday. We won. Drink them this Sunday. We win again. Duh.
It's an expensive year. I'm just saying.
It's not any more expensive than a normal week for me. I buy like a 12-pack 3 times a week. So, I mean,
It's true.
$13 $15 a pop. That's $45 a week. That's $180 a month.
You know, I don't know if you've seen the meme. It's like, it's like it's like a comic strip. Woman asks the guy, how much beer do you drink? He says, I don't know, about $50 worth a day. She's like, you know, that adds up to blah, blah, blah. In the past 10 years, you could have bought an airplane. He's like, you drink? She's like, no. He says, where the fuck's your airplane?
Yeah, exactly. Where the fuck's your airplane? Welcome back to Nonsensical Nonsense. Hey, everybody. He's Jeff. I am Glick.
Anticlimactic. You're like, I am.
It's like having sex with me. A lot of build up for huge disappointment. I'm just saying. If you're not already, shame on you, you motherfuckers. Go check us out on the social medias. Go follow. Go subscribe. Go like. Go share them. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. I'm sorry, X, not Twitter anymore. We do go live Monday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, 7 p.m.ish. And if you miss us live or you just can't watch us live or whatever, night, buddy, love you. You can always catch all the shows on Syncaster, Spotify, and everywhere you listen to podcasts at. If you're listening on a podcast platform, you just punch us in, and I'd be willing to bet money that we are there. And you can either just simply look up Nonsensical Nonsense or go go to bio.link/nonsensical nonsense and get all them links and get the links to our sponsors like W Energy and Liquid IV. And if you're a podcaster, I strongly recommend you check out Zencaster for all your podcasting needs. With that being said, get the fuck out of my face.
Okay.
Goddamn dog. You like the band? I know Skinner, but I don't know if I've heard of Skin. Was that a Skinner cover band? Anywho, shit. Oh, show's over, ladies and gentlemen. We're at 3 hours. Deuces, bye.
Yeah. About that time.
We'll go. Let's
Find
do this.
another one of the news stories. Let's see if we can do something a little more funny than
Well,
last
we're
hour was
going
very
to these stories. We'll probably push
really
the show out.
serious.
Probably push the show out till about 11 tonight. Wednesdays, 11's not too bad. I gotta try to be more mindful of that first hour of conversation. Let's I can do that Saturday. Let's hang out in Florida, shall we?
Oh, I love Florida.
I got 3 stories coming out of Florida tonight that might be able to keep us going for the next hour or so, whatever the case may be. So check this out. A Tampa lawyer, she's facing child neglect charges after actually, hold on a second. Pinellas Beach cops say a Tampa lawyer is facing child neglect charges. Well, what do you think this lady did? Oh, there's she's a lady, by the way.
Okay. She left the kid in the car.
Well, no, they're not dead, fortunately. Patricia Ann Bronson, 41, was arrested at Upham Beach, Saturday. That's been a couple Saturdays ago. After she left 2 girls, ages 3 and 7, near the water.
Like, how far away was she?
Basically, she pulled up at the beach, dropped the 2 girls off, and then drove off to go find a parking spot.
Oh, what?
41-year-old Tampa lawyer was arrested Saturday after she left 2 girls, ages 3 and 7, unattended, just feet from the Gulf of Mexico for at least a half hour. So it wasn't like, you guys wait here, mommy's going to go park the car, and I'll be right back. I'm going to go park the car, do a line of cocaine, smoke some meth, blow some random janitor on my way, whatever. I don't know what she was doing. It's Florida. It's Florida. We're just assuming.
Could be anything. Yeah.
During which time the younger girl wandered into the water alone. The 3-year-old wandered into the goddamn Gulf of Mexico alone.
Yeah, that undertow can get you too.
Mm-hmm.
That undertow ain't no joke.
Bronson was arrested and was booked into Pinellas County Jail on 2 counts of neglect of a child without great bodily harm, and according to arrest reports from the sheriff's office, the charge is a 3rd-degree felony. Jeff, I know you're familiar with the law, not because you studied law, but because you like to break the laws. Hence the reason you're in Mexico. How bad is a 3rd-degree felony?
It's pretty bad. I'm pretty sure. I mean, anything felony in the name can't be good.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty sure.
I'm
no lawyer.
I'm no lawyer. Well, I wonder if she'll.
Can she use that defense? I'm no lawyer. Wait a minute, I am. Yeah.
I wonder if she'll defend herself. If she'll represent herself in court.
Well, they see even if you are a lawyer, you shouldn't defend yourself because you can get too emotional.
Well, Bronson's employer is White and Case LLP, an international law firm with a location in Tampa, according to the arrest report. The Florida bar also lists Bronson, a lawyer for White and Case LLP, reached by phone this week. Bronson declined to comment. Efforts to reach a lawyer who Bronson said was representing her were unsuccessful this week after multiple phone calls to his office. So when this happened, witnesses watched Bronson drop the girls off at the beach, then get back in her car and leave. An arrest report states the arrest report describes Bronson as a caregiver to the girls. One witness told deputies that she asked the 7-year-old where her sister was, and the girl responded by pointing to the water.
Jesus.
The witness ran to the water and found the 3-year-old in waist-deep water by herself. Reports state the girl continued to run off. The witness told deputies. The witness later persuaded the 3-year-old to stay with her and the 7-year-old. Bronson left the children by themselves for 30 to 45 minutes, the arrest report states. Bronson told deputies that she was parking the car.
Where? In Ohio? Jesus.
Orlando? Where the fuck were you going? Bronson told deputies that she was parking the car, though she confirmed no one was watching the girls while she did so. While being booked into the Pinellas County Jail, deputies added an additional third-degree felony charge of introducing / possessing contraband in a county detention facility. She tried to sneak in some of that cocaine in her prison pocket, if you will. Good thing they had a lady deputy there to do the old.
We've never accused anyone of Florida of being smart, but I mean, you're a fucking lawyer, lady. I mean, I don't even let my kids be alone in the house while I go out to my car that's sitting in front of the house.
Well, your kids are also.
Well, yeah, because they'll burn down the house or something. Because my kids are psychos.
Yeah, Bronson. The deputy said that Bronson was acting nervous and fidgeting when the deputies asked if she was hiding anything. Bronson said she was just cold. Deputies later found a small vape pen containing a liquid substance after Bronson passed through an X-ray machine.
Prison pocket.
I'm assuming. But again, is a vape really contraband? I don't know the jail. I've never been to jail.
Well, Brittany Griner, she got in trouble for having a vape pen.
But she had weed. That was a weed vape pen. I don't know if this is, but it just simply says a vape pen, and it was contraband. So
okay,
well, being one who's I've never been
into booking. I'm assuming they were literally putting her in the jail waiting trial.
But I mean, she wouldn't try. I mean, because this is the part I'm kind of sticking up for. Unless it was crammed up in her prison pocket or wherever. Prison pocket is typically your asshole, or her vehehu, if you will.
Yeah.
Typically, you know, from my knowledge, my limited knowledge and no experience, when you go into booking, before they arrest you, they search you, correct?
Correct.
So by the time
you've spent a couple nights in jail.
By the time you've reached booking, you've probably been searched at minimal 2 times, if not more.
Right. However, unless there's she's a female. A female has to be searched by a female officer. Now, if it's just an overnight stay, they don't do a strip search.
But again, if it's just something that was in her pockets, like real pockets,
right,
they would have found that through either the initial search or the search when she got to the department. And there's bound, there might not be a female officer present at the time of the arrest, but they're going to make sure, they're going to radio ahead. I've seen enough videos where they're going to say, we need a female officer when we arrive at.
But we've all been in that situation where we can't find our fucking lighter, and it's in our fucking pocket.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if they searched her and she wasn't trying to hide it, and if example, her prison pocket, either the front or back prison pocket in her case,
Mhm.
or prison wallet, not pocket, prison wallet. If she wasn't trying to hide it in one of those two areas, it should have been found in either A, the initial search, or B, the booking search. Correct?
Agreed.
So,
Agreed.
so is it fair to
But
charge her with an additional third-degree felony of
well,
contraband?
and I
And again, they
I
don't say.
I
They
don't
don't
believe
say.
so. I don't believe so. If it's something she's like, oh shit, I totally forgot I had that, and because it was in her pocket, like if she's wearing cargo shorts and they're in a cargo pocket, that's understandable. But if it's up in your prison pocket or fanny pouch, as it were, then you're obviously trying to smuggle it in.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, and they don't say where it was found or how, but you know, again, I would think, and I don't know. This is what
It's one of those things where you can get for if it's like she's staying like a night in the drunk tank. All right, I get it. You weren't trying to smuggle it in. You forgot it was there. Reasonable doubt.
But it's not a matter of forgetting. That's the thing. It's not a matter of forgetting that it's in your pocket, because it should have been found during one of the two searches.
Right, but I mean,
Even an initial pat down.
you
Even
can
with
have
an
it in your
initial pat down, if my vape is in my pocket and you pat me down, if you do a half-ass pat down and my vape is in my pocket, if this is in my pocket,
right.
or this is in my pocket,
Well, the
you're
bigger
gonna-
one, yeah.
well, this one's actually bigger.
Well, my wife gets those disposable vape pens.
Yeah, well, that's what these are.
Well, the ones she gets, they're like
Like the yeah,
my
but still,
lighter's bigger.
but still, either way,
Lighter is bigger than the vape my wife buys.
but either way, if it's in your pocket in the initial pat down or the initial search, they should have
I
found.
no, I 100% agree with you. However, a lot of women sometimes do, and I've seen this all the time. Out of random stuff, like they'll stuff money in their bra.
Well, yeah, but again, when you get to the station, and if you don't have a lady officer on the scene with the initial arrest,
Right.
when you get to the station or you get to the jail, they have a female officer there. She's going to do a search as well. And even if you have a vape,
Right.
even a small vape, they cup the bra. I've seen it done a bazillion times.
Yeah, they lift, they go under, they check everything.
You don't have to do a full strip search, but you can. And
You can tell when something's not
even a dude like your sister, like your wife has, or your wife buys, you're gonna feel that in her bra, or you're gonna feel money or a lighter, or because women do shit all the time. They constantly put shit in their bra. It is what it is. It's like an extra fucking.
Doesn't make sense to me. You don't see me throw shit in my
cargo shorts. Yeah. Like Benji said, if she wasn't hiding it, then it's a BS charge. She can probably fight that one. I agree. The fact that they didn't go into detail where they found it at, I think this contraband is kind of BS thing.
It's stretching it. It's stretching it. They're like, let's throw something else on it. It's one of those things. You could literally get some asshole cop that's like, you know what, this bitch left her fucking kids that aren't even her kids. She's just, if I understood you correctly, she's just their guardian.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he's just like, fuck you. I'm going to, look, I found a vape pen. Or I didn't find a vape pen. Let's go ahead and metal detect you just in case. Oh, look, you're trying to smuggle this in. Let's get you too. But you said she seemed overly nervous.
Yeah.
Which, I'm sorry, par for the course when you're going to jail.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're absolutely. I mean, and spoiler alert, if you will, to use a Tony D phrase, marijuana is basically legal in Florida.
Right. But yeah, but they don't even allow cigarettes in prison.
But I understand. They do allow cigarettes in jail. Though. I mean, people smoke in jail.
Not always. Some do, some don't.
Look, motherfucker, I would fucking trade your ass for a carton of cigarettes and a ho-ho, and you'd be somebody else's bitch or problem, whatever.
Grab this pocket, motherfucker. I,
Sorry, Jeff, I got 2 cartons of cigarettes and a ho-ho for your bitch ass. You don't even smoke. Yeah, but I got currency now.
yeah, exactly. Where's that? No, but like I said, it
25
could
years.
a
25 years what, Jeff? I don't know you.
complete bullshit charge that she should be able to fight
Mm,
fairly easily, or she literally was, prison pocketing.
yeah.
Maybe she was fiending. Maybe she
Yeah,
really needed a cigarette.
Yeah, this story goes on and on about contacting her employer. She was released on a $15,000 bond, but then it goes on about that, but had not responded to the Tampa Bay Times request for comment. That's White and Case LLP, et cetera, et cetera. The Florida Bar website states Bronson graduated from Florida Coastal School of Law in 07. Damn.
Kind of explains a lot right there.
I mean, damn, she was kind of old when she graduated. 07 was only, that's 16 years ago. I was 41. Well, I guess not too old.
She's our age.
Yeah, should have been like 26. I guess that's not too old. Yeah, but it's just a bunch of blah 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 blah. Simple fact of the matter is, bitch, the fuck is wrong with you that you're gonna leave a 3 and 7-year-old on the beach for 30 to 45 minutes while you go?
I call BS on the park, on parking.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I understand that Charleston is different than Florida, and the beaches are different, whatever. But we had 2 very, very popular beaches in Charleston. One being Folly Beach on James Island, and that was the tourist beach. That's where all the tourists went to. And yeah, you would go there, and the great thing about for us, we were residents, so you could go. There was a section of the beach, there was parking, and you had to have a Charleston County Parks membership, which you hear that and you're like, oh my God, you paid like $7,000 a year for that. No, we paid like $60 a year. We paid like $60 a year for the Charleston County Parks membership thing, and it gave us access to all the parks, exclusive parking, residential parking, this, that, and the other thing. So there was a section of Folly Beach that only residents could park at and only residents could be. But, damn, really? You see beaches all the time down at downtown Charleston. But if you didn't have that and you weren't a resident in the summertime during tourist season, you would literally drive up and down Folly Beach for a half hour trying to find a parking spot.
Oh, great.
But most sane people are not letting their 3 and 7. You know what? You guys get out.
No, you literally
while I drive up
you're gonna stay in the fucking car. You're gonna stay in the fucking car. When I park it, we'll walk.
Yeah, exactly. Because regardless of where you parked at, you're either going to be, because there was 2 streets that allowed parking on James Island, and Benji probably knows exactly what I'm talking about because he's been there and he lives in South Carolina right now. One street is literally right on the beach, so you get out and you walk up and you're right there on the beach. So the next street up, literally not even a full block. You go through a little alleyway and there's another street, and that's where you can park at on one side of Folly Beach. The other side of Folly Beach, that other block is non-existent. It's all bars and restaurants and whatnot, and shops and stuff like that. But so regardless of where you park at on Folly, for instance, when you get out of your car, you walk 100 yards and you're on the beach. If 100 yards, if that.
Exactly.
Now, like here, we go to like Dillon and whatnot to go to the quote unquote beach, because we don't have beaches like coastal beaches in Ohio.
No, it's a beach next to a pond. Let's be honest.
It's a lake. It's a lake.
Lake.
Dillon State Park is where we like to go, or we go down to, as we discovered when we went down to Hocking Hills. The beach that we went to was a beautiful little beach on the lake. The water was nice and clean. Beautiful little area to go and swim. But there, you literally park right at the quote unquote beach. Dylan, there's a big ass parking lot. But even if I were to drop my kids off and then go park, you're still 200 yards away from the damn actual quote unquote beach. They got because it's a park up on top of the hill, and then you go down the hill, and then you get into the sand, and then the water. And the water is probably, from the time you hit the sand till you get to the water, is probably another 100 yards. So you got 300 yards in between. But even then, I'm like, hey, you guys wait here, unload all this stuff. You guys wait here. I'm gonna go park the car. It literally takes me 30 seconds to go park the fucking car in the parking lot.
Right, and if it's going to take any longer than that,
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you have a remote guest that's going to take longer than 30 seconds to park the car, fuck you. You guys are all coming with me. We'll drag all this shit later.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. And yeah, I should have already been on that, but thank you, Benji. Let everyone know Folly isn't that big. It's one road in and one road out. It literally is. There's not many places to park there. So I mean, and once you get onto Folly is on James Island. It's on the coastal side of James Island. There's a lot of houses and whatnot on Folly, and it's a very long stretch of road. Once you get down to the beach, you come down this road, you turn left or right, and it's a very long stretch of road.
Right. Well, even here, if I want to go to the beach here, I have to. Finding a parking spot is insane because there's only one beach you can park at. There's never parking at.
Yeah.
And even if you do get lucky enough to park at there, it's basically as soon as you step out of the parking lot, you're on the beach. Other places, if you want to go to the beach in the hotel zone here, there's only like 3 other places you can go and park. But once again, the beauty of living here is you park one place, you all jump on a bus, and you can get to any beach in Cancun in a matter of seconds. And
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hate going to the beach, so
but there we go. Yeah, Benji. Kind of how Folly is. Benji even confirmed definitely 100 yards or less at Folly, and then you got Isle of Palms, which is another touristy beach, a lot more. It's not as busy or hectic as Folly, and it's more set up and designed for the tourists to come there with parking up and down the road, in the middle of the road. When you come into Isle of Palms, where the parking is, where the restaurants and beaches are, you got one road that goes this way and you have one road that goes this way, and there's parking in the middle of the road. There's parking in the middle of the road and then on either side, but it's one way on either side, one way going north, one way going south or east or west, whatever you want to call it. But then they have parking lots, and it's a little bit farther to walk to the actual beach. But even still, you're not just
unbearable.
Yeah, you're not just throwing your 3 and 7-year-old out. And then even Sullivan's Island, not so much. And Sullivan's Island, Isle of Palms, both on Mount Pleasant, which is an island across from downtown Charleston. Sullivan's Island, it's a little touristy-ish, but it's a little bit more quiet than other places. And they got some really good restaurants. Plus, Fort Moultrie's there, which, if you're not familiar with Fort Moultrie, you might be familiar. It's a strip of land in the ocean. yeah, pretty much. That's exactly how Folly is. Fort Moultrie, that's where Charleston gets their state flag from, being the palmetto tree and the moon, because the fort wasn't finished and the British attacked, and they literally just had palmetto trees laid down and made a wall and had mud. And they discovered that the palmetto trees were so strong because they were literally taking the cannon blast from British ships and the cannons were just kind of bouncing off of them.
Yeah.
Huh? What?
Literally. Yeah, the palmetto trees.
Literally. Apparently
palmetto
my
trees.
daughter's
Like,
new
yeah,
boyfriend is. Hey, have you ever seen Rocky Horror Picture Show?
yeah,
You know the guy with the long hair and he's bald on top?
yeah. The goofy guy looks like the guy from Scary Movie 2.
Yeah.
The little hand.
Apparently that's my daughter's new boyfriend that she has to introduce me to.
Oh,
I'm
now?
gonna ask, yeah, apparently right now, right in the middle of the show. But
Oh wait, hold on, wait. Let me get a picture ready.
not only was Fort Moultrie made famous for that, withstanding the barrage from the British Army, but a very well-known author and writer that I'm actually, I guess, a descendant of, served in the army at Fort Moultrie.
Nice.
Think on that for a second. I'll be right back.
Wait, bring him into on the show. I mean, hell,
I fucking Benjamin.
interrupt the show. Tell his little goofy ass to be hired. I'm assuming this is what her boyfriend's gonna look like. I'm just saying. Let me use the good end. Sorry, I don't know why I find that funny. Not like we're doing a show, just walk away. Sorry, I'm finding more pictures that I think are funny. Let me try my strong arm. I wait for Chris to get back and believe that up. I gotta drop my camera for a minute while he's doing that because not like we're in the middle of the show or something.
Operator, concrete, houses, maybe quick. That's what I'm thinking of.
Kick his ass, Click! Kick his ass!
Been in 30 years. I started with Amish, small arms, trusses, got it burned from there.
Kick the strong arm! 100%. I love that movie. It's fucking cracking me up every time. He's still just jabbing on. It's not like we're in the middle of the show.
Right now,
Tell him the same thing I tell them all. Whatever you do to her, we're gonna do to you. You're gonna like it, little boy. Isn't this like I think this is the newest boyfriend. I don't remember. The last one was like a redhead version of Chris. That's like one of the last movies Tim Curry was in. Scary movie.
Same stuff. Right.
Just keep talking. We'll just vamp here for a minute.
Hopefully next time
It sounds like he's getting closer, but he's not. That's
we're right in the middle of doing the podcast, and I can't leave my co-host right here very long.
and I'm sitting here vamping. Doing that. It literally sounds like he's getting closer to the mic, but he's just very loud in general.
I was gonna tell you, make sure you're
Trying to hear what they're saying.
But yeah, you're good, man. You guys can down here or whatever.
There you go. Yeah,
Nice.
I get it. Dad's got a dad. There you go. Take my strong arm.
Take my strong man. Dad's got a bed. He said.
Is this the newest boyfriend?
For West Virginia, I suggested the inbred, didn't you? He said, actually, my grandfather did fuck his third cousin and have a baby. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Like, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This kid's about as big as my
Jokes
leg.
the jokes just write themselves.
Right. Like, you do realize I host a comedy podcast, right?
And we're not going to let you live that down.
Yeah, he's about as big as my leg.
Oh.
But I mean, I walked out there and he was like, "How you doing? Oh, how you doing, sir?" And stuck his hand right out for a handshake. So I got to respect that.
Yeah, how tall is he?
He might be a little bit taller than me. If that, he's tall, skinny, lanky. I wonder if he'll shit himself when I run out there with my belt over one shoulder and my machete in the other one,
Dude.
screaming like a madman.
Switch the camera to your phone,
Right.
body cam style,
Yeah.
so we can all watch.
A first-person view horror movie.
It'd be like Blair Witch, but in color.
Well, the breaker is in the hallway. I can get to the breaker box without being seen. I can just kill all the power to the house. Then all of a sudden just start playing on my phone.
You said he was inbred. I was waiting for dueling banjos.
Down.
And then all of a sudden, out of the darkness,
a mile.
you got a bird in mile. We hear you
Like
squeal
a
like a pig. Poor Ned Beatty.
Thank God he had a friend like fucking Burt Reynolds. Holy crap, that could have only
Amen
got
to
worse.
Apparently, Ned Beatty he stated in an interview that the only movie he's ever been ashamed of is that one. And I'm like, gee, I wonder why.
Outside of that grape scene, all in all honesty, that was a really good movie.
It was, except for the whole, you got a pretty mouth. And that was horrifying.
Man on man grape action.
Yeah, it was.
This girl, I feel like you guys give me shit about I've had 3 relationships since this podcast has started. You guys give me shit. This is like her 47th boyfriend in a month.
Yeah,
how many boyfriends have we met on this show?
I was going to say, is this okay? So this is the same daughter.
This year.
Well, the last one I remember was the giant redheaded ape.
Oh, he wasn't redheaded. The redheaded was Ginger Wallen.
Yeah, same difference.
No, he wasn't giant. He was a little guy. There was Ginger Wallen, and then there was the big dude, and then she had her mixed boyfriend. She has no type at all. She really don't. All of her
Are you sure she's not my kid?
It's got a pull, a heartbeat. A pull and a heartbeat. I'm happy.
I'm just saying.
I mean, knowing her mom, knowing her mom.
There you go. Wait, do I know her mom?
Well, as I say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. I'm only kidding. Or am I?
Only halfway. I'm only half kidding. I mean, but yeah, because I've seen at least 3 boyfriends on you.
Yeah, no, we never.
And it's not like I'm keeping track either.
Yeah, I never got to meet the last one, the mixed one. Or in her words, Dad, what would you do?
That was the one she was asking if you were if you would mind.
Yeah.
If you were home
Yeah.
Like,
what would you do if I had a mixed boyfriend? I don't know. The same thing I'd do with every other.
Yeah.
Make fun of them. Fuck with them.
Yeah.
I know I can take this one. I can definitely.
But at the end of the day, that's why we kind of like being a dad, because we know our daughter's going to bring home some fuckhead, regardless if they're the coolest cat on the planet,
Yeah.
or they're a fuckhead. They're still a fuckhead to us, and we're going to make fun of them.
Mm-hmm.
And the more we make fun of you, the more we like
you. I was like, I don't mean to be rude, but I host a podcast, and I'm literally right in the middle of the show. I can't leave my co-host alone by himself because he's fucking retarded. He was like, "Oh no, you're cool. Don't worry." He was like, "Do you mind if I hang out for like another 20 minutes or so?" I was like, "Yeah, right there on the couch." I said, "Cash is Cash is in bed, he's asleep, and Buggy's upstairs and she's asleep. You guys can sit right on the couch.
Chirps where I can see you.
I'm just saying. I mean, I do have a machete hanging on my wall. I have a ball bat. I
And a
won't
gun.
run out there with the gun because that's just weird.
Oh, that's funny.
Now, if I had 2 revolvers, I'd run out there like Yosemite Sam and be like, "Oh, use your shooting, pew 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 pew."
I'm just saying, when we wrap up the show, go grab your Groots and your Daisy Dukes and your gun and go out there like, let's go do something stupid.
Hey, listen here, boy.
You ever got Get Frog Gigging?
Boy, you sure do got a pretty mouth. I got a question for you. You squeal like a pig for daddy. Give me a good squeal one time, princess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that
Yeah, there it is. Just go up there and lightly caress his cheek. You got it pretty well.
for whatever reason, he was like, "I have long hair. I have 2 eyes. I see that, but I take care of it. I have long hair also. What are we doing here?"
He says, "I have long hair. I have fingernails. What are we, being observant? I don't know."
Are we gonna like watch Mean Girls and braid each other's hair? What's going on?
Well, okay, I've met several parents while dating. It can be nerve-wracking. I get it. So that first initial meet of the parents, especially the dad, you're not going to be the dad's buddy day one. It's not going to happen because dad knows what you know is that. Let's be honest. We all had that thought on our mind when we were kids.
Mhm.
By the way, go check the couch. But
she's 18,
I get it.
but I can definitely take this guy.
You strong hand.
Take my strong hand. No, I'm telling you, the dude from
Yeah, well, there's a guy from Rocky Horror Picture Show. He kind of looks like that cat.
That's exactly what he looks like.
Go out there and do this to him. Like, you got a pretty mouth.
Why did they combine 2 movies? Why was that Aliens?
I found it on here. I'm on Google later looking at pictures of some scary movie, and I was like, that's genius. You got a pretty mouth. Let me use the strong hand. Feel it.
Riff Raff. Riff Raff. That's
yeah.
That's who it is. I swear to Christ, man. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can.
Yeah, I got a picture here. Bear with me. Gotta find the decent one. Oh, fuck it. Yeah, here we go. There you go. There you be. I got long hair.
minus the hunch and the bald
spot. Yeah. I got long hair. You got a pretty mouth too.
Weird thing to say to your girlfriend's dad the first time you.
I got long hair. Okay.
No, I was gonna say that's perfectly normal compared to my grandpa fucked his third cousin and had a baby. Was that your mom?
Right. Wait. Come in and say that on the podcast. I dare you.
How do you respond? How do you respond to that?
What do you? I still don't understand how you responded to. I have long hair. Okay.
So
I wouldn't have known what to say.
I just said, so do I. I understand. Nerves get to you. You say dumb things. Trust me.
Yeah,
I'm 42 years. I'm
That's what I'm
42
saying.
years old, and when my nerves get to me, I say stupid things too.
I get
Turtles
it.
have
but-
shells.
I get it, but and I've said some dumb shit to meeting new parents, including like, look, we have the same nickname. She calls me daddy and calls you daddy. Uh, believe it or not, that did not work.
I'm just saying, if you're as likable as I am, I've never
I've
had
never had a problem with a parent not liking
the first interaction,
that I know of.
in the first meeting, because that's like the one rare aspect of my life that I'm super confident in. You know, like
Yeah,
when I meet
I've never
parents
had
for
a
the
problem.
first time, I've always been super confident. I'm like, oh yeah, they're gonna fucking love me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, even when I've had the cliche dad, uh, like clean his gun or have his guns out, it's like, okay, I got guns
Yeah.
too. Like, cool. It's a nice 12 gauge. What is that? A Remington?
Yeah. I got one of those in my truck. Just saying.
Yeah, like my ex-wife, when I met her dad and her entire goddamn family for deer season. And I got all her drunk ass hillbilly uncles and cousins and everything else with a whole bunch of guns down there. And I'm like, it's not intimidating. I grew up
Not even
around guns.
remotely.
You're like, oh, I know how to shoot a gun just as well as anybody here, if not better.
Yeah.
And
I mean-
and you know, there's not a person in this room that if it came down to it, if you really wanted to try to do me some kind of bodily harm, that I wouldn't go fist to fist, hand to hand with you.
Exactly.
And more than likely, I would win and get the gun from you. So then, what are you gonna do?
The funny thing is my wife's mother likes me so much that my wife and I fight. My mother-in-law sticks up for me.
Yeah.
It pisses my wife off to no end. She's like,
Oh,
well, you know, he's stressed out today. Look at me.
that's like
And my wife's like, what the fuck? You're my mother. She's like, leave him alone.
well, it's like Nikki's dad being full on board, you know, going to Cancun.
She's like,
Because
"Look, we leave."
I joke about, you know, if she ever tries to leave, I'm going to kill her and I'm going to Cancun. And her dad's like, I'm going with you. Senoritas and margaritas, siestas and fiestas.
Drinks is under umbrella drinks. When we leave.
Yeah, like and she's like, really? And her dad's like,
ready to party. Fuck it.
dad's like, what? I raised you. I understand.
I get it. Have you seen there's a new trend on TikTok where the guy carries his wife back to his father-in-law. He's like, she's too expensive. Take her back. And his dad's like, wait, come on, no, we signed a deal.
That's your problem.
My wife's like, no, you ain't doing that. I'm like, come on,
Wow.
she's like, my dad's not even a picture. I said, I can do it with your mom. That's fine. I'll take you back to your mom.
Oh, I'll be your daddy, all right. I'll be your new stepdaddy. I'll ground you. I love that when chicks are like, I'll go fuck your dad and become your new stepmom. Okay. I'll go fuck your mom and be your new stepdaddy. Both of you bitches will call me daddy at the end of the day.
Exactly.
And what's your point? Fuck are you talking about? I didn't know my mom died. Oh my God.
I have no morals.
Jeff, I have an ongoing saga on Instagram. So I posted a picture on our story, and it said, and I put our bio link in it. But it says, shout out to my parents for not using a condom and creating a fucking legend. And this random dude commented that follows us. He's like, "You're welcome. It's even more badass when you realize that we went the extra mile to create this legend." I went, "Wait, you're my dad?" And and he responded, "LOL." I replied to the wrong clip. Wrong clip. My daughter's clip came up just after yours. Hashtag old people in a phone. To which I responded, and I haven't come up with a new response after this. I responded, "Oh man, I've been searching for so long, ever since I was left on the door of the orphanage. And then I had to grow up on the mean streets and survive as a pickpocket, as nothing more than a street rat and a riffraff." I like referenced 3 movies in that one sentence.
Yeah, you did.
He's like, "Damn, that's a tough life." So I'm trying
Jesus,
to.
Tiny Tim.
So I like. This was just yesterday. He responded back to me. So you know that Reba McEntire song, "Fancy"?
Yeah. Love that
She's like, "I met a benevolent man and charmed a king, a politician, and
a king, a benevolent man, a congressman."
yeah, something like that. And I got myself a Georgia Manson and a flat in New York. Well, I want to incorporate that into like 2 or 3 more movie references and send it back to him in response. And I want to keep this going, so I'm screenshotting everything. And I want to keep this going to see how long he'll keep commenting. I think actually what I want to do would be like, "It's not so bad. I was adopted by this real nice family, but one time they accidentally left me home alone, and I had to fend off robbers all on my own."
One of them looked like Daniel Stern. I'm just saying.
I had to fend off robbers all on my own. And then my family came back, and they were so grateful that I was safe, and promised to never leave me again. And then I found out that my grandfather was a famous ghost hunter. Just start incorporating the most random shit. Be like, I had to fight off a monster in the Upside Down, but it's all good now because eventually I did find a benevolent man and befriended
towards a mansion.
and befriended a king and a congressman, and now I got me a Georgia mansion and a New York flat. So I just wish I could find my real parents. I just want to do that right there. I should have been typing that in as I was saying.
One time I got lost in New York.
One time I got lost in New York and I befriended a pigeon lady. A lady whose only friends were pigeons and me.
And I helped stop a robbery at a toy store.
Yeah.
Oh,
my parents once bought me a black man to be my best friend and play with all my toys. My adopted parents once bought me a black man. He was paid to be my best friend.
With a Wonder Wheel. He came with a Wonder Wheel. I'm just saying.
And then one night I was at the fair, and the Zoltan machine that tells you your future.
I was actually going to say, one time one of my adopted grandparents died, and he left me the Minnesota Twins.
I was the owner of a baseball team. Can you believe?
Yeah, I gave it up so I could go back to school.
And then on a galaxy far, far away, I found out that my actual dad was the leader of a dark organization, and he cut my fucking hand off after I made out with my sister, bro.
One time, I got thrown back in time, and I was a kid in King Arthur's Court.
Yeah, my mom tried to rape me.
One time my mentor said, I have the high ground, and I don't know what he meant. Fuck, I had another one.
It did, you know.
Another one was so good I just lost it.
And then as I got older and I became a man, I became a boxer in South Philly. And the odds were stacked against me. I went up against the champion. And nobody thought I could beat the champ. Well, you know what I did?
My girlfriend Adrian.
Yeah, I beat the champ.
Yeah,
That's how I became the champ.
I wonder how long before he realizes you're quoting movie.
I don't know. That's why I said I want to keep
One
this
time
going.
I hope the Angels win in baseball because I saw Angels.
Now that I'm older and I have kids of my own, I was out in my field one day. And No Socks Joe came out of my cornfield and told me if I build it,
They will come. Yeah.
I didn't know what it meant, but I just built a baseball diamond. I built a baseball field.
You know, if you think about some of these movies we're referencing, the concept's kind of stupid.
And then the damnedest thing happened after I built the baseball field. These giant fucking underground worms were eating my neighbors, man.
Yeah. We got hired by the Mexican army to track down these graboids with RC cars and dynamite.
Have you ever heard of a graboid? Yeah, neither did I.
Never heard of it before. But I loaded up my 4x4 truck and went out in the field with a taxi driver.
Oh, but I forgot to mention when I was a teenager, I was coming home one Christmas Eve and I popped into this Chinese shop because I realized that I needed to get my adopted parents a gift. And this old Chinese man gave me a magua.
I don't know what it was.
A little furry
creature. Really like chicken. It was afraid of water.
Yeah. He was a little furry creature. He was as cute as could be, but he didn't like water. And somehow he got water spilled on him, and all his fucking cousins showed up and started wrecking everything for Christmas. This is my plan. I want to make as many obscure movie references. Not even obscure.
I once met this weird ghost that if I said his name 3 times, it would help me out.
The girlfriend I had in high school, she moved into this house, right? Her name was Lydia.
Haunted.
Yeah. She almost married this weird ghost guy. He was like such a perv. I don't know.
Spitting in his jacket, spinning his head around.
Wow.
Weird. Ghost hunter. When I was a kid, I was technically a demigod. I had this really cool hammer.
My half brother. One time, my half brother, he turned into a snake.
Attacked New York.
He turned into a snake when we were kids. He tried to bite me and kill me.
When I was a kid, when I turned 11, I got a letter from a mysterious world, and they sent me to a castle, and I learned that.
Would you believe that I was drafted to fight in the Vietnam War? And I met my best friend there. His name was Bubba. And, one night we was attacked, and something jumped
met the president again.
Yeah, something jumped up and bit me in the ass when we was in Vietnam. But the great thing about it was I got ice
all
cream.
The ice cream.
Yeah. My lieutenant
right there next to a friend of mine, Lieutenant Dan.
My friend Lieutenant Dan, he didn't have no legs when we came back from Vietnam. That's a damn shame.
That's all I got to say about that.
He's gonna be like, damn, you've lived quite the life. I'm just saying. I mean, it ain't easy being an orphan.
One day, you're gonna get through all these movie references. He's gonna be like, You should make your life into a movie. I should.
I should.
Or
Yeah.
I don't know.
maybe my guy Tex Perkins can do the soundtrack. He said, "Oh, werewolves in London."
Oh, London. One time, my sister fell in love with a vampire, and her best friend was a werewolf,
Yeah.
and all hell broke loose. It was crazy.
It was crazy.
Really? Send us the link.
No. Oh, I got the video. It's on. Hold on a second. Let me send it to you, Chad. Fucking Mike sent it to me, and he was like, something like, "Shouldn't you be watching football?"
Nice. So I told you I'm watching that new show, and it's called Newsroom, and they're constantly looking for filler in between the big stories, and the one guy's obsessed with Bigfoot. He's like, only there's this many mammals in the world, and what is it? At least only 75% of them have actually ever been seen, and all this stuff. And I was like, I saw that Bigfoot. I saw that video.
Yeah, Mike sent it to me. Well, it turns out it was a hoax. It was just some dude in a costume. It was not my real family, Benji.
This is your real dad. One time, I was walking through the woods. I got hit by a car, and this family took me home.
That's what I should lead with. It wasn't all that
There
bad.
you go.
Yeah, that's what I should lead with. One time, it wasn't all bad. One time I was strolling through the woods and went across the street, and this family hit me with their station wagon, and then they tied me to the roof and took me home. And then they accidentally forgot about me when they went to Paris, and I had to fend off home invaders.
Well,
But I was never scared because I had my fuzzy little friends with me. They were about 3 foot tall, but they kept calling themselves Ewoks. But I'm glad they were there with me.
yeah, they were awesome.
They were awesome.
They didn't
And
say
they taste
much.
delicious. Have you ever had
Yeah.
fried Ewok?
You gotta come up with a different name, though.
No, I gotta keep it flowing. So like obviously I can't throw in an Ewok reference, but I gotta keep it flowing. Like I just want to see how long
one guy that used to ride on my back and teach me things. But it was weird. He talked backwards. I don't know. He claimed to be 6,000 years old.
I mean, as long as you keep intertwined in movies, because like, okay, so Harry and the Hendersons, then you switch over to Home Alone, and while you're talking about Home Alone, you talk about the old man that
shoveler.
But you make it the old man from Pet Sematary.
There you go.
And how he said that, unfortunately in the break-ins, my beloved pet golden retriever was killed, but the old man across the street told me if I buried him in the cemetery that he would come back.
I once took this golden retriever out hunting for wild boar. He got rabies. I had to shoot him. It was heartbreaking.
The golden retriever was my best friend because that was the only thing I had at the at the orphanage when I was dropped off. He was a pup too, and he was in my little. It was swaddled up with me.
Killing spree to avenge him. Oh, John Wick.
One time,
I was in this. One time, this weird guy with these weird glasses tried to give me 2 different types of drugs. I had to pick one. And it turns out he was a friend of my grandfather, who was a ghost hunter, and I ended up in the woods walking down the street, and I got hit by a station wagon. They strapped me to the roof of the car, took me home, and put me in the basement.
my one time, my faithful golden retriever and I went to California for Christmas vacation, and this fucking German prick kidnapped him. Well, it was up to me to save him. Yeah, go to California
I
for
used to
Christmas.
have these. I
It'll be
used
a
to have
nice
these action
vacation.
figures. One day they came alive, started fighting each other.
So one day I went to the movies. Get this is crazy. You're never going to believe this. So one day I went to the movies to see my favorite action star in a movie. And right from the screen came out.
Yeah, I fell into the screen.
It was crazy. And then he become a kindergarten teacher. That's wild, right?
Turns out he was actually a kindergarten teacher, not an action star.
Mm,
And he kept
But
saying
you know
it's
what?
not a puma.
But I mean, you.
But he took me to his chocolate factory. And somehow he gave me the chocolate factory. Free.
Now I'm the owner of a chocolate factory.
And the Minnesota Twins.
This is insane. Not bad for an orphan, right? Owner of the Minnesota Twins and a chocolate factory. Sounds like a pretty goddamn good day. From humble beginnings. Started from the bottom. Now I'm here, bro.
I once had a babysitter who was a Navy SEAL, and he kept saying, and they had this weird car. It was a Volkswagen Beetle. And I swear to God, that thing was alive. My friends one time went on a treasure hunt. Met this guy that kept screaming, "Hey, you guys!"
It hasn't always been good, though. All these great things have happened to me, but I had 3 very good friends that decided to go into the woods of New Jersey in search of a witch. I couldn't go, unfortunately, so I had to stay back. And, fate has a strange way of putting you in the right place at the right time, because we never found my friends again. We did find their recordings.
Foster families. One of them had this big Saint Bernard. It was always getting into trouble.
One time I was a camp counselor, and me and all my fellow camp counselors, we were chased by this hockey wearing mask guy. Like, I don't know who the fuck wears a hockey mask. That shit don't make any sense. Like, why would you wear a hockey mask and carry a machete? I don't know, but he started killing all my counselor friends.
Yeah.
Thankfully,
kept saying, I can't see shit in this thing.
Yeah. Thankfully for me, I was a virgin and constantly lived in the friend zone. So, for whatever reason, he didn't kill me. He killed all the whore girls, all the slutty girls, and their.
One time, one of the foster families I had, out of nowhere, a nanny came floating in on an umbrella.
She said a teaspoon of sugar. Can you believe that?
And we had a janitor, a maintenance guy. He taught me karate. And I went into the All Valley Karate Tournament, and I dominated. Even though it was an illegal kick that made me win, I dominated.
When I was in high school, I was on the football team. I was the quarterback, but I didn't ever get to play. And then it was my time to
Our
shine.
quarterback got hurt.
Huh?
And this one time, I was in Germany. We had a nanny at this orphanage. She used to sing with us. And when the Nazis came, we ran off to Switzerland.
I met this really nice man. He carried an umbrella and tap shoes, and he taught me how to dance in the rain.
Yeah.
And he said, we're going to sing and dance in the rain. Singing in the rain.
I once got adopted by a very rich man. And me and my dog went to stay at his house.
During World War II, I was in an elite group of Nazi hunters. They kept calling me the Jew Bear. And the leader of our group said he wanted 10 nasty. But I was just a muscle. Oh, they kept calling me the Jew Bear, and I said, I'm not a bear nor a Jew. But that didn't matter.
I went with it because I was kind of scared of him.
I was the biggest one in the group. And they let me beat the hell out of Nazis with a ball bat. So
I once hung out with this one family, and the dad was a scientist. And he shrunk us down to 1 inch tall. Son of a bitch. Spent 3 days in the back fucking yard while they looked for us while hanging on a fucking clothesline with a fucking magnifying glass. Asshole. I once had a pet rat that drove a little red car and talked. Gina Davis was my mom.
As I got older and in my adult life, once upon a time, a very good friend of mine, him and I were hitmen. We had to do our job. And my partner explained in France, they don't have quarter pounders. They have Royale with cheese. And then I had to take the boss's wife out to dinner and dancing, and she freaking OD'd.
The craziest story. Now I got the kicker here. One time, one summer, my friends taught me how to play baseball. And I made the biggest blunder by taking a Babe Ruth baseball.
Out of all these adventures,
They kept calling me Smalls.
Yeah. Out of all these adventures I've had in my life, good and bad, probably the worst adventure I had was, I came home and I finally got to meet I finally got to see the love of my life, and we went out to a bar, and a couple guys got a little handsy and decided that they thought they could take me in the parking lot. And I accidentally killed a man, and I got locked up. But when the day come where I was going to get to go home and finally see my daughter for the first time, I went down to the commissary and I picked her up a bunny. And they said the only transportation they had was an airplane that was transferring all the cons. Tell you what, I was a hero before I went to jail. And when I came out of jail, I was a hero again.
One time I worked on a farm. And the maiden on the farm used to ask me stuff all the time, and I always answered, as you wish. Yeah. And I met this guy, he was a swashbuckler. His boss used to say all the time, inconceivable! Yeah. Is it weird that we could do this all day?
I know, it's so weird. Later in life, I was married, had a daughter, beautiful wife. Freak accident. She was in a car accident one night and she died. And I gave up all hope on life and gave up my faith. Our brother came to live with us and fucking aliens showed up.
I was a criminal to a giant organization. This one cop took my face.
Took my teeth off. Would you believe
when I was we found an alien, and I used to ride him on my bicycle in a basket.
Would you believe that I was a super secret agent spy for an elite organization in England? unfortunately, one of my protege, or my mentor, whatever you want to call him, he accidentally stepped on a landmine one night when we were on a mission, and in order to save us and complete the mission, he sang John Denver.
Yeah, crazy thing.
It was crazy.
Singing country roads.
Here I am today, living, sharing my stories with you.
One time, there was a tornado. Everything was black and white. And I woke up and everything was in color again. And I had to go down this long road that was painted yellow. I met 4 friends. One was a tin man. And you were there. You were there. In my later years, I was a firefighter. My brother, he was a firefighter too. Our dad was killed in a fire. It was a backdraft. So I became a firefighter to revenge my dad.
I had to teach that fire a lesson.
One time I was hanging out with my buddy at the Circle K. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this phone book shows up. This guy comes out and say we're supposed to save the world.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Crazy, bro. Fucking crazy.
I used to hang out with this guy who wore a cowboy hat. Drove a shitty Kawasaki. And he used to tell me all the time, pull the trigger. Yeah, I don't know why.
It's not your dick.
Apparently it wasn't my dick.
He said, Harley's not your dick. I don't know why he called it Harley, but.
The craziest time, though, I was about 15, 16 years old. I used to hang out with my friend. He built a time machine. I went back in time and met my mother and my father. I technically dated my mother.
Supposedly. All these stories, but probably one of the craziest situations was my adopted mom. One time she decided to, she went through an ugly divorce, and, my older adopted brother and we moved out to our grandfather's house in Santa Clara, California, murder capital. Man, I met these 2 brothers. They called themselves Frog Brothers. My brother became a goddamn vampire. My mom's boyfriend was a fucking vampire. There was a sexy saxophone guy.
That dude could play the sax, let me tell you.
I'm just saying, like, it was up to me and the Frog Bros to save my brother and his hot-ass girlfriend, Star.
This one time in California, I was a garbage man. My brother was a garbage man with me.
That movie keeps popping up on goddamn Max, and I'm gonna watch it. One time, I got into a little bit of trouble, and I had to serve community service. And part of my community service was coaching hockey for this ragtag team of hockey players. We came together.
One time I was a dance instructor at this place in the Catskills. I met this beautiful girl. They called her Baby, even though that wasn't her name. Her name was actually Frank. I once told her dad, nobody puts Baby in the corner.
One time I was down in Mexico. I met this beautiful woman. Most beautiful sight you'll ever see. We fell in love. The Mexican cartel killed her. And it was only the right thing to do was seek vengeance. They told stories about me. They called me El Mariachi. I carried my guitar case.
I was a bull rider. And my buddy was a bull rider. We got in an argument. We didn't talk for years. Then one day our friend went missing in New York City. We'd never been to the big city before. We went to this restaurant and they asked us what we wanted to eat. I said, well, knock its horns off, wipe its nasty ass, throw it down here on the plate. I'm running out of movies here.
I'm not. That's the crazy thing. I'm really not.
A couple of years ago, me and my friends got back together. We haven't seen each other for years. We got back together to mourn our coaches. Yeah. Played in a badass basketball tournament, a basketball game with our old rivals. Yeah. Crazy time.
Once upon a time, I was a little bit older and way past my prime, and I decided I was going to go back to college. I started my own fraternity.
When I was in college,
we had this crazy guy one night during Hell Week who stripped off all his clothes and proceeded to scream, "We're going streaking!"
Streaking. When I was a kid, I used to be on a football team, and the coach, his brother, huge football star for the town. Yeah, his team was the Cowboys. We were the Giants. Had a big game and we won.
You might not know this about me, but I was a pretty big deal in college. I was a college quarterback. Went pro. Might have gambled on my team. Might have had a problem with alcohol, but I wound up in prison. Well, when I got to prison, the warden got this crazy idea that we should have a game. Guards versus England. Well, I had to lead the team. And my best friend, I became best friends with this cat in prison. And because the inmate team, I put together a team, man. I put together the best team you'd ever seen. And my best friend, he was a team manager, and the goddamn guards murdered him and tried to pin it on me. Now, my team didn't have faith in me, but goddamn it, I did. I put everything out there. My body and everything, to get my team.
You almost killed me when I went for the game ball, too.
Yes. Almost.
One time I was a reporter, and I tracked down this guy who claimed to be a vampire. And he sat there all night and told me his story.
That's something. I'll tell you, all of these stories sound a little outlandish and a little crazy, but this is the true story of my life. I mean,
one time I worked at a convenience store. I wasn't even supposed to be there that day. All this crazy stuff happened.
One time, I worked at a fast food restaurant.
I was at Harvard. Did you know that? I went to Harvard, and this bum stole my paper. And in order to get my paper back, he would give me one piece of paper a day for room and board. He taught me the greatest life lessons ever.
Not too long ago, I used to be one of the greatest NASCAR drivers ever. I was involved in an accident, lost the will to drive. My best friend stole my wife. My estranged father came around. He put a goddamn cougar in the car.
This one time, you may not believe it. Fuck, I forgot the movie I had in mind.
What is your podcast about?
One time I moved to this town, they didn't allow dancing. Well, I showed them, boy. I dated the preacher's daughter and I threw a dance.
Austin.
What?
One time I had a job, I was a pet detective. I used to track down people's lost pets. The Miami Dolphins had lost their dolphin.
Let me tell you a story about. Let me tell you the story of lost love when I was in high school. I was on vacation in the summer, and I met this beautiful girl, right? And we met on the beach, and she almost drowned, and I saved her. And then I came back home, and I was back at school, and I had to be cool in front of all my friends and stuff like that. And lo and behold, she transferred all the way from Australia to my little hole in the wall school. And I couldn't let my friends see me around her or let my friends know that I cared about her. And then like
Play cool.
girls at the school made fun of her, but at the end of the day,
I give you your last 3.
oh Jesus Christ, I didn't eat all of them. But at the end of the day, we my friends and I, we were in auto shop, and we built this car. We called it Grease Lightning. It was a real tit wagon.
Cool. One time, Chris, I was married once.
No.
This guy, I was at a fundraiser. I came back. Somebody had killed my wife, and I got blamed for it. But I told the cops 1,000 times it was not me. It was the one-armed man.
Yeah, clearly.
I was also a bull rider once. I was the greatest bull rider ever. One time I fell off this bull, and it stepped right on my balls.
On the balls. Not the balls.
It hurt. Something awful. I was in
Man,
prison once. I became friends with the bestest friend in the world. And I tunneled out of that prison with a little bitty pickaxe and a big poster. 300 yards of shit of freedom.
And
years later, he met me in Mexico.
Well, I mean, Jeff, you might not believe this, Jeff, but once upon a time, I was the greatest undercover officer of all time. FBI, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. We busted everybody. It didn't matter. Well, we made a bust one time, and this crime lord, he wasn't happy. This kingpin, he was not happy. And I thought everything was calm, cool, collective. I retired. They threw a retirement party for me. Me and my family were on this beach. We was happy. Everything. Dad and I were hanging out in the bungalow, and Dad said, "You know what, son? I want to give you my pair of 1911s because you've earned these." And while we were talking, all hell broke loose on this island. My entire family was murdered in front of me, and they left me.
My dad.
They left me for dead. Well, thank God for this Jamaican man, because he found me, and he saved me.
He was Haitian.
Haitian, whatever, same thing. Don't tell my story. Don't you tell my story. And I came back for revenge. I came back for revenge.
Chris, you may not know this, but I was the FBI. And
You were the FBI.
They sent me. I was in the FBI.
Oh.
They sent me undercover with these surfers. Because these surfers were robbing banks.
Oh, were you a quarterback
so
at
they
Ohio
could pay for their endless summer. Yeah, I was also a quarterback at Ohio State.
Wow.
Yeah, go Bucks.
Yeah, well, speaking of Ohio State quarterbacks, you might not know this about me. Once upon a time, believe it or not, I don't like the Buckeyes, but I was a quarterback for Ohio State.
Yeah.
I made it into the pros, and one thing led to another, and fortunately, there was a strike, and they started hiring scrubs. Hell, they hired me as the quarterback of this team. We had this kicker. He was awesome.
Yeah. You smoke on the field, right?
Smoke on the field. He smoked on the field. And the actual players for this team, this professional team, the quarterback didn't like me because I was clearly way better than him, and all his fucking linemen decided to fuck with my car. Huh. Well,
Well, I mean, all my linemen showed up.
my linemen were tougher than his linemen, so I'm just saying. It's cool that we share that in common. We both were great Ohio State quarterbacks.
Yeah. You know, here's what's crazy. I found out I had a twin brother, but he looked nothing like me. They're on the other side of the world. Yeah, he was way taller than me.
Yeah, way taller. Way better looking.
You know, and at another time, I was a scientist, and I wanted to prove that a man could have a baby. So I injected.
I was that man who got pregnant.
Yeah, I got you pregnant that one time. Yeah.
How did we know each? I didn't even know that we knew each other like that. I was unaware. I'll tell you what, man.
You know, one time I found this wooden mask. All day.
One time, I was an undercover cop and in Detroit, and my partner got killed, or whatever. I don't know, really don't know what happened, but I had to go to California. Right? I had to go all the way to California. I had to track the killer all the way to California, Beverly Hills. While I was there, I didn't know that I was going to meet like three of my best friends, like three people who were going to become my best friends. I fucked with two of the guys. Like I put bananas in their tailpipe. In their tailpipes. I met this really cool guy. I don't know if he was from France or Austria or.
Technically, he was from nowhere.
I don't know where he was from.
He made a hell of a fucking latte with a little.
He made a hell of a latte, and I told him to get the fuck out. He said, "No, you get the fuck out. You get the fuck out of here."
You know, I in L.A. one time, I was an undercover cop, and they gave me a car, and sent me down to go street racing. From this beautiful eclipse. They blew it up. Met this guy that can say
Family.
Fucking weird guy. You know, one time I was playing a board game with my friend. I got sucked in the board game.
Bro, that is crazy because one time I was playing a video game with my friends and we got sucked into the video game.
It is crazy, right?
That's crazy.
One time I was a bomb technician. I was a bomb technician chasing down a mentor who was also a bomb tech that was setting off bombs all over Boston.
Unbelievable. One time when I was a cop, I was kind of a loose cannon. My wife got murdered, and I contemplated suicide several times, and I got partnered up with this older gentleman that was on the verge of retirement, and I had to fight the bad guy in his front yard on Christmas. He kept screaming some shit like, "I don't buy jam. That's not my jam. I buy honey and I kiss it on the lips." I don't know what his deal was, but I totally I could have killed him, but I didn't.
I once dated a girl in high school. She changed me part of a witch's coven.
Oh.
She changed her hair.
Nice.
Everything she did came back to her tenfold, so it didn't work out too well for her. I once met an angel.
Was he in the outfield?
No, he was actually helping a little old lady out. I was a news reporter at the time. His name was Michael. Nice guy. I had a friend in high school. He aged 5 times faster than anybody else on the planet. Funny guy.
One time I was coming home from work and I almost hit this little old lady at my car. And I was like, "What are you doing, you crazy little bitch? Get out of the road." And she yelled at me, "Thinner." And then I was just like, I just lost all this weight. Yeah, I lost all this weight. I almost died. It turned out she was some crazy gypsy lady. And she
You know,
cursed.
I had an apartment once. Had so many cockroaches in it. It was crazy. Back then, my name was Joe, but I had this crazy apartment with so many cockroaches, and the cockroaches actually talked to me to help me get the girl.
Nice. Back in the day when I was in California, because I've mentioned to you a couple of times, I lived in California. When I was, a lot younger, I was a bit of a stoner, and I had this straight-laced best friend. Well, one day we found this caveman that was frozen, and then we unfroze him, and
We became the coolest people in school.
yeah.
One time, Chris, you won't believe this. One time, I used to chase tornadoes. I
No
had to go
fucking
get my wife divorce papers during
no.
tornado season. It was crazy. And this other time, I used to be really great. I used to have the greatest slap shot in the world, but I couldn't skate for shit.
Well,
And I ended up playing golf for a long time because I had to save my grandmother's house.
Jeff, you might not believe this, but when I was in high school, I was on the basketball team. Not the best basketball player, hard to believe, but I was a little bit short, and I was a lot white. Actually, everybody on my team was a lot white. Actually, everybody on my team was a lot white. It was different in those times. But one day I discovered I was a werewolf.
Oh, cool.
And, the super hot chick in the school, apparently she was into bestiality.
Yeah.
Because when I was a werewolf, she wanted to bang my brains out.
By the time she was into me, I was into my friend.
Yeah, and my best friend, he had this really cool van. I used to surf on it.
Yeah. One time I met my long lost brother, and we did some bad things. We kidnapped his family. I had to wait out just outside the borders of Mexico. Turns out it's a vampire bar.
What?
And to kill all these vampires to get out of there. It was crazy. We were there from dusk till dawn. It was crazy. This one time, I was dating this girl. I was staying with a foster family. My foster family were two gay dads. And my girlfriend, her dad was a senator. They came over for dinner. My dads did their best to hide the fact that they were gay. But everything went to shit. And we had to sneak them out back door through our gay nightclub.
One time, my fiance took me to meet her parents. And her dad kept asking me if I could milk him because he had nipples. You might not believe this. I know this is a little crazy. This is an outlandish story, but I was in Vegas a few years back. We don't have to have the exact dates or anything like that. Big group of friends and I, right? We was in Vegas, and we decided we were going to rob a casino.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I mean, we had everybody. The locks, I could crack any safe, an architect, the smooth criminal type guy, everything under the sun. And we totally robbed that bank. Not only did we do it once, but we actually did it like 6 more times. Hi, baby.
This one time, I was lost in the jungle. I was raised by the 8 talk. I used to swing from tree to tree, but I had to be careful because every once in a while I'd slam into a tree and I met this girl.
That's crazy because shortly after I was left at the orphanage as a baby, as I got a little bit older, the orphanage kicked me out. And and they basically just like put me on this plane and they pushed me out over a jungle.
Yeah.
And my best friend was a bear.
Ah!
And then we had to go to like this orangutan.
Yeah.
And some snake kept trying to eat me, and then there was I think his name was Shere Khan wanted to kill me as well. I don't even know.
One time my step grandfather
Hold on. Why
Took
does
me
it-
to the island that he owned.
Who?
He had genetically grown dinosaurs.
Oh no. Jeff, drop the picture of the boyfriend.
He's still out there.
I know. Trust me. I know. We don't care.
Looks like the dirty version. That's it. Sorry, we're talking shit on his daughter's boyfriend.
Sure.
Who is that? What is that?
That's Riff Raff from Rocky Horror Picture Show. Have you
Yes.
And yeah, right there. Jeff got it. Jeff,
Did he
Jeff
tell you he's got long hair?
Jeff also had this picture. Show the other picture.
What's the other one look
Okay,
like?
give me a second. I gotta get it up. I can only put one picture at a time.
She really doesn't have a type, does she?
No.
Sorry, wrong one.
Jackass.
Sorry, they're not labeled.
Wait,
Carol Levine's kind of fat, though. Right there. That's what Jeff said.
Use the strong arm.
No, Pumpkin.
Masquerade haunted.
Jeff, this one time,
Ale.
Yeah.
this one time, my friends and I went out to this cabin in the middle of nowhere. And this is crazy, man. This is crazy. Like this is the most obscure thing you're ever gonna hear. My friends and I went out to this cabin out in the middle of nowhere, right? And we found this book, and we was partying, we was drinking and smoking, and I decided to read from the book, right? I didn't think anything was gonna happen. Dude, my girlfriend became a fucking demon. I had to chop her head off and put her head in a vice and kill her. All my friends died. And then, if things couldn't get any crazier, I was transported back through time to the medieval days.
One time, I was part of a neo-Nazi group. I killed this guy by making him bite her. Oh, that one was hard. One time I was at school, and it turns out the entire faculty at school were aliens. I used to sell drugs out of my car, but I used to sell these weird pens.
Yeah. That happened at my school. I was the nerd who got the hot chick. Did we go to the same school? Well, one time, we were at a street fair when I was in high school. And the goddamn Russians invaded America, dude. So
My friends and I made a bet on who could lose on that we would lose our virginity by the end of the senior year. And I ended up sleeping with a band geek.
I mean, like I said, my friends and I, when I was in high school, we were at a street fair, and the Russians invaded America, bro.
Oh, that's crazy.
It was up to me. It was up to me to put a group together in our small town to save America. Yeah, we call ourselves clearly, obviously, after the University of Michigan football team or university, we called ourselves Wolverines.
One time my buddy and I, we started a game. We created a game because we were great at shooting hoops, but that was about the extent of our athletic ability. We created a game that took the nation by storm. It was a form of basketball and baseball. We called it basketball.
That's genius. That is ingenious. I like that. I've always been an underdog most of my life, man. And, not too long ago, a couple years back, a year or two back or so, I joined a dodgeball league. And, unfortunately, the league was full, and, I had a bunch of misfits on my team. And, we had a coach who was this crazy-ass Vietnam vet, and he threw wrenches at us.
Yeah.
He'd scream at us, and he'd go, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge anything.
One time I was a prison guard, and I used to guard death row. We had this big giant of a man that came in. He was special.
You were
Called
the
it
asshole.
Green Mile, the last walk.
You were an asshole prison guard, weren't you?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
You know, one time I made a bet with my friend in high school. I could turn any chick into prom queen. I ended up falling in love with that girl.
Jameer.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, one time in high school, I got Saturday school, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I showed up for Saturday school, and we had the nerd in there, and there was the slutty girl, and the outcast girl, and this jock dude, and you know, I was kind of the loner and the outcast, whatever. You know, it is what it is. And the goddamn principal told me if I messed with the bull, I was going to get the
Oh,
whore.
you get the whole.
I don't know.
One time I was going to high school, and it turns out there was a news reporter pretending to be a high school student. I'm pretty sure she fucked one of my teachers.
One time when I was in high school, there was a serial killer that was killing all my friends. And my best friend, her brother was a sheriff's deputy. And then this goddamn news reporter came in because my mom was murdered a few years prior. And this news reporter showed up, and I had to punch her lights out. You know, and then, you know, once we realized that it was my boyfriend and his goofy ass friends that were doing all the killing because his dad fucked my whore mom, you know, I thought everything was fine. But then a couple years later, I'm in college and the same shit happened. And then a couple years after that, I'm growing up and the same shit happened.
You know, I went to high school and there was this beautiful girl.
Hey, Dad.
And her dad wouldn't let her date.
She's sitting on the top.
Her dad wouldn't let her date when I first met her, but her dad gave up a new rule that if her older sister, who's kind of a bitch, she dated, then the younger sister, the one I like to date. So I paid a guy to convince another guy to date her, and they fell in love.
You know, one time.
At band camp?
You know, one time I may or may not have been a little bit of a petty thief. You know, I might have stolen a few things, whatever. It is what it is. But I met this extraordinary. I was running from we'll just call them the King's Guard, the Queen's Guards, whatever. And I met this beautiful, beautiful girl who lived in a tower all alone. Had the longest, prettiest blonde hair you'd ever seen. She let it down outside of the tower so I could climb up it. And then she smashed me in the head with a frying pan.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I mean, at the end of the day, it was meant to be, and we fell in love, and you know, the horse
back in the 40s.
The horse
back
that
in the
was trying to
1940s.
run me down, him and I became best friends.
Back in the 1940s, I was a treasure hunter.
Have you not been listening to us?
No, I'm talking to Aaron. I'm trying to find her closer to Mariah Carey.
Back in the 1940s, I was a treasure hunter.
Vicky said, "What the hell are you talking about?" We've been doing this
I was a treasure hunter, and we accidentally set loose a mummy. Could have destroyed the world if it wasn't for me.
I used to be a treasure hunter too, actually. And I had this little Asian sidekick guy, and my estranged dad showed up, and you know, we had to fight the Germans and various other. And there was this one time I found this treasure, and I didn't swap it out fast enough, and this giant boulder chased me out of the pyramid that I was in. Same.
You know, one time in college, my buddies and my buddy ended up having sex with this girl. But he wasn't broken up with his girlfriend yet, so we took a road trip across the country to intercept the tape.
December has not
Craziness ensued.
Up until
Scotty didn't know.
Actually, road trip.
One time I was kind of hard up on cash and I needed a job, and I took this job at a museum. It was third shift.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I didn't realize that, at night after the museum closed, that all the exhibits came to life.
Huh?
I got to
You
meet.
know, this one time I was a fisherman on a fishing boat, go out in the sea.
Well,
And all of a sudden, 3 storms collided at once. We all died.
That's a shame.
It was me and George Clooney out on a boat, man.
Sorry you died.
all right.
Almost.
Well, I gotta get my shit packed for tomorrow.
R.I.P. to
You
Jeff.
know, one time my school integrated. I was on the football team.
Sure, I have no idea where.
You were a cheerleader, don't lie.
No, my best friend became the guy I hated.
That was my best friend. Left side, strong side.
Yeah, it was left side, strong side. That was our chant.
One time when I was in high school, there was this fucking retard that used to push a cart outside of the.
Yeah.
You know, one time I escaped from prison with my 3 buddies. We were on the chain gang. We actually played a song on the radio that became super famous.
What was that song? How'd that song go?
I am a man of constant sorrow.
I like that. I gotta see if I can find that song. That's a good song right there.
You know, one
Why
time,
were you
buddy,
sorrow?
I was on a school trip once.
You don't have a
We were
type,
flying
do you?
to Paris, and I had this weird vision that the plane was going to crash and explode. So I kind of freaked out a little bit, got kicked off the plane, and as soon as we got kicked off the plane, the fucking plane exploded. It's crazy. Spent the next 3 weeks dodging death.
In her skater boy.
Let's see if you get this one. We've been on a roll. Let's see if you get this one. One time I found out that I had an identical twin brother.
Really?
Yeah. I was on the straight and narrow, but we come from a family of gangsters, so to say, and he was running the family business. And I had to I was a soldier, I was a hero, a decorated hero, and he was a little loosey goosey with the laws. And one night I seen him in his bar, and when I seen him there, I decided that me and my girl were gonna leave, but then he insulted my girl, so I had to rock his shit, and everybody was surprised because I'm not that type. I'm just saying. If you don't know that movie,
one time I used to hang out with my buddy. I got fired on my day off. We were hanging out.
How the fuck you get fired on your day off?
He made fun of me of that shit all day.
Back in the day, my 2 brothers and I, alcohol hasn't always been legal. I had 2 brothers. I had an older brother and a younger brother, and I kind of ran things and did things, and we were during Prohibition and stuff like that. We were making the shine, making that good. You know what I mean? Running it back and forth. Younger brother was coming up in the game. He really didn't know what was going on. He was learning as he goes. Man, my older brother, man, he was a loose cannon. Everything was cool, but the goddamn sheriff had a hard on for us. I mean, I even got my neck slashed, and you thought I was dead. I didn't die though.
This one time, this big rock group need to replace their lead singer, and apparently I sounded just like their lead singer, and I got real heavy into the scene. Became a rock star.
How'd that rock star life treat you?
It treated me pretty good. I mean, I dated Jennifer Aniston, let's be honest.
Nice. I used to be a porn star. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah. Really, man. I had a big hog. It was not a prosthetic. And we'd boogie nights every weekend. Boogie night.
One time I was in this terrible car crash. I always wanted to be a cop. I was in this terrible car crash. And this doctor found me, put me back together with animal parts.
Great.
That's crazy.
Great.
Yeah,
Speaking of being a cop, there was this one time when I was a cop.
This is gonna be fun.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, in Detroit. And I went on a bus one night and wound up
We've lived full lives.
I wound up getting all shot to hell and I got deaded up, man. I got deaded up. But there was a new company and they were looking for a cybernetics robo type cop plan. And they brought me back to life, man. I was like basically a robot, and they called me RoboCop.
Good night.
Well, something similar happened to me when I was in the military. I was in Vietnam. And my sarge cut the ears off people, wore them as a necklace.
Oh, that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
And then I died, and they brought me back. And I don't know why, but they said I was universal. I was a soldier. All I know is I was a soldier.
That's crazy. We were both in Vietnam.
Yeah, there was this one time.
You came back, and I got shot in the ass.
I was a doctor, but I could speak to animals.
I got blocked by two people. Limp Dick blocked me.
Who the hell's Limp Dick? Oh, why the hell did he block you?
My guess is because of Facebook memories.
Nice.
Yeah.
Who else blocked you?
Oh, I'll tell you. It's one of my ex-coworkers from Crossroads. Jason. Yeah.
You cannot take movie buffs to do this with.
Yeah, I mean, shit. One time I wrote a story in school. I was in grade school, and it turns out this big producer found my story, and he lied and said it was his. I turned his skin blue at one point. He used to like that song, "Hungry Like the Wolf."
One time, I was a detective early on in my career, but I could still pass as a high school student.
Ah.
And we went back to high school, and then we went back to college, and my partner fucked the captain's daughter.
When I was in college, I was an amazing drummer. I was such a good drummer. There was a competition, and I won everything.
Did you know? I had cancer, Jeff. Cancer ate up my whole ass body.
Oh, that's terrible.
And I met and fell in love with this prostitute, and we were going to get married, and we tried every possible thing we could to get rid of this cancer. And this weird, strange, nerdy-looking, goofy fuck showed up one night, and he told me about this program and dropped his card off, and I joined the program, half hesitantly, and maybe it looked like the love child of an avocado and Freddy Krueger.
It wasn't a nice relationship.
Yeah, it was not. But I became a superhero, man. But my one goal was to get revenge on Francis. That was the guy in this program. He was an asshole, and to get my girl back.
I grew up in a small town. I used to write greeting cards. Found out my uncle died, left me billions of dollars. I had to go to New York, get some paperwork signed. Turns out I owned a football team.
Nice.
And my uncle was so cool. He had a water fountain. The Hawaiian Punch come out. He had a bit of a creepy butler. Turns out he was his son as well. So I have a brother too.
It's not a bad gig.
I used to rap.
Hey.
The underground scene.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What was that? Was that you laughing at Jeff?
What?
You were like,
I don't know. I said, hey,
oh, who are you saying hey to?
you.
Oh, hey.
We need to pop through Huntington when we leave
Uh-huh.
tomorrow because it's cashless. So.
Oh, a nationwide?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So I need to deposit cash so I have it on my bank card.
Okay.
They
You
do
know,
have
my last year of high school.
where you can put the cash in and it'll spit out a no-fee Visa card.
Oh, nice.
But there's no sense in doing that.
So Jeff, you used to be on the rap scene underground.
Yeah, underground rap scene, rap battles, the whole 9 yards. They called me Bunny. I don't know why.
Oh, would you like to? Would you like to?
No,
Here's
no,
some
I
of
gave
your-
it up. I gave it up. I gave it up when I moved to a high school, and I was kind of a nerdy guy at that point. So I went to prison on purpose.
Well, I mean,
guy.
a gangster underground rapper doesn't sound like a nerdy guy.
Well, you know, people
I'm just
change.
saying.
People change.
So you went from gangster rapper to nerdy?
Yeah, you know, yeah.
You sure
You know,
you
one
can't give
time
us
I
a
watched
little
this
example
I watched
of
this
your
video.
rapping ability?
No, like I
So
said, I
what's-
gave it up. But one time I found this videotape, and it showed this weird picture of a well. This girl climbed out of my fucking TV. She's all
You've
wet.
died twice in this conversation, just so you know.
Oh, I didn't die, but she climbed out of my fucking TV.
Does she make you squeal like a pig?
No. You know, I was a scientist once. Like I said before, I'm a scientist, and
Yeah.
I accidentally saved my friend by stepping in front of a X-ray machine that I created. And every time I get angry, I feel big and green.
You're like a tiny green garden gnome when you get angry.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Crazy.
I mean, I tell you what, once upon a time, I was in the oil business.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I worked. I was in the rigging business, and my boss.
He was an ass.
My boss.
His daughter.
My boss's daughter. She was something else. Golly.
Okay, boy.
And we was in love, and unfortunately, circumstances as it may be, her dad didn't like me a whole lot because I'm a rigger, I'm a old rig guy, and but there was a meteor crashing towards Earth, and we were the only people that could save Earth, so we had to go to space. Ain't never been no training, nothing. I don't know nothing about going to space, flying a spaceship or anything like that, but her dad and I and our motley crew, we went to space and we destroyed this meteor.
Huh.
But the craziest thing, before we left, she came running up and jumped in my arms. I'm in
You
full.
guys sang a song.
Yeah, I'm in full face suit, and our song was John Denver, Leaving on a Jet Plane. And I started singing it to her under my breath, so she could hear. But our crew heard it, and they started singing along with us. Her dad was not impressed. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So while we were up on
He said you couldn't take anything serious.
Yeah, I couldn't take it. It was super serious. While we were on this meeting, we had this guy on our crew that like jumped on a fucking nuke just so you could feel
that was me. I did that. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, we keep having all these cross-sections in our lives, man, and I didn't realize
I was a newspaper guy, and I made a bet that I wrote for a men's magazine. I made a bet with these women that wrote in a women's magazine. I could make any woman fall in love. Little did I know that she had made a bet that she could make any guy hate her. Yeah. She almost lost me in 10 days. But I stuck it out. I fall in love with her.
through all my exploits and everything I've done in life, I've garnered quite the fortune, and I'm obviously a pretty handsome man.
Yeah.
But the one thing I never found was true love. So I used to get prostitutes from time to time.
Yeah, I get that.
And I got this prostitute one night with these giant fucking horse teeth, and she wasn't used to the to the finer things in life, and through fate, destiny, whatever you want to call it, we fell in love. I called her a pretty woman.
When I was a kid, my stepdad and I, we changed bodies. He became me, I became him. Yeah,
That's
it was
crazy.
a vice versa situation.
Yeah, a little vice versa. Yeah, a little Freaky Friday action.
Yeah, well, he did look like Judge Reinhold. I'm just saying.
Oh, so it was like, well, yeah, okay, I feel you. Yeah, like big, yeah, no, not big. Yeah, I feel you.
I used to date this girl.
I fucking had one and I lost it.
I used to date this girl. I only dated her for a short time. Apparently, she was on some mission to kill this guy named Bill. I don't know what this girl wearing a yellow suit, carried a sword. I had to leave her. She was crazy.
Oh, fucking Bill.
One time my friends and I decided to rob this place in Italy. And in order to get away, our buddy stole all the gold. We had to steal it back from him. We used Mini Coopers. Loaded that shit up with that gold and took the fuck off. Awesome.
Did you hear Nikki?
What'd you say?
She said, God, I love that movie.
One time I was in school, Chris, and it was a really rich school. My girlfriend and her best friend were walking down the hallway, standing next to each other on the cell phone to each other. They were really clueless. It was weird. Yeah. I knew I'd get him out when I let her. This one time, my dad got sucked back in time, back in the medieval times. And me and my buddies, we went back in time to get him.
How'd that work out?
It worked out pretty good. We got him back, but unfortunately our friend did die. It was a French-English war. They thought he was a spy. It was the whole thing.
I mean, speaking of medieval times, that was the French Indian War, not really medieval times. I mean, I feel like you got your time frames fucked up. But speaking of medieval times, I don't know if you know this or not, but I was once a brave knight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was once a brave knight, and I got both my arms and legs cut off. It was a mere flesh wound.
Yeah,
and I told him, I said, I'll bite you. I'll bite you.
Bite your leg off. Speaking of medieval times, you know that song, "We Will Rock You" by Queen.
Mm-hmm.
They sang that while I jousted.
That's insane.
Yeah, I wasn't actually a really knight. I was pretending, but it kind of worked out because they eventually got knighted by the king.
What?
So there's something seriously wrong with the boat.
We've been doing this for like 2 hours.
One time, Chris, I was a master and commander of a ship. It was on the far side of the world, but we were chasing down this French frigate. My doctor friend, he got shot. All he wanted to do was explore for look for him.
You might not believe
this. He was a visionary.
You might not believe this, Jeff, and nobody else might not believe this based off of my fear of heights and my well-known documented fear of heights, but I used to be a pilot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was a pilot at Commercial Airlines, and due to certain circumstances, we can't dive into it. But once upon a time, I landed my commercial airline on the Hudson River.
Oh, no shit.
I
I was
saved
a
like
pilot too.
I saved like
When
300.
I was in the Navy, I was a pilot of an F-14, and I was the first pilot of that era to actually get close to the enemy ship in like 20 years. They sent me to school so I could learn how to dogfight them. I was a bit of a maverick, but I was awesome.
You might not believe this, but my dad was in that program and he died.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
My tail gunner, he died.
And I got to join that program like 30 years later.
Oh yeah, you were the kid that I hung out with. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
One time I owned a barber shop with a bunch of my friends. This one time I met this really beautiful girl, and I had this brand new navigator, and she had to go out of town, and her kid's dad couldn't make it. So I decided I'll be the nice guy. I'll drive them across the country.
Are we there?
Fucked up that navigator. I was in Europe not too long ago. I was a bit of a gigolo at that time.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Spent a bunch of time in Amsterdam.
Well, Jeff, we spoke on all my experiences as a police officer or a cop or FBI agent or whatever. It was only right that I became a lawyer. Well, I moved to New York and I become a lawyer, and I got a call from my nephew or my cousin. Sorry, my cousin. One time he was way down in the South and he was in a little bit of trouble. So, my Puerto Rican girlfriend at the time, we drove down there and we defended them. And I'm not a car guy by no means, but the judge decided to be a little smug Southern prick and challenge my girlfriend. At the time, little Puerto Rican thing. She was a grease monkey, and she put him in his place, and we got my cousin off on all the charges.
I was a lawyer myself once too.
Really?
I was in what's called the JAG Corps. This general, he ordered a code red, which was highly illegal.
Yeah.
And we busted his ass. Before I was a lawyer, I hunted souls that had escaped from hell.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I carried a shotgun over my cross. It was cool. Yeah, I even went to hell a couple times. Great. Nice. And the devil himself, after I tried to kill myself, the devil himself came down to get me. But the Lord above said, no. He sacrificed himself.
In my days as a lawyer in the South, I once defended a black man whose daughter was raped and murdered by a couple cracker ass pieces of shit, and he murdered them. And I got that black man off in the deep South on that murder charge. And even after he said, yeah, I did it, and I'd do it again.
This one time, as you know, I was adopted. And this old woman took me in. And I ended up finding 3 brothers. We weren't actually related, but we were basically brothers.
Yeah.
One day, somebody killed our adopted mother. So we went to hell and high water to revenge her.
That's cool.
All over Detroit, man. All over Detroit.
I heard you lost a brother in that situation.
Yeah, I did. Unfortunately, somebody threw a snowball at him. He thought they were being a smartass, and they shot him.
Yeah.
They didn't last long.
I don't know if you know this or not, Jeff, but I used to have two best friends, a black guy and a Hispanic guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We used to be drag queens.
Nice.
And we stumbled upon this basically
Oh,
almost
sure.
a ghost town, almost a ghost town. And we revived it. And not only that, but I saved a lady from a relationship full of domestic violence. And I don't want to brag. I don't want to brag, but I think I made a very pretty lady.
Yes, you did. This one time I was kind of an extreme sports nut, and this guy from the government with a kind of a messed up face, he recruited me, and he kept calling me this weird name because I had a tattoo on the back of my neck. I infiltrated a Russian group of thugs, just bad guys. I ended up taking them out. They were literally planning on killing off the world with a drug called gas called Silent Night. And yeah, I had to go all the way to Prague. I had this really badass coat, drove a cool car.
Nice.
When I found out my parents were dead, I decided I would get revenge on the injustice in the world. I donned a cowl, cape, and I went to Tibet, and I learned from my master Raza Rule how to fight 30 men with ease. I got sent to prison while I was there, and I told them all, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
You just intertwined two movies that have nothing to do.
Yeah, I did. 100%. But it's all still Batman. It's all Batman.
I mean, same universe, same comic book group. I appreciate it. But wow, you really took a twister. You stole my you stole my Batman thing, but mine was probably way better because obviously my parents.
One time I was a Texas Ranger.
Oh, were you?
And these cheerleaders, they witnessed a murder. And I had to go to their house, their fraternity house. It was just 5 of them. I had to sit in that house and babysit these girls until we found the killer. Turned out it was an FBI guy. And I was the man of the house.
Yeah, well, Jeff, you might not know this, but I'm not from your planet.
Really? Oh, fuck.
My planet was actually destroyed, and when I was just a wee little baby, and my parents, they stuck me in a spaceship and blasted me off to Earth. I grew up in a small. I grew up in a small. I grew up in a small Kansas town known as Smallville, and fortunately, the parents I had brought me up with morals and respect, and taught me that even though I knew that I could be a god, that I should be a hero. And I grew up and I did everything right, and I got a nice job at a newspaper company, and it's funny because all I had to I just put glasses on. But when I took my glasses off, I became a hero, and nobody knew.
You mentioned that you were a drag queen with friends. I was once a cowboy. Fell in love with another cowboy.
That sounds like the most plausible thing that has come out of your mouth all night.
Oh, thanks a lot. Well,
could you not?
We couldn't tell nobody.
You couldn't tell anybody.
At one point, my buddy almost got his ass kicked.
Did he complete?
He did get his ass kicked.
Could you not quit him?
Yeah, I couldn't quit him. We were so afraid of this thing taking hold of us.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you know this or not, but I'm a little bit slow mentally, basically retarded. Did you know that I had to fight for custody of my kid because the judicial system said that a retard couldn't take care of kid.
Turns out she was smarter than you.
Shit. Who gave my ex-husband custody?
Well, that was a great goddamn movie, first and foremost. And fucking
That
Sean
fucking
Penn was-
movie. And when fucking Dakota Fanning starts reading, taking over the reading to him because
Yeah.
he can't keep up with the book, Jesus Christ. You know, my cousin and I, and our other cousin, and our uncle used to run moonshine.
Mm,
We had this really cool orange car. Yeah.
you're stretching.
No. It's actually a movie. It's actually a movie.
You're stretching.
2005. 2005.
Hey, look like in a movie, but you're stretching. we were staying moving.
That is a movie. 2005. Sean William Scott and Johnny Knoxville.
You know, yeah, I've seen a lot of crazy things in my life, but when I was a young glick, my friends and I, we went on an adventure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because there was a dead body.
Oh.
So we
Wanna go see the dead
followed
body?
the railroad tracks, and we almost got ran down by a train.
Train.
We was on the bridge. We had to fight off the older little bullies, if you will.
Yeah.
But we eventually made it to that dead body.
You know, I lived in New York for a short time.
Mm.
While I lived in New York, I was hired as a guy to teach other guys how to be cool and how to get the girl. There's this one guy, this real big guy, kind of goofy. He was in love with this heiress. And, I made him fall in love.
Huh?
I told him to dance. Your moves right here, baby.
Right here. Speaking of,
Reminds me, I was a virgin for a long time. I think I lost my virginity just after I was 40. And my buddies didn't believe me. So they tried
that's
to
a long time,
me
bro.
up. 40-year-old.
Once upon a time, long time ago, man. I was fortunate enough to board this luxurious cruise ship,
Yeah.
and
Won your hand of poker, did you?
yeah, and I met this beautiful woman. She took off all of her clothes, and she told me to paint her like one of her French girls. I didn't know what the fuck she meant because I didn't know any French girls, but I did my best. Yeah. But anyways, the goddamn cruise liner hit a fucking iceberg, and then this bitch was on a piece of door, more than enough room for the both of us. But she still mushed me in the face and pushed me into the ocean and watched me die.
What a cunt.
Fucking love it, man.
I used to work for this big company. Real big company.
Yeah.
And they made me the CFO, Chief Financial Officer.
Oh, nice.
Same day that turns out they were lying about their profits. I was on the air with Money Time when the truth came out. So my wife, her name's Jane, we decided to get even, start robbing things. It was crazy.
Nice.
This one time, my buddy and I, he had a hard upbringing, just like myself. And during a certain season of the year, to get with women, we crash weddings. We come up with these crazy stories. We'd have 1 week or the ceremony and reception to get with women. We'd get out. He had this crazy friend that he introduced me to. He used to crash funerals, and he was great. He kept yelling at his mom about meatloaf.
You know, we've talked tonight about my extensive career in law enforcement, and as a lawyer, uh, when I was still a lawyer, I was a defense attorney,
Oh, okay.
and I was all about my work. I was all about my job, and I had I had my kid, and oh, son of a bitch made a wish one time that I couldn't tell a lie.
Oh, that must be horrible.
Yeah, it was like, I mean, I could not tell a lie at all, to the point where I could look at a pin and see it was one color and try to tell myself that it was a different color. And while I'm in the middle of a trial, I beat my own ass in the bathroom.
Damn.
Not only that,
No,
but there was also a time before I became a lawyer that
fire.
my best friend, who was a lawyer at the time, yeah, he had a little one night stand, a little good time down in Cancun, if
Yeah.
you will, with a young lady.
Canada, wasn't it? Wasn't it in Canada?
Yeah, maybe it was Canada. I don't know. Not my problem.
Canadian Hooters. They were drinking
Yeah,
multiple.
Canadian Hooters. And I was in a weird place in my life, and this fucking kid showed up at my door, and I was breaking up with my girlfriend. She had just dumped me for this older dude, and he had old balls. But me and this kid, we formed a connection, man, and I love that little bastard. He called himself Frankenstein, and fucking Scuba Steve, you son of a bitch. Then
Did he
I
wipe
met.
his own ass, though? Did he wipe his own ass?
Yeah, he definitely wiped his own ass. He made that very clear.
In my younger days, got sent off to England to this old man's house. Me and 3 other kids, another guy, 2 girls. He had this wardrobe. We went inside.
Crack Narnia.
Yeah, let's go to Narnia.
Crack Narnia. Crack Narnia, as you said them.
This one time, I was kind of frustrated with my life. Ended up going to a Bed Bath and Beyond. Get a new remote. I had so many remotes. I wanted a universal remote. This crazy guy. Talking like a 50s gangster. He gave me a remote that could control the world around me. I could slow things down, pause things. Didn't work out too well for me, but it did eventually work out at the end.
One time, I met this gentleman, and he tried to tell me the truth. And he said, I'm about to fuck this up, but get over it, you fucking losers. I met this gentleman, and he said, if you choose the red pill, it's the truth.
I already did it. Did it.
Did you?
I did it when you were going to the bathroom. You were in the bathroom, so it technically doesn't count.
Why to call me out? Because I just let you do the ones that I've already done. Let me narrate my story, because
one time I was out in Mississippi, and met this crazy girl. She was all crazy about sex. Her boyfriend had just gone off to the military, and I chained her to my radiator. My little buddy came in looking for me. She ripped her shirt off. I had sex with him. It was crazy.
Crazy.
I never really paid attention to that movie. I just want to see the boobs.
Look at the day when I was a cop. I was a cop down in Miami. And I had a partner, obviously. I mean, I'm flashy, good looking guy. I had a partner who had a wife and everything else, and kids and all that jazz. And I may or may not have been banging his sister, but he he was going through the emotions and he couldn't get it up. A little ED. I mean, it happens as we get older. Sometimes you can't get hard. But we were chasing after this dealer from Mexico, and we was in a morgue one time, and yeah, he got dead body stuff all over him, and drank some he probably should have drank, but yeah, at the end of the day, basically, said Mexican drug dealer cartel guy kidnapped his sister. We had to go to Mexico with our. We thought we was gonna have to do it all alone, and we was having a meeting, and he was a little distraught, and I let him know, hey, we bad boys for life. We ride together, we die together. We didn't realize that we was going to get the whole ass FBI and our fucking SWAT division that was going to roll with us, because those were our people. But when he got a little certain powdery substance in his system, and we was at the captain's house trying to get a warrant.
Yep. I'm not a big guy. Kind of a small guy. Not very athletic. But I got heart. And all I wanted to do was play football.
Nobody
Notre
ever
Dame.
wants to play football at Notre Dame.
Hey, you
Well, I was a bartender in Philadelphia once. And
failed.
the Eagles.
Oh, Nikki really, she said, shut your face out, all hail Rudy.
Yeah, that's right. I was a bartender in Philadelphia. The Eagles holding open tryout. I was the only one that made the team.
I was
invincible.
I was a bartender once upon a time, but we were all about flash and show.
Was it kind of ugly?
Huh?
Oh, no, okay, I got it.
Yes. Huh?
No, I mixed up movies. My bad.
Then
I was going Coyote Ugly.
Bermuda, Jamaica. Oh, I wanna
I worked at the bar. I was a bouncer, and these chicks used to dance on the bar and throw water on people. It's crazy. In New York.
One time I was a
kind of
bouncer.
a bully.
Being a bouncer, I used to be a bouncer. And I was called into this small podunk ass club. It was a real rough place, man. Like, they had a house band.
They sweep up the eyeballs with the blood.
No, Patrick Swayze, motherfucker.
They had a house band that was amazing.
Yeah.
But they had to put them behind a cage because the crowd was so rowdy. And they were a rich family, and they were just thought they ran everything. And I had to come in and I had to tell the guys, you know what?
Kill the guy during that.
I told him to be nice. I told him to be nice. Told him to be nice. And one guy asked me, what if they called my mom a whore? I said, is she? What if they called me a cocksucker? Are you? And my mentor was this. My mentor was this cool, laid back, smooth talking, mustachian dude, man. Like, I would if that man wanted to have sex with me, I'd have sex with him in a heartbeat. I'm just saying.
I was kind of a bully in school, and as I got older, I was kind of a sports guy at school.
I told you
played
so.
Baseball and all that stuff. And I became friends with the guy that worked at a video store and another guy that delivered papers. And we decided to play all the little league teams in our town.
Uh-huh.
3 of us against all the little league teams, and the winners got a stadium.
Jeff, what would I told?
Losing, but
Jeff, what would I tell you or what would you do if I told you that I was murdered and a mugging gone wrong in the subway?
Oh, that's terrible.
All right. Well, it was a good thing that I got to come back because I had unfinished business. And my girl at the time, she was pretty big into pottery, and fortunately, I met this medium who everybody thought she was a fraud, but she really wasn't. And in my afterlife as a ghost, I learned that I could move objects and affect my surroundings.
Pretty cool.
And I had to protect my my girl, because the guy who murdered me it was all a setup. And she wasn't interested in him, but he was definitely interested in her.
One time my buddies and I couldn't get into college.
That's a
So
shame.
we decided to start our own college.
I already did it.
Did you? Shit.
Yes, I did it at the very beginning.
Well, in my mid-30s, my father had built a lake house. And a couple years after I'd lived there, a woman moved into said lake house. We were able to communicate through a weird mailbox. We ended up falling in love. And that same woman, I was a cop at this time. That same woman, she was on a bus, had a bomb on it. I had to climb on that bus and help bring them all to safety. And this one time, I realized I could change my past by reading my old diaries. But every time I did it, something went wrong. Every time that old saying, the butterfly effect, would change things. I'd have to change it again.
Change it again, man.
There was another time I was a scientist. We were working on a serum that would turn you invisible. I used it on myself. Well, a lot of crazy things happen when you can't see. When you don't have to look at yourself in the mirror.
I've mentioned a couple times tonight that I used to be a police officer, detective.
Yep.
Well, when I was a kid, so the story says, my father was a firefighter.
Oh, okay.
And he went into a burning building one time, and unfortunately, that was the last time he'd ever enter a building. Now, as I got older and I grew up, and I became a police officer and a detective. Mom still lived in the same house and had all of Dad's stuff. And one of the things that she had was Dad's old CB radio. And one night I found the right frequency by accident, and comes to find out, I was talking to my dad in the past. And we tried to change history. Well, when we tried to change history, unfortunately, Mom almost became a victim of a serial killer. And so history changed, much like your butterfly effect thing. With Pops and I finding the right frequency, we fixed history, we changed history, and we had to fix it all over again. He wasn't
also made your friend rich too. You mentioned you were a cop. I was a cop too. I was a cop in London. I was even assaulted by a guy dressed as Santa Claus. He stabbed me in my hand. They transferred me out to the country, out into the country, rural town, and I could never switch it off. I was always on. My buddy, he taught me how to relax. Showed me some movies. But there was this serial killer in our town. Turns out he was mostly down.
Can't fuck around with serial. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's a little outlandish, but it's true. I lived through the zombie apocalypse.
Nice. I was waiting for that one.
Unfortunately, at the end of the day, my best friend turned into a zombie. But I was able to get my girl back, and we lived happily ever after. And my best friend, he was still a zombie, but I got to keep him in the shed in the back, and we still got to hang out and play video games. What?
Did I ever tell you?
Shaun of the Dead. You've never seen Shaun of the Okay, I gotta first and foremost, I've got to introduce you to Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead. Simon Pegg and Nick Frost are the
Best comedy duo on the planet.
Duo that you will ever see from England.
I met God once. At the time, I was a news reporter. And God came to me. He gave me all his powers.
God gave you all his powers.
All his powers.
I don't believe in God.
Yeah. Well, he was. At first, I didn't believe it either. Because some guy comes up to you and he says, "I'm God." Okay, yeah, sure. But he did this thing. He had me put my hand behind my back. I said, "God, how many fingers?" I had one hand. He said 7. Pulled up, I had 7 fingers on my hand at that time.
Unacceptable.
Yeah, crazy.
I
got a cool car out of it.
When I got out of the police force, I decided to put my skills to better use. Moved to Santa Barbara, and I became a psychic detective with my best friend.
No. Yeah, they do have 3 movies. I guess.
There are 4 movies.
I was a firefighter once, and my buddy, we had a scare. We both almost died, and he did save my life. I was a bit of a ladies' man. He had a couple of kids, and his wife had passed recently. So, in order for him to get insurance, we got married.
Nice.
His name was Chuck.
Good thing to do for your friend.
Hey.
We talk about my extensive career as a police officer, lawyer, this and the other thing. Throughout my career, being a police officer and a detective and everything like that, I was also a state trooper.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And my buddies and I used to like to play fun games like checking out the bulletproof vest. We'd make a traffic stop, and we'd see if you could get, if you could say meow 10 times.
Yeah, so many times, right?
Yeah. But we had this asshole that worked for us that would go into a restaurant and order a liter of cola. Our chief was amazing outside of the fact that he didn't like the word shenanigans.
I was a cop in New York City, but I was a terrible driver.
Why are you mad?
I can't find my Jason Aldean
Couldn't
t-shirt.
drive for shit.
So you look on the dressers. So you look on that dresser?
When I put my clothes away, everything goes in its own place.
Did you look in that dresser?
No.
Look in it.
Why? Did you
I
steal
was
it?
a cop in New York City.
It fit me.
I have one dresser spot with pajamas in it. That's it. That's all I
You
got.
have more than just look. I don't know. I'm losing clothes all over the place too. I'll buy you a
I
new
was
one.
a cop in New York City. Turns out these supermodels were robbing banks. But I was a terrible driver, so I convinced a cab lady to give me a ride around town. She had a really cool car. Transformed.
You really just did it again. You really just did it again. You went from
a movie to do. The original movie is way better.
Yeah, you went from the Jimmy Fallon, Queen Latifah movie to Transformers.
No, because the car transformed in Taxi. She'd hit buttons and the supercharger would pop up.
It got pimped.
Yeah, well, same difference. Yeah. Transformed, a couple switches.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Transformers, Once upon a time, I bought this old Camaro.
You know, my buddy and I got in a bit of trouble. We used to work for this energy drink company. Drove around this F350. It looked like a guitar. I don't know what it was. But I got into some bit of trouble. We ended up get out of jail.
This
We had to,
cowboy thing because you said Ford F-350.
same difference. But we had to become role models for these kids.
Did you
Turns
check
out-
out the clothes and stuff over there on the wall?
They taught us something.
I'll just buy a new one.
I just gotta go in. So I used to work as a computer tech. One day this woman said, my father was an assassin, that I could curve bullets. Morgan Freeman was our boss. But I had this weird thing that I kept saying sorry as I killed people. Then I was a hairdresser in New York.
You know,
But you should mess with me.
you when I was a young teenager, my adopted parents, as I said, I was in an orphanage and I got adopted. I had a foster family. They weren't the best people ever, and my best friend and I, we used to just do what teenagers do. And then one day, this goddamn robot from the future showed up. And he said he was there to protect me. I mean, I really didn't know anything. I didn't know what his deal was. But there was this other robot, this other robot from the future who showed up that was trying to kill me.
I think I heard about that story. Was he made of liquid metal or some weird
Yeah,
thing?
it was like liquid metal, and it was really weird because I got to teach
Mercury walking.
I get to teach the first robot how to kind of be somewhat human.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Uh,
I used to be friends with a guy, huge pothead. One day we decided we really wanted White Castle. On that day we met Neil Patrick Harris and watched him die.
It's
crazy. At a whorehouse, no less.
When I was a senior in high school, we had a ritual at my high school where the seniors would track down and hunt down the freshmen and paddle them. And there was this one weird dude who graduated like goddamn 10 years after we did, who still hung out around all the high school kids. And he used to tell everything. The best thing about high school girls was I get older and they stay the same. And now that said son of a bitch, that same fucking weird pedophile dude is selling Lincolns.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, fucking weird.
I was a major actor in Hollywood once.
Huh?
Yeah, huge. I was such a method actor that I once had my skin turn black so I could actually do this war movie.
Were you a guy who's playing a guy who's playing a guy?
I was a guy who's playing a guy who's playing another guy.
Nice. All right, Jesus Christ.
That's the win. That's the win.
We've been doing this shit for like 2 hours.
Believe it or not, I put movies and the day they came out or the year they came out to get these references. And I started in 1996. I'm up to 2008.
Yeah. I've literally been doing this all off the top of my head. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the greatness about me, not so much other people who are on the show.
I was mainly looking, like I could have probably gone toe to toe off the top of my head. However, I wanted some really good references. And the Tropic Thunder I mean, that was a win.
I mean, the fact that you had to pull up a Google reference speaks volumes that there is no way in hell that you could go toe to toe with me. Because everything
Well, like I said,
every reference I've made has come off of the top of my head.
you know, I
don't have anything pulled up on my phone right now. I don't even know what the hell I have on my phone right now. I have fucking Monopoly Go on my phone right now, but I haven't had.
that too.
Hey,
I don't understand the draw for that.
yay!
I think we did pretty good.
I think we did pretty good. I mean, even with you.
There was a couple we butchered.
No, you butchered.
I thought I did. That Batman one was. I tried to tie in the entire series of.
You fucking tied in Batman with the Watchmen. The only thing you did.
Wait. How did I tie in Watchmen?
Rorschach in the Watchmen.
Rorschach.
In the Watchmen, when Rorschach is in prison, he's in line at
okay. Yeah.
And he said
the reference I was making, I get it.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. The reference I was making was when Bruce Wayne's in that prison in Cambodia, they drag him away, and they're saying, he's like, I don't need protection. They're like, we're not protecting them from them. We're protecting them from you.
Yeah. No, but in Watchmen, Rorschach says, as he's standing in the lunch line while he's doing the narrative.
Yeah.
I don't. Well, maybe he says it out loud. I can't remember.
He does say it out loud.
But he says, "You think I'm locked in here with you, but you are locked in here with me." And then he fucking destroys that dude.
Well, it was literally he had already made a swing.
No. It was before.
Was it?
But the only thing I fucked up and because I can never remember the red pill and blue pill. But again, off the top of my head, not looking at a Google search.
Well, literally, the only reason I did it is because I wanted to get some good ones in here.
It just proves.
Barbershop one I barely touched.
It's just proof. Well, you had to throw barbershop in there multiple times. It just proves that you can't, movie-wise, you can't dance with me. In the words of the second greatest Joker of all time, have you ever danced with the devil on a pale moonlight? Yeah, second to Mark Hamill. Third being Jared Leto. Fourth being anybody else who had ever played Joker. And last but not least, fucking Heath Ledger.
I'm sorry, Joaquin Phoenix as Joker was shit.
No, I really enjoyed Joaquin Phoenix as Joker. I enjoyed the story. No, I enjoyed the story. But here's the thing. Nobody knows out of all the comic books, Marvel, DC, whatever you want to read, nobody knows Joker's real origin story.
Agree. Actually, there's a thing out there where it was.
There has been multiple conspiracy theories. There have been multiple this. There have been multiple that. Nobody knows, and that is the greatest thing DC has ever done, as far as in their comic books. Nobody knows the true origin of the Joker. That is why he is single-handedly the greatest comic book villain of all time. Not only that, but the greatest comic book character ever created. I mean, the man literally in the Injustice League comics and video games, the man literally made fucking Superman turn bad.
Yeah.
Joker of all fucking people made Superman go bad and lose his fucking mind.
Agreed.
That's the greatest
Anyway,
thing about
it's
Joker.
about that time, sir.
That is why Joker will forever be known as the greatest villain / greatest comic book character ever created, and Heath Ledger,
Holy fuck.
bottom tier Joker character.
It is after midnight.
You fucking had sex with Jake Gyllenhaal, Heath Ledger. Shut up.
Hey, I couldn't quit him.
They completed each other all right. Fucking
Sorry, that was
queer.
Harry Maguire.
They were drinking Bud Light and banging in their tent.
Yeah, they were.
Anywho,
Let's go ahead and
Jesus
wrap up.
fucking Christ, it's goddamn Wednesday. Why do we do
1
almost a 6-hour show on a Wednesday? That's fine. I apologize. Well, it's partially my fault because I brought up the whole Instagram saga that I'm.
And then, of course, we went on a huge tirade.
Enjoy that 2 hours.
Jesus.
This is why I want reviews.
We hit most of Patrick Swayze's movies. We've hit most of Sean William Scott's movies. We hit we hit
Dude,
a lot of Keanu Reeves movies.
I could have kept going. That was the thing. I could still keep going. I don't know. Fuck it.
Oh, I could too.
Thankfully, I only have to work half a day tomorrow, so I'm going to sleep for the 3 of the 4 hours I have to work. Because I do have to be architects tomorrow, and then I'm going to come home and man, I wish I had some W for tomorrow.
I do.
But no, I'll be awake.
Luckily, my first appointment is at 10:30. So.
I'll be awake. I'll be excited all day tomorrow because I get to go see my spirit animal tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Jason Al motherfucking Dean, baby.
That.
I'm looking forward to that. But now, much like Boys to Men, we've come to the end of the road. Jeff's on bended knee, waiting his cum shot. I mean, money shot.
Same difference.
Jeff is the pivot man and the circle jerk. He's gonna enjoy his ookie cookie.
Yeah, I am. Ready for fucking bed.
Oh, you and I both. I haven't slept for 2 goddamn days. I'm beyond ready for bed. But we appreciate y'all listening. We appreciate y'all hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed this goddamn train wreck of a show. Like, I almost want to cut the last 2 hours in half and just make it its own show, but I'm too lazy to do that.
Right? That's perfect for Patreon right there.
I just want to shout out the one person who's hung out the entire time on Twitch.
Right? I'm assuming it's probably my Twitch. Oh, no, it's Twitch?
Is what?
I thought it might be my son. But being that it's on Twitch, it's not.
Yeah, I don't know. But I have lots of ideas who it might be. Enjoy. I mean, and I guess enjoy the content.
We had fun.
Oh, no, we do appreciate y'all listening. We appreciate y'all hanging out. We'll see you guys Saturday night with a brand new episode. I'll be recapping the Jason Aldean concert that we're going to tomorrow night. We're going to dive into the news that we didn't get to tonight because I've got a fuck ton of news stories here. And, Jeff, I have a list of I think it's the scariest or creepiest urban legends from every state.
Ooh, nice.
If you want to dive into that Saturday night, but we'll kind of figure it out. We'll play it as we go. It'll be Saturday night. We're going to drop the link, so anybody who wants to drop in and hang out with us, you are more than welcome. Until next time, go ahead and check us out on all the social medias. Hit us with a follow. Hit us with a subscription. And if you be so kind, hit us with a share right there if you're watching the replay. A bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. Going to give you all the social medias, everywhere you can find us, everywhere you can listen. We're back Saturday night, 7 p.m. ish, doing what we do best. And just because I like this song. Thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for hanging out. What the hell was this? Who the hell was this band? The Spinning Jenny, with their cover of the Rolling Stones' Painted Black, is what we're going to wrap the show up with tonight. Hit it. Play it now. That's what's up. Later, guys. Benji, appreciate you hanging out, brother. We'll see you Saturday night. You might see me on Twitch Friday beforehand. Sacramento Truth Moment said at Glick, why are you anti-Semite? What?
Okay.
Well, Sacramento Truth, I love how you wait until the end of the show to drop some ridiculous comment, but come back Saturday night and bring that same energy. And you know what? I'll bring you up on the show because
Curious where you're getting your information, but okay.
yeah, I'm curious to where that comes from. But I know you're a pussy and I know you're bitch made and you won't come up on the show. So run on over back to Cantino with all your loser friends. Or Discord or wherever you guys are. Anywho, we appreciate y'all listening. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Jeffrey, we are done. Bracha. Let him know one time.
Deuces.
Yeah, well, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, when you come into crossroads of life, you don't have to sell your soul to become the greatest blues musician of all time. And if you don't get that reference, then, well, you're clearly a fucking idiot. All you have to simply do is ask yourselves, WWNND, what would Nonsensical Nonsense do? With that being said, be good or be good at it. Sacramento Truth Movement, I hope I see you Saturday night, but I know you won't bring your bitch ass back around. With that being said, goodbye, motherfuckers. Fucking Jeff lacking. Look at him, fucking Jeff lacking. Lacking his something. Lacking his lacking. It down button. I hit the button. I don't know what happened. I hit this other button. There's two.